The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 1st, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Aaron Houchin to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Valadao, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, California is in its second consecutive wet year. Every major reservoir in our state is above a 15-year average, and our snowpack in the Sierras is at more than 100% of average for this time of year. These conditions should mean that our farmers and communities are finally getting the water deliveries that they desperately need after years of drought. Sadly, that's not the case. Central Valley project contractors rely on meaningful allocations from the Bureau of Reclamation for their yearly planning, including the type of crops they'll plant and when. Despite these favorable conditions, our south of Delta farmers were still not allocated 100% of the water they contract and pay for this year from Reclamation. In February, our south of Delta farmers were allocated just 15% of their contracted supply. In March, these numbers were updated to 35%. And just last week, these allocations were bumped to 40%, a mere 5% increase with no real explanation or transparency on the decision-making process. A 5% increase is insufficient for our family farms and downstream communities who rely on meaningful allocations from Reclamation to grow the food that feeds the world. California grows a quarter of our nation's food, so these allocations are critical to the fate of our nation's food supply. I urge Reclamation to significantly increase the allocations for south of Delta water contractors so our communities can meet the nation's food supply needs. Food security is national security, and our ability to grow food for the nation will not survive without reliable water supply for south of Delta agriculture. Thank you, and I yield back.
The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it breaks my heart to share that something just doesn't seem quite right, speaking without first hearing the voice of the gentleman from New Jersey, the Honorable Donald Milford Payne, Jr. No matter how soon you would come to do a 1-minute speech, Donald Payne was always first. I never figured out how he somehow beat everyone to the chamber all the time. No matter how many 1-minute speeches the rest of us did, Donald would always do more. One time, our friend Mr. Joe Neguse from Colorado suggested that I had done more 1 minutes than Mr. Payne. Why did he do that? Donald quickly corrected him. The name Donald means ruler or king. Indeed, Donald was the 1-minute king. Many days we sat together. He would review his notes, going over what he was going to say, waiting to hear those words. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Donald would then gently walk to the podium with his iPad in hand. Although he mostly said what he needed to in 1 minute, occasionally getting the gavel, Madam Speaker, I must use a 5-minute time period today because 1 minute would not do Mr. Payne justice. Donald was not only a stylish and colorful individual, but he also brightened the house with his presence. He brightened us With his bow ties, he brightened us. With his glasses, he brightened us. Even with his matching socks, he brightened us by using his voice as an instrument to speak up for the people of New Jersey's 10th Congressional District. That's why he consistently received the John R. Lewis Award for his advocacy, as captured right here. Look at him. He's happy, he's at peace. He's living the dream. He's on cloud nine, he's at peace. We also had a special connection because there are a fair number of people living in New Jersey who are actually from North Carolina. And we had many memorable conversations about mutual friends between votes while sitting in the first and second seat, waiting for 1 minute. New Jersey, please know that North Carolina stands with you. Donald Payne was an encourager, and his last words to me were, "You're a good man, and I want to help you." He said, "Take care, and I'll see you soon." And little did I know that that would be our last conversation. His life and legacy deeply inspired all of us, and I will always cherish the moments we spent together. Donald's father, and he served in the People's House for about 35 years. And we're deeply grateful for their service. When his father passed and Donald assumed office, he once said, "I'm following their legacy, and I'm not backing away from that." He didn't back away from that. He continued his father's legacy. He continued to set a legacy for his 3 children and children across the country. And he continued the legacy by making America better. My heart goes out to his wife, Beatrice, and the Payne family. And I extend to you my deepest condolences and to New Jersey's 10th Congressional District. The flowers that now rest in the seat Donald often occupied reflect his inner beauty and radiance. Madam Speaker, Donald's last floor speech, interestingly, was on housing out of all issues. What a way to end. What a way to remind us all that there is a house of many mansions. Donald, thank you for showing us humility, showing us meekness, showing us kindness, brightening this institution, and using your voice to advocate for the American people. Farewell, my friend. And yes, I look forward to seeing you soon. You will always be remembered, and we miss you dearly. I end today with the last words Donald Payne spoke and shared on the floor on March the 22nd. He ended his final 1-minute speech this way. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a West Tennessee native and a true American patriot, the 73rd Adjutant General of Tennessee, Jackie Daniel Dan Wood. Major General Dan Wood passed away peacefully at his home in Tennessee on April 12th. Dan, as he was known, was born on Maple Street in Lexington, Tennessee. He attended Lexington City School and Lexington High School, where he enjoyed playing basketball. In 1961, Dan Wood answered the call to serve our nation and enlisted in the United States Army. And then shortly thereafter, he deployed to Vietnam and bravely answered his call to duty. Upon his return home, Dan enlisted in the Tennessee Army National Guard. He completed officer candidate school at the Tennessee Military Academy and was commissioned as a second lieutenant in 1966. General Wood went on to serve as commander of the 4th Battalion, the 117th Infantry, the 30th Separate Armored Brigade, and then in 1995, Dan Wood was named as Adjutant General by my friend and a former member of the House of Representatives, the late Governor Don Sundquist. General Wood held this position until his retirement in July of 2002. Now, as Adjutant General, Dan oversaw numerous deployments of soldiers and airmen overseas. He ushered the National Guard into the 21st century, and he coordinated the Tennessee National Guard's response to the September 11th terrorist attacks. General Dan Wood served in the military for more than 40 years and is a proud fourth-generation citizen of Henderson County and a fifth-generation Tennessean. We mourn a son of Tennessee, but we also celebrate a true American hero. Our thoughts and prayers remain with his wife of 62 years, Janice, his son, Stuart, his daughter, Amy, and 3 grandchildren. Dan Wood taught us all what it means to serve your country and to dedicate your life to preserving freedom for generations of Americans. We truly miss him. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the extraordinary career and achievements of Lieutenant General A.C. Roper, the first African-American 3-star general in the U.S. Army Reserve, as he celebrates his retirement from 41 years of service in the United States Army. Lieutenant General Roper's extraordinary career began after he was commissioned in 1983 as a student at the University of Alabama at Birmingham. He has an extensive military education and received master's degrees from both the University of Alabama and the U.S. Army War College. Throughout his exemplary career, Lieutenant General Roper moved quickly up the ranks and broke down barriers for African Americans serving in the armed forces. On May 14, 2021, he made history as the first African American to become a 3-star general in the U.S. Army Reserve. Most recently, he served as Deputy Commander of the U.S. Northern Command and Vice Commander of the U.S. Element of North American Aerospace Defense Command at Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado. He has received numerous awards and decorations. I got to know Lieutenant General Roper during his time as the Chief of Police for Birmingham Police Department. I was immediately impressed by his firm yet compassionate leadership style that commanded the respect of his fellow officers and endeared him to the Birmingham community. Lieutenant General Roper's reputation has always been one of great purpose and great passion. He is an honorable man, guided by an abiding faith in God and a love of country. On behalf of a grateful nation, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the retirement of Lieutenant General A.C. Roper after 33 years in law enforcement and 41 years of military service. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the award-winning small business owners in Alabama's 7th Congressional District as we celebrate this week National Small Business Week. Ms. Jackie Smith is a proud owner and operator of the coffee shop and Reflections in our hometown of Selma, Alabama. After leaving her job in 2011, Jackie bravely took on the risk of opening up her own small business, turning the site that once was a segregated diner into a beautiful coffee shop in the heart of downtown Selma. For 13 years, the coffee shop has provided a place for community to come together, learn about Selma's history, and eat some great food. Like any business owner, Jackie has had her fair share of hardships. After the tornado of January 12, 2023, we saw her resilience, and thanks to an investment by the SBA, she was able to open her doors and continue the coffee shop's great legacy. And in fact, she opened up another business, Reflections. This week, Jackie's extraordinary entrepreneurship earned her the national recognition as the Small Business Administration's 2024 Phoenix Award winner for outstanding disaster recovery efforts. We congratulate her on her outstanding achievements. Today, we also recognize SBA's 2024 Small Business Persons of the Year in Alabama, and that was Shanna Ullman, Timothy Ullman, and Robert Prescott of Transformation Partners, LLC in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Beginning in the year of 2000 as a statewide training provider, her firm has grown tremendously over the past 2 decades. Today, they serve numerous clients in the field of higher education, government, military, corporate America, offering consulting services and employee development programming. Transformation Partners was hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic, but once again, thanks to the assistance of the SBA, the firm remained operational and weathered the storm. Now their efforts have earned them national recognition as SBA's 2024 National Small Business Persons of the Year for Alabama. I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the outstanding entrepreneurship in Alabama's 7th Congressional District. Congratulations to all of our winners. We wish you much success in the years ahead. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the incredible life of Rebecca Dawn Foster. Rebecca was many things to many people: a beloved daughter, sister, wife, mother, and most recently, grandmother. Above all else, Rebecca was an amazing human being and devoted Christian who did everything to serve others and leave this world better than she found it. Rebecca was my friend. Rebecca was born on September 30th, 1968 to Wesley and Faye Neal, a native of Fitchurus County, Tennessee. She graduated from Clark Range High School, where she competed on the 1983, 1984, and 1985 girls basketball state championship teams. And she would tell you if she was here, they came that close to winning again in 1986. Memories of those wins sparked joy throughout her entire life. Rebecca earned a Bachelor of Science in Nursing and later a Master of Science in Nursing Informatics from Tennessee Technological University. She had a distinguished 29-year career in healthcare, most recently in the role of Chief Nursing Officer for Cumberland Medical Center in Crossville. In 2019, she graciously agreed to take on a new occupation focused on constituent care rather than patient care as my district director for Tennessee's 6th Congressional District. Her dedication to service lives on through her family. Rebecca took enormous pride in her husband, Alan, who serves as mayor of Cumberland County, Tennessee, her daughter, Brooke, who followed in her footsteps in nursing, and her son, Shade, who is a sworn police officer for the city of Crossville. She is also survived by her beloved granddaughter, Asa Wright. And boy, let me tell you, Rebecca took such joy from being with Asa. She's survived by parents Wesley and Faye Neal, sister Sharon Reagan, mother-in-law Edna Foster, daughter-in-law Haley Foster, and son-in-law Trevor Wright. Rebecca had a lifelong passion for singing. She served as music director at Oak Hill Baptist Church for nearly 15 years. In fact, the Sunday before her passing, Rebecca was on stage with her daughter, singing her heart out and worshiping the Lord with the help of the pulpit to keep her balance. There are simply few among us as special as Rebecca Dawn Foster. She was first diagnosed with cancer in 2023. During the difficult period that followed, many around her were fearful, but she chose to be faithful. Despite the intense treatments she underwent and sometimes painful side effects that she endured, she continued to work as she was able and did so with a smile on her face. In fact, if you had talked to Rebecca anytime since last July, you were much more likely to find her smiling and showing pictures of her gracious, precious little granddaughter, Asa, than talking about her health battle. Her optimism lulled many of us into believing that there was many years ahead that we would get to enjoy our relationships with Rebecca. The day before her passing, Rebecca shared a page from her prayer devotional on social media. It was titled Unafraid, and based on the book of Hebrews, chapter 13, verses 5 and 6, which reads in part, "I will never leave you. I will always be by your side." Rebecca never questioned the presence of the Lord. She lived a full life as a result. She knew God's plan for her was not to live in fear, but to live in faith and to love others while she was here. Rebecca knew each day and the good things in it are blessings from the Lord above. She kept cheerful faith throughout her painful health struggle. Last week, she went home to heaven and received her eternal reward. Glory be to God for Rebecca Foster, who came into our lives and with her talents and vivacious spirit left us forever changed for the better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to do what I hope is part of the responsibility of a member of Congress, which is to flag and alert for future threats that are just around the corner. For me, that threat is the potential for thousands of Chinese electric vehicles and connected vehicles coming into the U.S. marketplace. I'm a former CIA officer and a Pentagon official, and I want to flag that the prospect of thousands of Chinese-made connected vehicles coming into the country would give them a huge amount of data, high-fidelity data, on things like U.S. military bases, key infrastructure facilities like bridges and electric grid nodes, secretive locations, individual leaders even. All while China refuses to give reciprocity on that same exact data for American companies operating in China. They know exactly how sensitive the data is that can be collected off of electric and connected vehicles. So here's the story, if you think this is fantasy. In 2021, for the first time, a Chinese connected vehicle was sold in the European Union, not that long ago, post-COVID. Already, they have nearly 25% of market share in the European Union. These vehicles are much nicer than they used to be. They're underselling every single vehicle on the market there because they're subsidized by the Chinese government. I had the opportunity to raise this issue as a national security threat with the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of the Army in the past couple of weeks. I wanted to ask them specifically if they think, as in their national security capacity, that mapping, radar, cameras, light detection, Bluetooth connected software would be a threat on our facilities here, and having that kinds of volumes of data. The Secretary of Defense could not have made it more clear that this would give a potential adversary extremely detailed information for targeting, for counteracting some of our infrastructure, for going after even individual leaders. And now we are an open market society. What is happening right now is these Chinese companies are getting very interested in opening facilities in Mexico and using the USMCA, or what people commonly refer to as NAFTA, to just easily come over our border. We don't have a process in place right now to vet with a national security lens these imports that are coming in, and I have a real problem with that. I think we need to get better at understanding that the future of threats is not necessarily just tanks and fixed-wing airplanes and all those traditional things. It's data and who controls it. And for me, this is an issue that I want to alert, not just because I'm a Michigander, and of course we make American vehicles in Michigan, but as a national security professional. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Houchin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to extend my congratulations to the Scottsburg Warriors boys basketball team for their remarkable achievement in winning their first ever Class 2A state championship this year in Indiana. I'm so proud of my hometown team, having watched the Warriorettes achieve the state championship trophy growing up in Scottsburg in 1989. This victory was extra special. Their hard work has paid off. Through every practice and game, these young athletes demonstrated the true spirit of teamwork and excellence. Their victory not only brings pride to the Scottsburg community, but the academic achievement and leadership of these talented young men serves as an inspiration to aspiring athletes across the state. I commend the coaches, staff, and supporters who've cheered on the players throughout their journey to success. Congratulations again to my hometown team. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to extend congratulations to the Lanesville High School girls basketball team on their incredible achievement, winning the state championship for a second consecutive year. Their dedication, teamwork, and determination have propelled them to the pinnacle of success, making their community and school both very proud. This team's journey is a testament to the power of hard work and perseverance. As they celebrate this historic victory, let us recognize the countless hours of practice, the sacrifices made, and the resilience shown by each member of the team. Their win not only brings honor to Lanesville High School, but their hometown. On behalf of the entire 9th District, I congratulate the Lanesville girls basketball team for their outstanding achievement and wish them continued success in all their future endeavors. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Brownstown Braves boys basketball team for their outstanding victory in winning the Class 3A state championship this year. Their successful season is a testament to their hard work and exceptional talent. The Brownstown community is undoubtedly beaming with pride for this achievement. What an exciting time to be part of Indiana basketball, especially Southern Indiana basketball. I commend the coaches, staff, and supporters who provided guidance and unwavering support to these young men. The Braves basketball team, I want to congratulate you once more. This is a victory you will never forget. May you continue to strive for greatness in all your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
I am deeply concerned about the escalating repression of First Amendment protected speech and assembly on college campuses across our country. To all the elected university boards and appointed presidents, it needs to be very clear your students' constitutional rights doesn't end when they enter your campus grounds. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit for the record the statements from the ACLU and from Bend the Arc.
Without objection.
In the ACLU statement, Mr. Speaker, it says, quote, as you fashion responses to the activism of your students and faculty and staff, it is essential that you not sacrifice principles of academic freedom and free speech that are at a core to the educational mission of your respected institutions. From Bend the Arc statement, protest, quote, protest is essential to our movement work and must be protected. And we firmly stand against anti-Semitism being used as an excuse to threaten free speech and criticism of university and U.S. policy. To be clear, criticism of American policy towards Israel is not inherently anti-Semitic, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, dissent is a fundamental American value. From the civil rights movement to anti-war protests to the movement for Black lives, immigrant rights, our country has a long history of student-leading movements for change and challenging the status quo that oppresses and normalizes genocides across the world. I am deeply moved by the courageous young people in more than 100 encampments at colleges across our nation that are demanding divestment in support of a genocide in Gaza and apartheid government of Israel. I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to visit an encampment at University of Michigan that has public programming. They put it online for families and on various issues. The day I went, they were recognizing the anniversary of the Armenian genocide and having someone also speak about the connectivity to the Palestinian Nakba. It was inspiring to see these brave students across races of all faiths and backgrounds standing side by side in solidarity to protest for peace. From Jumu'ah prayer to Shabbat, they are coming together in a way I wish my colleagues would welcome. Sending in militarized police forces and even snipers to stop these students for exercising their First Amendment right is truly disgusting. My colleagues are so outraged by students opposing genocide and apartheid, but many of these same members were completely silent last year when we saw the dramatic increase of threats, literally death threats, on historical black colleges and universities across the country. These state-sanctioned violence, including the arrest and threatened felony prosecutions of students, can only be seen as an explicit effort to silence students and take away their First Amendment rights. No student, Mr. Speaker, not one, should be met with academic repercussions or policy brutality on their own campuses for exercising peacefully their right to free speech and assembly. Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues and every headline from mainstream media is more concerned and outraged about these protests than they are about the over 35,000 Palestinians killed in Gaza? 70% of them are women and children. There are no universities left in Gaza. No outrage. Multiple mass graves have been uncovered at several locations that Israeli forces have recently withdrawn from. 200 bodies found at Al-Shifa Hospital, literally fresh bodies found with their hands tied behind their backs, naked. Where is the outrage for these war crimes? And this is not just me. This is the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Our government isn't just complicit to this genocide, we're actively participating. Students are occupying their campuses to peacefully protest for an end to these atrocities and divestment in this genocide and apartheid. They are even renaming some of the buildings after Palestinian children that have been killed. These students should be praised for standing up for what they believe in, not vilified, smeared with misinformation campaigns and silence. I call on these universities to end the repressive tactics, to exercise restraint, to denounce the ongoing police brutality, and stop suppressing the very activism, academic freedom, and thoughtful debate that they seek to inspire in their students. Mr. Speaker, we don't want to see an apology years later. No. We want to see action today to protect these students. We don't want to have you all in 10 years praise the same students for doing what was right years later. We don't want to see that. We need it now. They deserve it now.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today, sadly, to honor the life of one of my dear friends and a friend to many, many in the 1st Congressional District and all throughout Southeast Georgia, Milton H. Woody Woodside. Woody was a beloved resident of Brunswick in Glenn County since 1973. He was born in Clinton, North Carolina. During his early adulthood, he graduated from the Military College of South Carolina, or better known as the Citadel, in Charleston, South Carolina. He was so proud of the Citadel. He had many friends that he always visited with and he kept in touch with from the Citadel. He always talked about his experiences at the Citadel. Luckily for us, he moved down to the coast of Georgia, where he served as president of the Brunswick Golden Isles Chamber of Commerce from 1985 until his retirement in 2019. He served 23 combined years in the U.S. Army and the Georgia Army National Guard. He also served on the congressional staffs of former Representatives Bo Ginn and Lindsey Thomas. Woody brought this valuable insight back to our home district, where he served as past president of the Southeast Georgia Chambers and Developers Council, and he was chairman of the GEDO Region 11 of the Governor's Development Council. He was involved in countless other organizations, including serving on the boards of the Southeast Georgia Health System, the board of the Georgia Chamber of Commerce Executives Association. For his work, the Georgia Association of Chamber of Commerce Executives awarded Woody with the well-earned Kent Lawrence Professional of the Year Award in 2000. In addition to receiving countless other awards, one stood out, wrapping up all his achievements into one. For 9 consecutive years, the Georgia Trend magazine named Woody a notable Georgian. Woody is rightly accredited with also being recognized as Glenn County's best friend for his hard work in serving the community. His instruction and oversight were critical for construction of the Sidney Lanier Bridge and the establishment of the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center that's located in Glencoe, Georgia. He was also instrumental in major economic development projects in the community, including the Brunswick Harbor deepening, Gulfstream, and he contributed significantly to the growth and success of our region's tourism industry. Without a doubt, Woody's actions were noticed and appreciated by others throughout the community. He was that great guy, touching countless lives and always willing to lend a helping hand. He wasn't one to just talk about a problem. He was the kind of guy who found solutions. Mr. Speaker, speaking for the entire community, his contributions and his community leadership will forever be remembered. I'd like to extend my condolences to his family, Ellen, and to his daughter. The positive light that Woody brought will forever be cherished. I'm so blessed to have called him one of my best friends. Mr. Speaker, in our lives, there are people and places we remember. I will always remember Woody Woodside. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday marked Black April, the day to reflect on the fall of Saigon and the end to democracy in Vietnam. It's been over 49 years since we fought shoulder to shoulder with our Vietnamese allies for freedom and democracy. And after the fall of Saigon, refugees were forced to flee their homes with what they could carry. And it's important to recognize the resiliency and strength of the Vietnamese people. I grew up with many Vietnamese Americans who came to this country and to Orange County for a better life. And today, Orange County is proud to be the house of the biggest Vietnamese American concentration in the United States. I join my community back home in honoring the sacrifices of our Vietnamese allies and our own service members who fought for freedom, democracy, and opportunity in Vietnam. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Mr. Klein for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the James Madison Brass Band on their historic achievement at the North American Brass Band Championships held in Huntsville, Alabama on April 6th. Under the leadership of conductor Professor Kevin Stees, the JMU Brass Band clinched the championship section title, marking a monumental milestone in the band's 24-year history. Their victory is a testament to the talent and hard work of the students and their conductor. Competing against 7 other top-tier bands, the JMU Brass Band emerged victorious, marking the first time a collegiate band has claimed the highest division of the competition. This accomplishment adds to the band's remarkable record at North American Brass Band Championships, including 14 podium finishes, underscoring their consistent excellence and resilience. Moreover, Professor Stees' outstanding leadership has not only brought glory to JMU, but also secured him a distinguished place in North American Brass Band Association history as only the second conductor to win in 2 different sections in the same year. Mr. Speaker, I extend my congratulations to the JMU Brass Band, Professor Kevin Stees, and the entire JMU Dukes community on this remarkable achievement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Broadway Lions Club, which is celebrating their 70th anniversary this year. The Broadway Lions Club received their charter in 1954 by 20 men in Broadway, all thanks to the sponsorship of the Mount Jackson and Elkton Lions Club. Although there has been much change over the last 70 years, their mission of serving the community has remained the same. With 40 active members from the Broadway community, the Lions Club's primary focus is on sight and hearing needs for those in the community and assisting food programs in schools for students in need. Mr. Speaker, as a fellow Lion, I wish to thank all members of service organizations like the Broadway Lions Club for their outstanding work and contributions and success for many years to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Rockingham County Baseball League's 100th anniversary. One of the oldest continuous baseball leagues in the county, the Rockingham County Baseball League spearheaded the efforts. At the beginning, 7 communities joined the league, including Bridgewater, Briery Branch, Broadway, Dayton, Kieseltown, Linville Eden, and Spring Creek, and played their first games in Blue Sox, Grottoes Cardinals, Montezuma Braves, RCBL Shockers, and Stuarts Draft Diamondbacks. As the league's 100th season begins on May 31st, I'm proud to honor the Rockingham County Baseball League. I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating the league for reaching this milestone and wish the league continued success for years to come. Mr. Speaker, as we mark National Small Business Week, it's crucial to confront the stark reality facing America's entrepreneurs under the Biden administration. The administration has imposed regulatory burdens that have escalated to an unprecedented scale, with the cost of federal regulation soaring to $1.3 trillion. The small business community is now saddled with over 267 million man-hours of compliance paperwork, a stark comparison to the regulatory landscape under the Trump administration, where regulatory costs were over 45 times lower. The economic climate continues to pose significant challenges, with persistent inflation undermining any optimism for relief. Despite expectations, interest rate cuts remain a distant hope, forcing small businesses to halt expansion and investment plans. Inflation rates have not only been consistently higher than anticipated, but have seen recent upward revisions. Additionally, the first quarter GDP report revealed a disheartening 1.6% growth rate, followed by an increase in the personal consumption expenditures price index, signaling the largest inflation surge within a year. These figures underscore the dire circumstances confronting small businesses. The current administration's relentless regulatory assault, coupled with severe economic headwinds, is not only risking the survival of small businesses, but is indicative of a broader disregard for the backbone of our economy. We must pivot toward policies that alleviate rather than exacerbate these pressures. Our commitment must lie in fostering an environment conducive to the prosperity and growth of small businesses, which are integral to the nation's economic vitality. The evidence is clear, and the time for action is now. We owe it to America's entrepreneurs to implement measures that help rather than hinder their potential. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Biden administration announced the long-awaited rescheduling of cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. This reschedule eliminates the vestige of the failed war on drugs started by the Nixon administration. Contrary to science, it was used for political purposes against Black Americans, young Americans. A Schedule 1 controlled substance, which cannabis has been for over 50 years, is one that has no medicinal value and is highly addictive. At the time the Nixon administration made that determination, they knew that that was false. It is not highly addictive, and it has, in fact, medicinal purposes. That has been demonstrated by vote after vote after vote by Americans across the country that recognize that medical cannabis has tremendous therapeutic features. I could not be more excited or optimistic that we are finally on the home stretch to end the failed and misguided war on drugs. This action by the Biden administration ties together many of our initiatives, from justice to research to tax fairness, and charts the path for more progress sooner. One of the overhaul here is the prohibition of state legal cannabis businesses from banking services. Every day in the United States, there are people with shopping bags full of $20 bills that are used to pay their state taxes. Think of it. It's outrageous. It has made these state legal cannabis businesses sitting ducks for robbery, and it severely handicaps their ability to work in a constructive fashion. Furthermore, what's going to happen with this rescheduling is it is finally going to allow state legal cannabis businesses to fully deduct their business expenses. Right now, due to a provision known as 280E of the tax code, these businesses are prohibited from deducting legitimate business expenses. And as a result, state legal cannabis business pay 2, 3, maybe 4 times more than a comparable non-cannabis business. It's outrageous. It poses serious problems in terms of their profitability and being able to thrive. These decisions are going to raise the profile of an issue very important to some of us, but which has never gained the attention it deserves or the momentum that it demands. We've made some progress here in the House. We've passed safe banking 7 times with an overwhelming bipartisan support, but it never could quite get across the finish line. This rescheduling by the Biden administration is going to help us change that. And it's going to help the almost 500,000 people who work in the industry, the $40 billion a year of economic activity, eliminate the injustice, and perhaps most of all, it will usher in a new era of protections. Because right now, somebody who buys their marijuana from a corner drug dealer in a park, that person has no license to lose. It doesn't check for ID. Treating marijuana in a thoughtful fashion is going to help us solve the racial injustice that has been evidenced against black, against young people. It's going to be able to open up a whole array of cannabis products that will make a big difference in communities across the country. Today's decision changes all of that, and there's no going back. And in this troubled Congress, it will also pave the path for building on our bipartisan Cannabis Caucus, an example where people can come together to work on something that can unite us rather than divide us. And the rescheduling of cannabis is an important step in that direction and will have profound impacts from coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Ciscomani, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor U.S. Army veteran and former Pima County supervisor and my friend, Mr. Paul Marsh, for his service to our country, his advocacy for his fellow veterans, and his contributions to Southern Arizona. His service in different capacities throughout the years has left a mark on our communities forever. Paul's journey began when he enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1952, bravely serving in the Medical Corps during the Korean War until his honorable discharge in 1954. His commitment to his country did not end there. It continued throughout his life as he has tirelessly advocated for veterans' rights and support services, specifically those which address chronic homelessness among our veterans. His compassion and dedication to improving the lives of his fellow veterans knows no boundaries. As a founding member of the Arizona Veterans Memorial Cemetery Foundation in Marana, Paul spent 10 years advocating for a final resting place for our nation's heroes in Tucson. Paul understood the importance of having a central location for family members to visit their loved ones and start at the Arizona Veterans Memorial Cemetery. Despite facing numerous challenges along the way, the Arizona Veterans Memorial Cemetery broke ground in 2014, thanks in large part to Paul. A few short years later, I reconnected with Paul while I was with the state of Arizona, and the cemetery needed signage on the I-10. Paul was determined to see it happen, and I am proud to have played a very small part in that, in his ensuring that there was visibility for the Arizona Veterans Memorial Cemetery in Marana. I am grateful to Paul for his own service, his continued advocacy, and his unwavering dedication to his fellow veterans. Paul, your work will forever inspire us to strive for a better world for all who have served our country. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of Jacob Dindinger, one of Arizona's brave first responders who tragically passed away on July 29, 2021. At just 20 years old, Jacob lost his life while serving our community so bravely in Tucson. He was a graduate of CDO High School in 2019 and earned his EMT certificate in May 2020 from Pima Community College. Jacob's dedication to community service shined bright during his time as an EMT for American Medical Response. Jacob had hoped to follow in the footsteps of his firefighter brother, Brian, committed to helping others in the time of need. He's remembered in the community as a loyal, kind, and selfless friend. He remains a true hero in the hearts of our Tucson community. I recently met Jacob's parents, Jim and Corinne, at an event dedicated to our first responders. It's clear that they are carrying on his legacy of service and sacrifice. We will never forget Jacob's sacrifice, or the ultimate sacrifice of other first responders. His death is a reminder that our first responders risk their lives every time they put on the uniform. We extend our gratitude for his dedicated service and are eternally thankful for his contributions. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of Lieutenant Commander Lou Conter, the last survivor of the USS Arizona during the attacks on Pearl Harbor. At 102 years old, Lou passed away in his home in Grass Valley, California, surrounded by his family on April 1st, 2024. He enlisted at the age of 18 and just 2 short years later was at the center of Pearl Harbor attacks on December 7th, 1941. Then Quartermaster Lou was on the deck when the ship was hit. Ultimately, 1,177 of his shipmates from the USS Arizona perished that day. He went on to serve 27 years in the Navy, rising to the ranks of lieutenant commander. He spent his life keeping the memories of Pearl Harbor alive, educating others, and even doing interviews up until he was 100 years old. Lieutenant Commander Conter was committed to helping others in times of need and truly loved making a difference in his community. He leaves behind a daughter, Luann Daly, 3 sons, Tony, Jim, and Jeff, stepson Ron, and several grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We will never forget his sacrifice or the sacrifice of his fellow sailors on the USS Arizona. We extend our gratitude for his dedicated service and are eternally thankful for his contributions.
The gentleman's time has expired.
And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Molinaro. It's great to be here this morning, and I rise to discuss the ongoing issue of Social Security. As you know, Mr. Speaker, more than 70 million Americans rely on Social Security, and Social Security is the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the #1 anti-poverty program for children. It also, Mr. Speaker, is the #1 program with regard to disability, and more veterans rely on Social Security disability than they do on the VA. Mr. Speaker, I know that Speaker Hochen was in the chair before, and part of our rising to Social Security is to make people aware in their districts of how many retirees they actually have. For example, in New York's 19th, you have 173,667 recipients. More than $300 million comes into the 17th District in New York monthly for those recipients. 130,000 of which are retirees, 20,000 disabled workers, 8,900 widows, 4,247 spouses, and almost 10,000 children. But what's astounding, Mr. Speaker, is that Congress has done nothing. In fact, what will shock the public is that Congress has not extended the benefits of Social Security in more than 50 years. Richard Nixon was President of the United States when Congress last acted. Imagine 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. And yet, Congress has done nothing. More than 70 million Americans rely on Social Security. Again, the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and the #1 anti-poverty program for children. Congress continues not to do what our constituents send us here to do: vote. President Biden has put out a plan. We have put out a plan called Social Security 2100 that's detailed and paid for. This might also surprise you too, Mr. Speaker, as I know it does many citizens, that the president's call to lift the cap on people making over $400,000 who pay nothing into Social Security. Imagine the workers, the more than 170,000 in your district who pay in to Social Security and have done so all throughout their lives, and yet others who pay nothing for the nation's #1 anti-poverty program. That's why this is so important that Congress take action and step up and do the right thing. With $300 million coming into New York's district, Mr. Chairman, those are dollars that are spent locally right back in the community. For all people listening to C-SPAN or people and guests in our audience, Mr. Speaker, they should be making sure that they're calling their representatives and making them aware of the fact that this program has not been enhanced. This is a benefit. This is no entitlement. This is an earned benefit that people have paid for, and that only the United States Congress can act to change so that these individuals will get the relief. You imagine a cost of living increase that hasn't been enhanced in over 50 years. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back and hope that the American people, and more importantly, this Congress, acts on behalf of the people that desperately need our help.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the Securities and Exchange Commission's new climate disclosure rule. Since President Biden took office, his agencies have weaponized rulemaking to impose job-crushing regulations. In just 3 years, his dramatically expanded the waters of the U.S. rule, issued presidential executive orders, and established a new climate corps. The new climate disclosure rule requires extensive disclosures on CO2 and other theoretical climate risks. These disclosure requirements will have devastating downstream consequences. The rule will likely serve as a gift to activist lawyers looking for reasons to declare open season on industries they oppose. It is breathtaking in its expansion of regulatory power and an unelected agency using power that was not delegated to it by Congress. The SEC should stick to its core mission of regulating financial markets and get out of its newfound hobby of dabbling in climate alarmism. I applaud the work of my financial services colleagues in the Western Caucus on pushing back against this draconian rule, and I hope to see it repealed. Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank Chancellor Doug Christensen for his 22 years of service to the University of Nebraska at Kearney. After 14 years in the state legislature, many of those as a speaker of our unicameral, he was named chancellor at UNK and became the longest-serving chancellor in the university's history. Chancellor Christensen, a native of Kearney, has been described as a champion for UNK and rural Nebraska. During his time in the state legislature, he helped shepherd then Kearney State College into the University of Nebraska system. His leadership has been nothing less than transformative. From new housing to athletic facilities, Christensen oversaw many of these priorities during his 2 decades of leadership. One of his most successful achievements was helping grow rural Nebraska's healthcare workforce. Chancellor Christensen's work at UNK will have a lasting impact on Nebraska for generations to come. Congratulations on an outstanding career, Mr. Speaker. Chancellor, thank you for your service to the state and the university, and best wishes in the next chapter. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Luke Ferreter, a University of Nebraska-Lincoln student who recently won the Vucifius Challenge Grand Prize by deciphering passages of text from digital scans of a carbonized scroll. This young man is smart. Last year, Ferreter, a Lincoln native, decided to take on the challenge of deciphering text on papyrus charred into a lump of carbon by the eruption of Mount Vuciferous. Because the scrolls were carbonized, they're virtually impossible to unroll without destroying them. He created a machine learning model that senses tiny differences that can reveal ink. Yes, that's smart. Along the way, he enlisted help from peers across the globe to pitch in and decipher the burnt scrolls recovered from an ancient library. Luke and his team ultimately submitted 15 passages containing more than 2,000 characters. The work contained in the passages they recovered hadn't been read since 79 AD. Congratulations to Luke. Your innovative talent has already taken you so far. We look forward to seeing you and what challenge you take on next. And please stay in Nebraska. We want you to live here. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to talk about something that was very destructive last Friday. We had several EF3 and EF2 tornadoes ravage portions of my district, Congressman Bacon's district and Congressman Smith's district. But the silver lining here is that the meteorologist at the National Weather Service office in Valley, Nebraska, used all of their talents, all of the equipment, everything in the power of the National Weather Service to identify these tornadoes and get that life-saving information to the people. What they did saved lives. We did not lose one person's life in the state of Nebraska. Over 400 homes were destroyed. And I also want to say, as a Nebraska broadcaster myself, the men and women of the Nebraska broadcasting companies in multiple languages went to work and got Nebraskans the information they needed to take shelter and stay away from these potentially and very, very, very obviously dangerous tornadoes. We ought to be proud of this federal agency, the National Weather Service. We ought to be proud of what they do. They don't get the credit very often. And I also want to recognize the broadcasters, not just in Nebraska, but everywhere in our great country, that go to work every day to get people life-saving information. In this case, you can look at everything that happened, and our emergency alert system worked. Our meteorologists and our TV meteorologists and our radio and television folks came together to deliver for the great state. So with that, I want to thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On April 18th, 5 brave young girls had the courage to stand up for their rights in Harrison County, West Virginia. These 13-year-old girls showed more guts and the courage of their convictions than most grown-ups. These student athletes competed in the 2024 Harrison County Middle School Championship track and field meet. These girls from Lincoln Middle School stepped up to the circle for their turn before refusing to throw in the shot put event. They were showing solidarity in protest of the participation of Becky Pepper Jackson, a 13-year-old boy. Pepper Jackson won the event by recording a throw of 32 feet. The second place competitor, who was actually a female, finished with a 29-foot throw. While West Virginia state law bans transgenders, in other words, boys pretending to be girls, from playing on girls' sports teams, However, a recent federal court ruled the law could not be lawfully applied to Pepper Jackson. West Virginia Attorney General Patrick Morrisey has quickly stepped up and filed an amicus brief in support of the 5 athletes and asked the U.S. Supreme Court to weigh in on transgender student athletes bans for a second time on behalf of the parents who filed a complaint with the local county board of education. As a result of their protest and appearance at a press conference with West Virginia Attorney General Patrick Morrisey, the 5 girls were barred from competing in their next track meet and are also subject to punitive sprints in practice. These strong girls should be rewarded, not punished, for standing up for the sanctity of women's sports. Young women should not be forced to compete against young men. No school in West Virginia, nor anywhere in America, should turn a blind eye to this woke nonsense. Former college swimmer Riley Gaines, who has been an outspoken critic of trans athletes participating in girls' sports, has weighed in on the issue, writing, quote, "These girls stood up for what they believed and their coach barred them from competing. Insane," close quotes, in a post on X. I applaud Riley for her amazing work advocating for young girls and women in sports. Now more than ever, it's important to address the unfairness in our society and the right to peacefully protest as our Constitution allows. These constant assaults on the sanctity of women's sports threatens the future of fair athletic competition in our country. The ramifications of allowing men into women's sports are far greater than simply allowing men to put on a women's uniform. We've seen numerous examples of stronger men seriously injuring young women and girls in contact sports. Millions of young women are also being exposed to uncomfortable situations in which men are present in women's locker rooms. Only God can create men and women. It's simply wrong for any parent to think they can or should even try to change the sex of their child. Male athletes who can't win competing against other males who then choose to take advantage of bad laws to steal titles from women are truly a threat to females. We should be less focused on offending an individual's feelings than protecting the physical safety of our daughters who simply want to compete against other women. Radical trans policies are out of touch with not only the facts, but the pulse of this great country. We must stand up against this nonsense and unlimited overreach on the fringes. I applaud the 5 young women in my district for standing up for themselves and being examples of strength as this fight for women's sports goes on. Thank you, Madam Speaker. God bless these young ladies, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair is happy to recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize May 1st as the beginning of National Myositis Month and to commend the outstanding dedication and advocacy of Mr. Richard Galloway, Jr., whose parents are in the balcony today, in which we welcome, and for his unwavering commitment to raising awareness about myositis. Myositis is comprised of a group of muscle diseases characterized by weakness and inflammation in the muscles. Symptoms include muscle weakness, pain, and fatigue, and while there is currently no cure, ongoing research efforts aim to better understand the underlying mechanisms of this disease and to develop more effective treatment options. Mr. Galloway's journey is one marked by resilience and compassion. In January of 2020, he was diagnosed with inclusion body myositis, otherwise acronym IBM, at the Medical University of South Carolina, located in Charleston. Despite facing this challenging diagnosis, he has shown remarkable strength and determination in his battle against this debilitating disease. Beyond his personal journey, Mr. Galloway has been a tireless advocate for myositis awareness. In October of 2023, Mr. Galloway organized the impactful event Crossing the Cooper for Christ, which raised over $13,000 for the Myositis Association. His dedication to this cause was further underscored when he was invited to lead a session on finding strength through faith at an annual patient conference in San Diego, California. Recognizing this significant contribution, Mr. Galloway was voted onto the board of directors of the Myositis Association at the beginning of 2024. The Myositis Association, a nonprofit organization that was founded in 1993, focusing on improving the lives of those affected by this awful disease through support, education, advocacy, and research. Mr. Galloway's unwavering dedication to raising awareness about myositis and supporting individuals battling this disease exemplifies the best of the human spirit. His commitment to advocacy and service is an inspiration for all of us, and it is with great admiration and gratitude that I recognize his contributions today. I want to extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Galloway and the Myositis Association for your selfless dedication and tireless efforts in making a difference in the lives of those affected by this awful disease. Mr. Speaker, I rise to respond to one of my colleagues who I think some of you heard, who was supporting what was going on the college campuses today. She described it as peaceful protest. Madam Speaker, they're burning buildings. They are tearing up campuses. College presidents are not saying one word. This administration, this president, is not saying one word about it. You have teachers, many of who are tenured, are not saying one word. This has got to stop. They've got to have consequences. They've got to have sheriffs who are willing to put a stop, whatever it takes, to stop this damage to our institutions and lawlessness that's taking place all across this country. The illegal immigration that this administration is condoning and implementing is unheard of in the history of this nation. In South Carolina, they're giving illegals driver's licenses and registrations to vote. It's high time this country wakes up to the dangers that we face as a free democracy if we can keep it. And the first steps are stopping the lawless invasion at the border that, again, is unprecedented in this country. I don't know how many more Lakeland Rileys that it's the young lady who was killed in Georgia. Her only mistake was jogging around the campus. I mean, how many more deaths do we have to have through fentanyl? It is insane what's going on in this country. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy and eternal God, on the occasion of the 235th anniversary of the appointment of the first chaplain to Congress, I offer this prayer in thanksgiving to you and to our country's forebears, who found it both fit and necessary to open each legislative day since 1789 with prayer. Repeating the sentiments of George Washington in his first address shared with the House of Representatives on that same day, we offer our fervent supplications to that almighty being who rules over the universe, who presides in the councils of nations, and whose providential aids can supply every human defect, that his benediction may consecrate to the liberties and happiness of the people of the United States a government instituted by themselves for these essential purposes. While these words may not be our own, like the Father of our nation, we acknowledge and adore the invisible hand which conducts our affairs. And we, like President Washington, resort to the benign parent of the human race in humble supplication, since you have been pleased to favor the American people. Even now, 235 years later, our prayer remains the same. May your divine blessing be equally conspicuous in the enlarged views, the temperate consultations, and the wise measures on which the success of this government may depend. Lord, hear our prayers raised up in the past, still true in this present day, and understood to be the foundation for our future. Amen.
Amen. And what a great anniversary. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of my dear friend Don Nicholas. Don was a crucial member of the Texas 25th Congressional District team for over 10 years and dedicated his life to selflessly serving his country. Time and time again, he stepped up to help those in need. Day or night, he never missed a call from a veteran and opened his home up to soldiers every holiday. Don was a 31-year Army veteran, a man of great faith, and a loving husband, father and grandfather, and always believed the North Dakota State Bison were going to win every game. America lost a patriot. Texas lost a servant leader, and we all lost a friend. He will be dearly missed by those privileged to know him. I'm honored to celebrate the life and impact that Don had on so many. In God we trust. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I actually have to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I've had guns pulled on me multiple times by law enforcement simply for being a black man in America. And now I see guns being drawn on peaceful protesters at Columbia University. When I was 11 years old, I was a victim of police brutality simply for being black in America. And now I see that brutality being inflicted on peaceful protesters at Columbia University. And for what? Simply exercising their First Amendment rights to peacefully assemble as they protest the collective punishment and murder of civilians in Gaza. 100,000 killed and injured, mostly women and children, protesting our taxpayer dollars going to Benjamin Netanyahu to continue this mass murder. That is their right. They are supposed to push us to stand for what this flag represents. Are we in a police state, or is this a democracy?
The gentleman's time has expired.
We must stand with our young people and demand justice and freedom.
The gentleman's time has expired.
And everyone in this world.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate our small businesses across the Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District, the Commonwealth, and the country. This week, we recognize the importance of our small businesses and the role that they play in our communities as part of National Small Business Week. Small businesses are the cornerstone of communities. They're often the first place you go to for local support, from asking for donations for fundraisers to sponsoring your youth sports teams. It is the local small businesses that answer the call. More than half of Americans either work for or own a small business, and they create nearly 2 out of every 3 jobs in the United States every year. Our small businesses play a central role in building a strong country, and we're so grateful for their contributions to our communities. Now, small businesses need our support. There are many ways you can show your support: by writing a review, telling friends and family about your favorite shop, or interacting with the business on social media. Mr. Speaker, this week I encourage you all to make the effort to shop small and shop local at your favorite small businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, food is medicine, and our medical professionals need proper training to screen and treat food insecurity and diet-related diseases. That's why I have joined together with Representative Vern Buchanan on a bipartisan letter to the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education, urging them to incorporate nutrition education into the program requirements for graduate medical education. By doing so, graduate medical programs will be required to adequately prepare physicians in nutrition, improving health outcomes and saving our healthcare system a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, the idea that our medical professionals should have better training in nutrition isn't a concept we just came up with here in Washington. When I visit medical students, physicians, nurses, and other medical professionals back home, I hear over and over again how they don't feel adequately prepared to treat food insecurity and diet-related diseases. I'm proud to further a key recommendation in the National Strategy on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, and ask all of my colleagues to support efforts to improve nutrition education for physicians. I yield back my time.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, a pretty cool thing happened in my hometown of Dickinson, North Dakota last week. Pete Dovitz won his 500th career game as our high school baseball coach. Since 2000, the Dickinson High School has won 5 state championships and has been runners-up 3 times. And if that's not enough, Coach Dovitz spends his summers coaching and running the Babe Ruth baseball team. To be honest, he would have gotten here a little earlier, but he refuses to count the 2004 state championship season because he was deployed honorably serving the state of North Dakota and our country in the National Guard. I can't think of anybody more worthy of being able to be addressed on the floor of the House today. I've had the privilege of coaching with him. I've had the privilege of running a baseball program where he ran my Babe Ruth program, and I have the privilege and honor of calling him my friend. He has touched numerous high school students' lives, both in the classroom and on the ballpark, and here's to another 24 years and 500 wins because he's a fixture in the third base dugout. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent to address the chamber.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Yeah. Look at this map. Today's a dark day in the state of Florida because we join all these states that are in dark colors as our draconian 6-week abortion ban goes into effect, getting access to abortion care in Florida and in the South. It's essentially a total ban because most women do not know they're pregnant before 6 weeks. And listen, abortion is a deeply personal medical decision that politicians should not interfere with. And doctors should not have to face criminal prosecution for treating a patient before them. We don't walk in other people's shoes. There are many reasons for an abortion. It could be birth control failure, rape, incest, or endangering a person's life. Protecting a woman's access to abortion is a freedom that only she should have. The good news is that in November, Florida voters can defend this fundamental freedom. But until then, a dark cloud hovers over our
gentlewoman's time has expired.
so-called Sunshine State.
For purposes, the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the Congress for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The violent anti-Semitic hatred on American college campuses is revealing of left-wing bigotry. Last week, the Wall Street Journal editorialized, quote, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic protests at Columbia, Yale, and elsewhere are getting uglier, and it isn't clear the progressives in charge of these institutions are up to the job of enforcing order or protecting Jewish students, end of quote. Yesterday, New York was sadly revealing, with a corrupt Democrat judge gagging the Republican candidate for president as corrupt Democrat Attorney General proceeded to drop charges of violent supporters of terrorism seeking murder of all Jews. Deranged Democrats smear Republicans and appease murderers of Jews. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the safe haven of Afghanistan to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens the borders to dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are as imminent as repeatedly warned by the FBI. Thank you, Ambassador Motaz Zaran of Egypt, for briefing Congress today. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask for 1 minute to address the House and to revise my
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congressman Don Payne was one of a kind. From his impeccable fashion sense to our mutual love of hats, his infectious sense of humor to his deep commitment to the people of Newark, New Jersey. When I came to Congress, I went to Don to tell him that while I was born in North Carolina, I spent my formative years in his district in Newark and graduated from high school there. He never let me forget it. I always referred to him as my hometown guy, and he referred to me as his homegirl. And when I traveled to his district for a family member's funeral, he was insistent to help me show me around the city. And when I couldn't make it to my high school reunion, Don went in my place. When a member of my staff who was born in Newark needed a copy of her birth certificate, Donald Payne made sure she got it. He was the first member to come to North Carolina to attend my annual Matt Adams Mad Hatters event. That's who Don was. He was a committed public servant, a loyal friend, and always lending a hand. To be and to the triplets, my heart breaks for you, and I'm lifting you up in my prayers. And to my colleagues, as we mourn this devastating loss, may Donald Payne Jr.'s memory serve as motivation for us to be better public servants and continue the fight for equality, just as Donald Payne Jr. would have wanted. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding performance of Hillsborough County Public Schools in Florida's 15th Congressional District. U.S. News & World Report recently released the 2024 Best High Schools list, which ranked 25,000 high schools throughout the United States based on college preparedness, performance, proficiency, and graduation rates. I'm proud to say that some of Hillsborough County's high schools were ranked among the best educational institutions, not just in Florida, but in the nation, which is a remarkable achievement. This honor is a testament to the dedicated students, teachers, and administrators in Hillsborough County. It is clear that our schools are full of individuals who are committed to providing high-quality education initiatives and ensuring that our students are well prepared for the next chapter of life. I am as excited to see what the future holds for our students, the faculty, and our community in Florida's 15th Congressional District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a message for my colleagues today. Don't come to Congress if you want to make a profit. Americans are frustrated with Congress because too many members are personally trading stock, because PAC money is drowning out the voice of voters, and because there are more lobbyists around here than legislators. That is why today I'm calling on Speaker Johnson to bring for a vote, an up or down vote, a bipartisan bill to ban members of Congress from trading stock. Representative Abigail Spanberger and Representative Chip Roy have been working on this bill since 2020, listening to voices like Unusual Whales and Quiver Quantitative and Capital Trades. They understand that we need a vote. Speaker after speaker keeps saying we'll have a vote, but we haven't had a vote. Bring that bill for an up or down vote in 2024. Let's ban members of Congress from trading stock. Then let's ban PAC money, and let's ban members of Congress from ever becoming lobbyists. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Address the House for 60 seconds and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heart full of pride as we celebrate the remarkable achievement of our very own Port Neches Groves football team for winning the 2023 5A state championship, the first state football title in 48 years. Y'all have made Texas 14 proud. To each of the football players, congratulations. You displayed unwavering grit and Texas determination throughout the season, overcoming challenges with resilience that led to a state champ title, and to Coach Jeff Joseph and the entire coaching staff way to install discipline, strategy, and winning mindset in every player. To the students, faculties, and fans, thank you for representing our community with absolute honor and pride. This victory is not just for P&G, but for all of Southeast Texas. Congratulations, Indians. You deserved it. God bless Port Neches Groves, the Indians, and God bless Texas. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to extend my personal congratulations to all of the local entrepreneurs, the communities they support, and the Nevada Small Business Administration at their annual awards luncheon celebrating National Small Business Week. From restaurants to wrestling gyms, these small businesses are the life of our local economy. And as our community grows beyond the reputation as the entertainment capital of the world, one thing will always remain true. We are a people-driven economy. Investing in our economy to make it more resilient and diverse requires investing in the people who keep it running. Thanks again to all the small business owners, their employees, and hardworking families who make our community strong, and happy Small Business Week. And I yield.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise its remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, happy Small Business Week. Today, I rise to recognize Small Business Administration's support and advocacy for business and communities as they sustain and strengthen the backbone of the American economy. I especially want to thank SBA New Mexico Director John Garcia. Through financing, information, and guidance, our small business community benefits daily from the resources and support that Mr. Garcia and his team provide. Last year, SBA marked its 70th anniversary. Nationally, there are 30 million small businesses. In New Mexico, 95% of our businesses are small businesses, 162,000 strong. Our small businesses employ 340,000 individuals, and we're growing at a rapid rate, with 7,270 new businesses opening during the March 2021 period. From green chile farmers to independent bookstores to small manufacturing plants, our small businesses line our main streets and bring economic vitality to our communities. This Small Business Week, I recognize SBA's storied past and the even stronger future we will create. Muchísimas gracias.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Nelson Cruz Sr. for his work encouraging the artistic and cultural expressions of generations over a 60-year career at La Voz Hispana. Founded by the Cruz family, La Voz Hispana is more than a music store. It's a testament to the vibrancy of Chicago's Latin American cultural community. From its humble beginnings selling records to its evolution into a cherished neighborhood institution offering instruments and lessons, La Voz Hispana has been a source of inspiration for so many. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my great honor to commend Nelson Cruz Sr. for his contributions to our community and to wish him an enriching and joyful retirement. Que las melodías de La Voz Hispana sigan resonando en nuestros corazones por muchos años que venir. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Congratulations.
For what purposes does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I humbly rise to acknowledge and honor a remarkable couple, Apostle Dr. Charles White, Jr. and elect Lady Barbara White, on their golden anniversary of their ministry. Along with their loved ones, parishioners, and friends in a room decorated in gold, they celebrated 50 years in the ministry throughout their 55-year marriage. Despite facing challenges such as prostate cancer and Parkinson's, they've continued to serve with unwavering faith and determination, reaching out to those in need and delivering hope to countless lives. Greene County has been blessed with their ministry, and we are so grateful for their positive impact. I thank the Lord for blessing us with such compassionate and caring souls as Apostle Charles and elect Lady Barbara White. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise and send my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
What we're seeing on college campuses throughout the country isn't First Amendment protected protesting or free speech. It's vandalism, assault, breaking and entering, and anti-Semitism. We've seen pro-Hamas sympathizers set up no-go zones for Jewish students and faculty, physically blocking them from entering their universities where they have units, where they've paid their dues, the whole works. We've seen pro-Hamas sympathizers send a UCLA student to the emergency room after beating her unconscious just because she is Jewish. What is this, 1939? We've seen pro-Hamas sympathizers break into and occupy university buildings, break windows, spray paint, and rename a building Intifada Hall, as seen on Humboldt's campus up in Northern California. We've seen pro-Hamas sympathizers assault police officers and even take a Columbia University janitor as a hostage. The law is clear. Destroying property, blocking traffic, assault, and taking a hostage are illegal. Elite university students at Yale, Columbia, and UCLA should know better. Furthermore, history has made it clear if your group is creating a no-go zone for Jewish people, you're actively attacking students that disagree with you or just because they're Jewish, which is wrong.
Time has expired.
They are not protesters.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 3944, an act to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 120 West Church Street in Mount Vernon, Georgia, as the Second Lieutenant Patrick Palmer Calhoun Post Office.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a bill at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution. Does the gentleman wish to call up the bill pursuant to House Resolution 1137?
Yes, I wish to call up the resolution.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1112, resolution denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1137, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary and their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, shall each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In January, the Border Patrol chief in the Del Rio sector told House Republicans, "I'm standing in front of an open fire hydrant with a bucket. I don't need more buckets. I need somebody to shut off the hydrant." President Trump did exactly that. His Remain in Mexico policy had slowed illegal immigration to a trickle. The border wall was nearing completion with only construction gaps remaining to be closed. And ICE was actively enforcing court-ordered deportations, sending a strong signal around the world that illegal migrants would end up right back where they started, and so they stopped coming. On Inauguration Day, Mr. Biden reversed all of these successful policies, the first of more than 60 actions he's subsequently taken to undermine our immigration laws and to open our border to the world. The result has been the largest illegal mass migration in history. Since that day, over 4.6 million illegal migrants have been released into this country deliberately. And while the Border Patrol has been overwhelmed, another 1.8 million known gotaways illegally entered as well. That is a total of 6.4 million illegals added to our population, larger than the entire state of Missouri, our 18th largest state with 8 congressional districts. And that's just in 3 years. The impact has been devastating. Schools have been overwhelmed as classrooms are packed with non-English speaking students. Hospitals have been forced to shift millions of dollars of care from Americans to illegals. In Yuma, Americans are now very often sent to Tucson for maternity care because local beds are now taken by illegals. The social safety net has been shredded by the deliberate admission of millions of impoverished illegals demanding free food, clothing, and shelter. The number of terrorist suspects the Border Patrol has encountered has ballooned exponentially. And law enforcement officials are warning that among the 1.8 million gotaways, mostly single military-aged men, is likely a dangerous fifth column which could soon launch devastating attacks within our borders. Fentanyl brought in through the open border is killing hundreds of Americans every day. Democrat sanctuary policies hamstring attempts to deport criminal illegal aliens. And worst of all, the admission of untold thousands of the most vicious gang members on the planet are now producing a terrible butcher's bill of murders and assaults on Americans. This resolution speaks for Americans who have had enough, and it condemns these policies. And I'm afraid that's really all that we can do until the American people rise up and demand an administration and a Congress willing to restore our borders and to put Americans first. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this country is facing real problems. There's an erosion of trust in our government and institutions. The right to bodily autonomy is under attack across the nation. The state of Maryland needs assistance in rebuilding the Francis Scott Key Bridge so that the Port of Baltimore, whose economic impact touches communities across the country, can reopen. And our immigration system cannot function because Congress has failed to reform it for over 30 years. But instead of responding to these problems, House Republicans are wasting our time yet again on another meaningless immigration resolution. At Donald Trump's direction, they refuse to work toward solutions for our broken immigration system, so instead, all they have to offer is a bunch of empty rhetoric. This resolution, like the others we have considered in recent months, will do nothing to solve the situation at the border. Not a single dollar will go to help our law enforcement agents at the border as a result of this resolution. Not a single person will be denied unlawful entry to this country as a result of this resolution. Not a single community will be made safer as a result of this resolution. This resolution is nothing more than a highlight reel of the dubious talking points in immigration that we have heard over and over from Republicans since President Biden was sworn into office. It is the same legislating by press release that we have become accustomed to in this historically unproductive Congress. The resolution itself is simply a rehash of the resolution we passed a few weeks ago. Republicans are so out of ideas that it even has the same exact title and much of the same content as the last resolution. That resolution listed all the ways that President Biden supposedly could secure the border and essentially asked the administration to reverse every policy it has implemented on immigration, even though we know that doing so would not be effective. Today's resolution simply lists most of those policies again, and this time it just condemns the administration. What a waste of time. It's important to remember how we got here. Earlier this Congress, House Republicans passed their partisan, cruel, and unworkable border bill, H.R. 2. Republicans spent a year saying that H.R. 2 is the only way to secure the border, even though they know that it cannot become law, having failed twice to pass the Senate, receiving just 32 votes earlier this year. Then they insisted that the price of helping to protect Ukraine against Russian aggression was enacting harsh border enforcement legislation. Senate Republicans even managed to convince some Democrats to agree on a very harsh border bill in the Senate, a bill that Minority Leader McConnell called the toughest border bill in 30 years. But Republicans could not take yes for an answer. Donald Trump said that he didn't want to do anything that might actually help at the border in an election year because he wants immigration as a campaign issue. Other Republicans quickly agreed. So, folding to the cult of Donald Trump, Speaker Johnson declared the bill dead on arrival in the House, with the rest of the Republican conference quickly falling in line. Republicans showed clearly what Democrats have been saying over and over again, that they don't want to do anything that would really help address our broken immigration system. They clearly have given up. Instead of solving the problem, Republicans merely want to continue to weaponize the border as a political issue for the election year with pointless votes on meaningless resolutions that accomplish nothing and are full of misleading information. So let's review the facts once again. The resolution complains that the Biden administration is not removing enough people. However, the administration is removing people at a very significant pace, and in ways that I am concerned may present some due process violations. Since the end of Title 42 last May, the Biden administration has removed or returned over 630,000 individuals and members of family units just since last May. This is more than the number of people removed or returned in all of fiscal year 2019 under the Trump administration. The resolution also alleges that the Biden administration is violating the mandatory detention statutes by not detaining enough people. However, no administration, including the Trump administration, has ever been able to comply with those statutes because no Congress has ever appropriated the extraordinary levels of funding such compliance would require. To detain everyone that the law requires to be held in mandatory detention would require Congress to appropriate over $35 billion a year, a number 10 times higher than what Congress appropriated this year or than President Trump ever requested for detention. And when Democrats have proposed giving DHS the resources it needs to do its job, the Republicans have consistently said no. We need to work together to address our broken immigration system. Enforcement alone cannot fix it. We know this because an enforcement-only approach has largely failed for 3 decades. We need to update our immigration system so that it meets the needs of our country. We need a balanced bipartisan approach that expands lawful pathways. This will help relieve pressure on the border and allow people to come to this country in an orderly and efficient way. But Republicans don't want to engage in real legislating that might actually solve problems and deliver meaningful reform. They want to continue to demagogue and fearmonger with meaningless resolutions containing nothing but empty rhetoric designed to score cheap political points. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd remind the gentleman who says that enforcement won't fix it that enforcement did fix it under the Trump administration. His policies produced the most secure borders we've had in our lifetimes. It was this president who reversed those policies and initiated this mass illegal migration that we are now suffering. I am very pleased to yield 5 minutes to the author of this resolution, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you to my colleague from California. Thank you to Chairman Jim Jordan and the Judiciary Committee for bringing this to the floor. I want to thank Speaker Johnson and Leader Scalise for bringing this to everybody's attention. I live it every day. People talk about it. My district is half of the southern border. The facts are this: the border is as bad as it's ever been. And it wasn't always this way. Under President Trump, the border was secure. Under President Trump, Remain in Mexico worked. Under President Trump, the PACER program worked. Under President Trump, other countries respected the United States. And under President Trump, Americans were put first, not last. Now, what does that mean? I've quickly realized that it is only President Trump that can solve this problem. This body has no interest in solving this border crisis. They just want to talk about the problem and not actually solve the problem. Meanwhile, the issue is I live the problem, right? High-speed chases come through my town every single day. Our schools go into lockdown every single day. Yesterday, there were 7,000 people that came over into this country illegally. Last month, there were 219,000 people that came into this country illegally. We are on pace for 2.5 million people to enter this country illegally, and the Biden administration does nothing. The Senate and the Congress has done nothing. It's been all words. It's been all talk. This resolution does one simple thing: put your vote where your words are. If you truly believe in securing the border, you'll vote yes on this resolution. If you don't care about the people who live along the border, if you don't care about the people that are dying from fentanyl, very simple, vote against the resolution. The American people deserve to know who's going to be with them and who's not going to be with them. And right now, more than ever, this crisis is spreading. It's growing. December 20th, there were 10,000 people under the bridge in Eagle Pass, right? Who was there? I was the only member of Congress to show up. 3 weeks later, we had over 60 members of Congress show up in Eagle Pass. And guess what? That bridge was completely cleared out. What does that mean? That means showing up matters, not just in Washington, but throughout our country. 2 years ago, there were thousands of Haitians under a bridge in Del Rio. All of a sudden, that went away. Why did that go away? Because the Biden administration started doing one simple thing that the Trump administration had done for so long. This is the secret sauce. You deport people that are here illegally, period. You do that and the problem goes away. But what you have is an administration that wants this. This crisis is absolutely created by the administration. It is fueled by the administration, and the administration has become addicted to the funding that it is doing to drive these places. But oh, by the way, this doesn't just impact my community, which is half of the southern border. Americans all over the country are dying from fentanyl. Americans all over the country are feeling this influx of people that are here illegally. And all of a sudden, you have people from Denver and New York and Chicago going, wait a second, what about me? What about our roads? I'm a U.S. citizen. What about my children? What about my future? For some reason, the Biden administration has put America last in this equation, and it needs to stop. And that stops by us. Let's vote on it today. Where are you at? Are you with America? Are you with people that enter this country illegally? I've met many of these folks. I was in Del Rio 3 weeks ago. There was a family that walked up to the bridge. Beautiful, beautiful young lady with 2 beautiful children. She walks up to the bridge, and in Spanish, she says, "I was told to come here for a better life." Guess what? I've been blessed to be born in the United States of America. That family was not. Guess what? As sad as that situation is, she does not qualify for asylum. There needs to be a different route. The asylum route that is happening is a dead end. These people do not qualify for asylum, nor will they ever qualify for asylum. So they need to be stopped entering our country illegally, and the American families that live here need to be put first above everything else. And with that, I yield back my.
Gentleman from California reserves.
Reserves.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I would remind the gentleman of 3 things that he seems to have forgotten. 1, just since the end of Title 42 last May, the Biden administration has removed or returned over 630,000 individuals and members of family units. This is more than the number of people removed or returned in all of fiscal year 2019 under the Trump administration. I would also remind the gentleman that this legislation does nothing. It simply denounces the Biden administration. It does nothing. It has no operable clause. It's pure propaganda for political reasons. It does nothing to solve the immigration problem. And third, I'd remind the gentleman that the Senate negotiated a very strong immigration bill, approved by Senator Langford, the second most conservative member of the Senate. Mitch McConnell said it was the strongest immigration bill he'd ever seen. And the Senate was willing to pass it until President Trump, former President Trump, said, "Don't pass it, because I'd rather have an election issue than solve the problem." So the fault for the immigration problem now is President Trump's for preventing the Senate from passing that bill, and the Republicans' fault for going along with him politically. And I now yield such time as she may consume to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this absurd and pointless resolution. And I will say that I actually agree with the previous speaker across the aisle, my friend across the aisle, when he said that this body wants to do absolutely nothing that actually solves the situation at the border. I agree with my friend across the aisle that this body, controlled by the Republican majority, has no interest in doing a single thing. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we keep voting on resolutions that do nothing. They are pointless, they are absurd, and they are a tired recycling of the same talking points that we hear every day from the majority. And frankly, the majority is not trying to hide it. Whole sections of today's resolution, including its title and 12 of the 32 whereas clauses, are copied and pasted from the other grievance airing resolution that we considered in March. So these aren't even new. These are the same things that we're voting on over and over again, because there aren't actual solutions that Republicans are willing to move forward that would fix the immigration system. Likewise, 2 weeks ago, we voted on a pointless rehashing of H.R. 2, the Republicans' extreme, cruel, and unworkable immigration bill that is going nowhere fast. So what are we doing here, Mr. Speaker? Why does the majority insist on wasting our time with these bills filled with nothing but empty rhetoric designed to try and weaponize the issue of immigration instead of solving it? What we should be doing is talking about how to create a bipartisan, workable immigration system that allows Americans to reunite with their families, allows American businesses and universities to attract the best and the brightest, create a workable process so that people wouldn't be forced to go to the border as the only way here. We should be talking about the fact that immigrants are good for our country and good for our economy. That's what the majority of Americans believe, despite all of the rhetoric from the other side. 1 in 4 American doctors were born abroad, and roughly 45% of Fortune 500 companies were founded by immigrants or children of immigrants. 70% of agricultural workers are immigrants. Immigrants feed us, they heal us, they help ensure that the country remains an economic powerhouse. We could be here on the floor embracing the positive impacts of immigrants rather than demonizing them, finding ways to allow people to work more quickly to fill the shortages that we have in our labor sector. The Congressional Budget Office recently announced that new immigrants will add $1 trillion in previously unexpected revenue to our country's GDP between 2023 and 2034. Similarly, the Department of Health and Human Services found that over a 15-year period, asylees and refugees alone contributed nearly $124 billion more in revenue than they received in services from the government. Documented and undocumented immigrants pay tens of billions of dollars in taxes every single year. But instead, what are we doing here on the floor? The same tired rhetoric that we hear every single week. The majority insists on demonizing immigrants and the border. And look, it's true that we desperately need to fix a broken immigration system that hasn't been updated in over 30 years. But we cannot do that. We cannot solve that problem just through harsh enforcement measures alone. We've been trying that approach for 30 years under different presidents, and every time it fails. The truth is that the immigration system is all connected. People are coming to the border because the legal immigration system has not been updated in 3 decades, and they cannot find another pathway to come under. The wait time for some legal permanent residents to bring their families into this country is over a century long. A century to bring your own family to this country. Employers are begging us to modernize the employment-based immigration system because the limits on high-tech visas were set when floppy disks were the height of technology, and people cannot hire the people that they need. And the small number of immigration judges that we have absolutely crushed under a massive backlog of asylum cases so extensive that it is now taking people over 8 years to get a hearing. Under these circumstances, it should not surprise anyone that some desperate people see coming to the border as their only option, especially when they're fleeing for their lives from countries that cannot or will not protect them. And if they're willing to face the dangers of the journey and deal with unscrupulous actors like cartels to get to safety here, even the most draconian of policies will not deter them. That is why, despite what you hear from the other side, even when former President Trump implemented the policies that this resolution holds up as the cure to all of our problems, encounters at the border actually went up, not down. They didn't work. Instead of talking about these failed policies, we could be discussing the countless real bipartisan solutions that passed when Democrats held the House majority. Solutions like the Dream and Promise Act, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, bills that would fix real gaps in the immigration system, provide lawful status to people who have been contributing to our communities across the country for decades, and actually make improvements that would relieve pressure on the border. We could be trying to pass the kinds of investments that would actually increase the number of immigration judges and asylum officers that would help speed up the process and make it work effectively. But will any of those things make it to the floor in this Congress under a Republican majority whose only goal is to keep this issue out there as an election issue, just as former President Trump told them to do? No, we're just going to spend our time debating pointless resolutions that do not a single thing to fix the real situation of a broken immigration system. So we're going to keep debating non-binding resolutions filled to the brim with mistruths and disinformation. Mr. Speaker, I hope we can one day get back to actually governing in this House, but I fear that today is not that day. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady seems to confuse legal immigrants who obey all of our laws and who do everything our country asks of them with illegal immigrants whose first act is to disobey our laws. Legal immigrants are a boon to our nation, but that's not what we're addressing here. And there is no point to legal immigration if we're going to allow every immigrant who wants to do so to illegally enter our country. The people I've found who are the angriest about this crisis are the legal immigrants who came to this country obeying our laws, respecting our sovereignty, and doing everything our country asked of them, while this administration allows 6.5 million illegal immigrants to cut in line in front of them. The ranking member would gaslight us by claiming that there were more removals under Biden than under Trump. Here are the actual numbers. Under Trump, ICE removed 935,000 illegal aliens. Under Biden, 274,000. And the criminal numbers are even more disturbing. This past year, Mr. Biden removed 60% fewer criminal illegal aliens than Trump did in 2019. In other words, despite massive increases in illegal migration, we have seen a massive decrease in criminal removals. And we're seeing the results every day in murders and assaults on America's streets and in empty chairs at Americans' family dinner tables. I'm now pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, since day one in office, President Biden has chosen illegals over American citizens. We're now approaching 10 million illegal entries from individuals from all over the world, many parts of the world where they are our enemies: China, Russia, Iran, and others. We don't know who they are. We don't know what they're about. We don't know why they're here, but a lot of it is not good. Because of the president's efforts, we now live in one of the most dangerous points in American history. Make no doubt about it. His FBI director says he's never seen so many elevated threats to our national security in his entire career. And that was his Christopher Wray. Innocent Americans, like Laken Riley, senselessly murdered by illegal immigrants. Law enforcement officers like Christopher Gadd have been killed by illegal immigrants. I won't go through the list. One after another. Good, law-abiding, loving Americans who are dead. They are not with us. Their families grieve. Most of Americans grieve. Students have been kicked out of their schools to house illegal immigrants and have to learn remotely. Cities and towns across America have cut public safety and education budgets as well to cover the welfare of illegal immigrants. Because in many cities and towns, we're paying for their housing, we're paying for their clothing, we're paying for their travel, we're giving them debit cards, we're paying for so many things, health care, that some good Americans don't even have as we speak here and debate this right now. But it's the Biden border agenda. It's what he's about. When you allow millions of unvetted people into our country, you have a reason. When you don't know what they're going, what they're doing, what they're about, you have a reason. When you actually hinder law enforcement's ability to apprehend and detain and deport, which is the answer, you have a reason. You are making America less safe. And he can fix this crisis today. Today, as we speak, he can fix it. It took him one day. It took him one day to undo and rescind every effective Trump border policy that we had. And it could take him less than one day to reinstate them. Because you know, America needs to have borders. America needs to be safe. Every day that goes by without doing so will only result in more lives lost. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what we are debating today. Do we want more individuals to die because of this policy? May I have? More drugs and human trafficking at the hands of cartels at our border. More threats to our national security. Every day this president allows this crisis to continue, it becomes apparent to me, and this is harsh, but I believe it's true, the chaos is intentional. He is seeking to change the very fabric, the very structure, the America that we know forever, to hold on to his own political power. And that must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. And no, this isn't a waste of time, no matter how many times it takes, no matter how many times we have to say it. We will not succumb, we will not give up, we will not stop it, because we are fighting for the United States of America, and it is worth it. I support this resolution. I urge its passage, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, all the members on the other side forget several things. They forget that we had the strongest border bill that might have gone a long way toward solving this problem, that the Senate was willing to pass, but that President Trump said, don't pass. And he said in so many words, I don't want a solution. I want a campaign issue. They forget that the president has asked for a lot more money so that instead of someone coming in and claiming asylum, and maybe he deserves it, maybe he doesn't, and getting a date in court 5 years later and then disappearing, you'd have enough judges to give him a date in a couple of weeks and either grant him asylum if he's entitled to it, or deport him swiftly if he's not entitled to it. But the Republicans won't vote the money, and they won't vote the bill that would solve or go a long way towards solving the problem. And they also forget that this resolution doesn't do anything. All it does is denounce Biden. And that's all they have for this Congress. Resolution after resolution denouncing Biden. And H.R. 2, which is so impossible that it got only 32 votes in the Senate. A Senate where there are 49 Republican senators. So they don't want to solve the problem. They just want to talk about it. That's all they're doing about it now. Total nonsense and not worthy of the time of this body. I reserve.
California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd remind the gentleman who says that the president has asked for more money. When I was at the border last year in Yuma, I spoke with a group of Border Patrol agents, line agents. It's the only time in my life that federal employees said, don't send us any more money. And they said that because they felt that the administration would simply use that money to process more illegals into the country even faster. This is a deliberate policy of this administration, and it won't change until this administration is changed. And as for the Senate bill, the gentleman has referenced multiple times. Let me remind him that the bill would not have ended Biden's open border policies. It would have institutionalized them. Current law gives the president full authority to secure the border. Trump proved that. Current law requires asylum claimants to be detained. Trump did that. This bill would have left future presidents powerless to secure the border until illegal immigration reaches 4,000 a day, 1.5 million a year, and would have required they be released into our country. That's the Democrats' idea of immigration reform, a guaranteed 4,000 illegal immigrants being released into our country every day. That's what they call a tough border bill. H.R. 2, which was the genuine border security bill, got 46 votes in the Senate last year, and Democrats support in the House just a couple of weeks ago. With that, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the opportunity to speak. My colleagues across the aisle are spending a great deal of time arguing against a piece of legislation they claim has no purpose and is meaningless. It only denounces the policies of the Biden administration. Well, the policies of the Biden administration are due denouncing. There is little question that if this was a fire, the executive would send the fire department. If it was a hurricane, the executive would send FEMA. But because this is a crisis of this president's making, he has chosen not to offer any response, but to allow the crisis to continue. I remind my colleagues across the aisle that, yeah, sure, the immigration system is broken. I wasn't here to break it. A couple of my colleagues have been here long enough to fix it several times over. But the law, as it relates to securing our border, is clear. We are the legislature. We adopted the law. The president, the executive, has the responsibility to execute the law, and instead he has surrendered the southern border to drug cartels who are not only trafficking deadly drugs, synthetic opioids, and fentanyl, but trafficking human lives. Yeah, but my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are like some sort of delusional Wizard of Oz. Pay no attention to the crisis at the border. Pay no attention to the chaos in our cities. Pay no attention to the students taken out of schools so that cities like New York can shelter migrants that they welcome. Pay no attention to all of it. Look over there, Donald Trump. Don't look behind the curtain, because you'll find that this president, with a stroke of a pen, could reestablish the executive orders and take the emergency action necessary to secure our border, protect our citizens, and save lives. Instead, this president has allowed a crisis, and it is worth denouncing over and over and over again, because it has caused chaos, it has led to crime and the loss of lives, and it has fueled instability in our communities. And we know this as New Yorkers because we see it.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
We know this as New Yorkers because despite the protestation otherwise, the state of New York has opened its arms. And then when thousands upon thousands of migrants find their way to the city of New York and then relocated to other parts like upstate New York, where I represent, the state starts to complain. Enough is enough. And the president needs to wake up and take this crisis seriously. It is not progressive, it is cruel, and he must take action. And yes, his current policies are worth denouncing. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind the gentlemen and women on the other side of the aisle, when they talk about various victims of migrant crime, that the FBI statistics show that the percentage of crime committed by migrants is lower than the percentage of crime committed by native-born Americans. Migrants, legal and illegal, seem to be more law-abiding on average than native-born Americans. So to use a specific example and say this is the fault of the immigration policy is nonsense. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, and I'd like to pose a rhetorical question to the gentleman. Where's the wall? Where's the wall that has been talked about now for a decade plus, because others have had the same message, and here they come. Where's the wall? Our friends on the other side of the aisle seem to fill their legislative agenda with platitudes, promises, broken promises, and I'm going to get it done. Well, the American people don't need it to, I'm going to get it done. What the American people need is to ensure that we have added more Border Patrol officers, which we have done under the Biden administration's plan, would be doing that. Customs and Border Patrol, we would be doing that under the Biden effort. In addition, more training, more recruitment, which we'd be doing that. We know that a wall, no matter how much you do, is always going to be overcome. Not like the song, "We Shall Overcome," when we do want to overcome in a better life, in a better world. We shall overcome. This is just a lot of talk. So, Mr. Speaker, I came to say that here is another resolution. There's no action in this resolution. It's a lot of talk. As you can remember, how we got here was a bill that was so crushing that Republicans in the Senate could not vote for it, and that was H.R. 2. The resolution condemns many of the same policy choices on immigration, and they asked to be reversed in the last resolution. That's how bad it is. They wanted to reverse their own work. Republicans now claim no legislation is needed. Isn't that ridiculous? They now have a bill that says, well, the other bills were not needed. Don't listen to us. So I ask my colleagues to vote against this senseless, do-nothing
Gentlelady's
legislation.
time has expired.
Let's come together and support President Biden's leadership in
Gentlelady's
immigration
time has
reform.
expired.
I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We just heard that immigrants are less likely to break the law than native-born Americans. Tell that to the Angel families, whose family tables have an empty chair because of the very policy that this bill condemns. Put aside the fact that illegal aliens shouldn't be in this country to commit crimes in the first place. When the Federation for American Immigration Reform looked at reimbursement requests from the states for the cost of locking up illegal aliens, they found that illegals are 231% more likely to be jailed for crimes in California, 440% more likely in New Jersey, and 60% more likely in Texas. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yakub.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman.
3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this resolution, which denounces the Biden administration's failed border policies, and I do so because of this chart next to me. I've sat here and listened to the debate of who's responsible and why. But let's look at the facts and the data. This chart shows Southwest border crossing encounters over the first 38 months of the last 6 presidential terms. It doesn't say whose line it is, but if you guess the Biden administration is the red one at the top, with nearly 6 times the number of illegal border crossings, you would be correct. The seeds of this crisis were planted on day 1 with 64 executive orders signed by President Biden that undermined border security and encouraged illegal immigration. What followed has been an unprecedented surge of illegal immigration. Instead of acknowledging this failure, we get denial. Biden administration officials wrote off the crisis as, quote, cyclical and seasonal right about here, 11 months into his term. Biden administration officials continued to insist that the border crisis was just part of the normal, quote, ebbs and flows at 35 months into his presidency. President Biden only finally admitted that the border is, quote, not secure, all the way up there at the top right, at the 36-month mark. What changed, Mr. Speaker, from ebbs and flows to just 2 weeks later that the border is, quote, not secure? Mr. Speaker, there were no laws that changed during that time, just the will to enforce them. The Biden administration created this crisis at the border with the stroke of a pen and these 64 executive orders. And Mr. Speaker, he can end it with the stroke of a pen. But there's no leadership. Instead, Biden administration officials treat the border policy like a, quote, hot potato because it's politically thankless, and it shows. I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Gonzalez, for introducing this resolution that methodically and thoroughly documents the Biden administration's border failures. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close if the gentleman is ready.
I'm ready to close.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Whatever complaints House Republicans may have with the Biden administration's immigration policies, this resolution will do absolutely nothing to address them. They have had plenty of opportunities to work with Democrats on bipartisan solutions to reform our broken immigration system, and they have walked away time and again. Most recently, they rejected a bipartisan border deal negotiated by one of the most conservative Republicans in the Senate because Donald Trump told them to. He and they would rather preserve the issue for the upcoming election than actually work to solve problems. So here we are again, for the third time already this year, with a meaningless, non-binding resolution that talks tough and accomplishes nothing. What better way to sum up this Republican Congress? I urge all members to oppose this meaningless resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on HRES 1112.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the American people need to understand that this policy is deliberate. If you voted for this administration, this is exactly what you voted for. And if you're surprised by that, you weren't paying any attention, because this is exactly what the Democrats promised to do. This is exactly what they have done. And this is exactly what they have defended for the last 3 years in this House. The laws didn't change 3 years ago. The presidency changed. And an administration that enforced the most secure borders in our lifetime was replaced by one that deliberately opened them to the world. Last year, House Republicans passed legislation that will make it easier for future presidents like Donald Trump to enforce our immigration laws, and that will make it harder for presidents like Joe Biden to undermine those laws. But that will require a new Senate and a new president. The cold, hard truth is that this growing crisis cannot be fixed by bills that Senate Democrats won't pass and that Biden won't sign and won't enforce if they are signed. This crisis can only be fixed by replacing this entire administration and its enablers and abettors in Congress with those who are devoted to securing our borders, restoring our sovereignty, defending our people, and enforcing the rule of law. And that can only be done by the American people at the ballot box. Until then, at every opportunity, we will decry and condemn these policies that are bringing such suffering and such harm upon our great nation. Let us pray there's still time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1137, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. And the ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Vote.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1173, I call up the bill H.R. 6090 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6090, a bill to provide for the consideration of a definition of anti-Semitism set forth by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance for the enforcement of federal anti-discrimination laws concerning education programs or activities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 6090.
Without objection.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 6090 is designed to combat the deeply disturbing trend of anti-Semitic harassment in schools, colleges, and universities across the country. We're seeing it unfold right now on our television screens. Anti-Semitic harassment on these university campuses is unfortunately not a completely new phenomenon. As early as 2005, the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights warned that campus anti-Semitism had become a serious problem. In 2013, a Pew Research Center survey of Jewish Americans found that experience with anti-Semitism was more prevalent among young adults in higher education. In 2014, a Brandeis Center Trinity College study found that anti-Semitism was particularly pervasive on college campuses, with 54% of Jewish students on 55 campuses having reported that they experienced or witnessed anti-Semitism during the 2013-2014 academic year. In 2021, the Louis Brandeis Center for Human Rights Under Law conducted a survey of Jewish fraternity and sorority students, finding that most have felt unsafe at some point while on campus and in virtual campus settings. These fears are justified. The catalog of anti-Semitic harassment in America's top institutions of higher learning is there for everybody to see. Those incidents have increased sharply following the October 7, 2023 terrorist attacks in Israel perpetrated by Hamas and its allied groups. In late October 2023 at Cooper Union in New York, visibly Jewish students were forced to shelter inside a library as pro-Palestinian protesters tried to gain entry, banging on doors and windows with the purpose of terrifying them. On October 26, 2023, anti-Israel protesters assaulted multiple Jewish students at Tulane University in New Orleans. On November 3, 2023, a Harvard law student and other anti-Israel protesters physically and verbally attacked a first-year Israeli student at the Harvard Business School while he pleaded with them to stop. From October 7th until mid-January of 2024, the Department of Education has launched 51 investigations into complaints alleging discrimination based on actual or perceived shared ancestry in K-12 schools and colleges and universities. From January 16, 2024 until today, the department has launched over 45 investigations into schools and colleges. These investigations overwhelmingly concern anti-Semitic conduct in these schools. In fact, on April 23, 2024, the Education Department launched an investigation into Columbia University, and we all know what's happening there right now. Hundreds of anti-Israel protesters have occupied Columbia University's West Lawn and erected dozens of tents, disrupting campus life and creating a hostile environment for Columbia's Jewish students. Hundreds of pro-Hamas students were arrested for trespassing after repeated warnings to vacate the area, only to be released and returned to Columbia. A rabbi at Columbia's Orthodox Union Jewish Learning Initiative has advised Jewish students to leave campus because the university has shown that it cannot keep them safe. Columbia revoked the campus access of a Jewish professor who's been critical of school administrators because the university said it couldn't ensure his safety. Speaker Johnson, Chairwoman Fox, and Republican members of the New York delegation went to Columbia University last week, and while addressing the campus were greeted by anti-Israel chants of "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." What that calls for actually is the eradication of the Jewish people. We all know that expression is abhorrent in our society, and yet it's going on, it seems now, hourly on our college campuses. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. The surge and the ancient bigotry of anti-Semitism over the years, but especially since October 7th, must not continue. It's long past time that Congress act to protect Jewish Americans from the scourge of anti-Semitism on campuses around our country. The Anti-Semitism Awareness Act expresses the sense of Congress that discrimination against Jews may violate Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 when it's based on race, color, or national origin, which can include discrimination based on actual or perceived shared ancestry or ethnic characteristics. The bill requires the Department of Education to take into account the 2016 International Holocaust Remembrance Act's definition of anti-Semitism as part of its assessment of whether anti-Semitic discrimination has occurred. The IHRA definition provides a consistent framework for the Department of Education, schools, colleges, and universities to apply to police anti-Semitic discrimination and harassment. The IHRA's definition is widely accepted and a vital tool for identifying and addressing discriminatory conduct that's motivated by anti-Semitism, and it's been adopted by at least 31 states. This bill is exactly the type of legislation needed to protect Jewish Americans from harassment and attacks for simply being who they are. I urge all members to support this important bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have devoted much of my life to combating anti-Semitism, and I am as attuned as anyone to threats and bigotry aimed at Jewish people. I will take lectures from no one about the need for vigorous efforts to fight anti-Semitism on campus or anywhere else. I am also a deeply committed Zionist who firmly believes in Israel's right to exist as a homeland for the Jewish people. But as someone who is also a longtime champion of protecting freedom of speech, I must oppose this misguided bill. While there is much in the bill I agree with, its core provision would put a thumb on the scale in favor of one particular definition of anti-Semitism to the exclusion of all others, to be used when the Department of Education assesses claims of anti-Semitism on campus. This definition, adopted by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IHRA, includes, quote, contemporary examples of anti-Semitism, close quote. The problem is that these examples may include protected speech in some contexts, particularly with respect to criticism of the State of Israel. To be clear, I vehemently disagree with the sentiments toward Israel expressed in those examples, and too often criticism of Israel does in fact take the form of virulent anti-Semitism. Many Jewish students no longer feel safe on campus, and some colleges have not done nearly enough to protect them. But while this definition and its examples may have useful applications in certain contexts, by effectively codifying them into Title VI, this bill threatens to chill constitutionally protected speech. Speech that is critical of Israel alone does not constitute unlawful discrimination. By encompassing purely political speech about Israel into Title VI's ambit, the bill sweeps too broadly. As the ACLU notes, if this legislation were to become law, colleges and universities that want to avoid Title VI investigations or the potential loss of federal funding could end up suppressing protected speech, criticizing Israel, or supporting Palestinians. Moreover, it could result in students and faculty self-censoring their political speech. Even the IHRA definition's lead author, Kenneth Stern, opposes codifying the definition that he wrote, the IHRA definition, for this reason. Vigorous enforcement of federal civil rights law does not depend on defining terms like anti-Semitism or racism. In fact, codifying one definition of anti-Semitism to the exclusion of all other possible definitions could actually undermine federal civil rights law, because anti-Semitism, like other forms of bigotry, evolves over time, and future conduct that comes to be widely understood as anti-Semitic may no longer meet the statutory definition. Mr. Speaker, we cannot ignore the context in which this legislation is being rushed to the floor in a cynical attempt to exploit for political gain the deep divisions currently on display at college campuses across the country. Much of this activity, whether you agree with the sentiments expressed at these protests or not, constitutes legally protected speech and expression. Some participants, shamefully, have exhibited anti-Semitic conduct, and the Department of Education will rightfully investigate them, consulting the IHRA definition and other relevant definitions in the process. They do not need this legislation to help them with their inquiries. Some students have even crossed the line into vandalism, destruction of private property, and willful disruption of campus life. They too will face legal consequences, and nothing in this bill will affect that. There is no excuse for bigotry, threats, or violence directed at anyone, anywhere, and it is imperative that we confront the scourge of anti-Semitism. And Congress can help, but this legislation is not the answer. Instead of engaging in political theatrics that do not do anything concrete to stop anti-Semitism on campus, we need to put our money where our mouth is. Last year, the Biden administration outlined a comprehensive national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, the cornerstone of which was increasing enforcement actions by the Office for Civil Rights at the Department of Education. President Biden's budget called for a 27% increase in funding for that office. If my Republican colleagues were serious about fighting anti-Semitism, they would have fully funded that request. Instead, they bragged about proposing to slash funding by 25%, funding to enforce the laws against anti-Semitism on campus. They bragged about proposing to slash funding by 25% and ultimately insisted that funding be kept flat despite the marked increase in anti-Semitism complaints. If my Republican colleagues were serious about anti-Semitism, we would be considering legislation to codify the national strategy today instead of fiddling with definitions. If my Republican colleagues were serious about anti-Semitism, they would have spoken up after neo-Nazis in Charlottesville chanted, quote, "Jews will not replace us." If my Republican colleagues were serious about anti-Semitism, they would have spoken up when President Trump declared that there were, quote, "very fine people on both sides of that rally." And just last week, former President Trump downplayed what happened in Charlottesville, calling it a peanut compared to recent campus protests of the Israel-Gaza war, and we heard crickets from the Republicans. We hear nothing from our Republican colleagues when some conservatives repeat anti-Semitic tropes about George Soros or others. I say to my Republican friends, for too long your selective silence on these matters has been deafening. If you mean what you say here today, if you believe that the threats and vitriol that Jewish students face on college campuses is unjust, and that combating anti-Semitism is more than a convenient talking point in your politically motivated crusade against institutions of higher education, then I beseech you, please move beyond pointless gestures and posturing and actually help us protect Jewish students. Fully fund the administration's efforts to counter anti-Semitism and other forms of discrimination. Our nation's students deserve no less. By contrast, this legislation threatens freedom of speech, one of our most cherished values, while doing nothing to combat anti-Semitism. For these reasons, I urge members to oppose the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd suggest the gentleman turn on his television and watch what is going on right now. I'm now pleased to yield 5 minutes to the author of this bill, Mr. Lawler of New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to respond to my colleague from New York and his misguided remarks. In 2018, the gentleman was a co-sponsor of the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which adopted the very definition that he just objected to. A co-sponsor of H.R. 5924. The definition that would be adopted is anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, towards Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. He was a co-sponsor of that bill. H.R. 6090, which I introduced, which has 59 co-sponsors, adopts the IRA working definition and its contemporary examples. The definition is anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. It is the same definition, and yet now somehow he is opposed to it. Fundamentally, some of my colleagues on the left are allowing electoral politics to get in the way of doing what is right. The gentleman from New York is a graduate of Columbia University, and yet couldn't muster the courage to take the subway north to stop by and call out the anti-Semitism that is running rampant at Columbia University. It is exactly why this bill is necessary today. And so I rise in support of my bill, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. And I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Josh Gottheimer from New Jersey, for his courage in leading on this issue. In every generation, the Jewish people have been scapegoated, harassed, evicted from their homeland, and murdered. Many of us remember the Holocaust as the most recent large-scale instance of this, but it was hardly the first in the Jewish people's long history of persecution. Prior to October 7th, it may have seemed like we were making progress in fighting anti-Semitism, especially in the United States. A prime example, Jewish students weren't afraid to attend classes on their college campuses. And yet today, we hear calls for intifada ring out on school grounds. We see Jewish students being physically prevented from going to class, rioters chanting death to Israel and death to America, and so much more. In the U.S., Jews account for only 2.4% of the population, and globally they make up 0.2% of the world's population. The Jewish people need our support now. They need action now. They need to know they have a place in our country now. They cannot fight anti-Semitism alone, and they shouldn't have to either. The Anti-Semitism Awareness Act requires the Department of Education to use the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism and its contemporary examples when enforcing Title VI violations of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Codifying a single definition of anti-Semitism will help the Department of Education and school administrators who have been feckless clearly identify instances of anti-Semitism and protect the safety of all students, including Jewish students. Now, some opponents may try to make the argument that this imposes restrictions on constitutional right to free speech. It's not true. First of all, a constitutional protection is in the bill. It clearly states nothing in this act shall be construed to diminish or infringe upon any right protected under the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Additionally, speech is already protected under the Civil Rights Act. But when the speech turns into harassment or other prohibited action, and the action is motivated by anti-Semitism, that is when it becomes illegal conduct. And right now, without a clear definition of anti-Semitism, the Department of Ed and college administrators are having trouble discerning whether conduct is anti-Semitic or not, whether the activity we're seeing crosses the line to anti-Semitic harassment. Other opponents to the bill say they would rather see a different bill tackling this. That no reason...
Gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
That no reason and no political cover to vote against another measure is helpful. I ask my colleagues who would prefer other solutions, consider the good it will do for the Jewish students, and yes, keep pushing for more change in the future. We need to hold these institutions accountable. My bill has bipartisan support, 59 co-sponsors, dozens of Jewish advocacy groups, including the ADL, the AJC, and Agudath Israel. It is absurd to oppose this on the grounds that it somehow limits free speech. Calling for death to Jews is not protected speech. It is anti-Semitic. And the fact that we have some of the highest-ranking Jewish officials in America refusing to defend the Jewish community because of politics is a disgrace. It is shameful. And it is pathetic. And anyone who votes against this bill because they would rather put political expediency and electoral politics ahead of anything else.
Additional 30 seconds.
Has no business being a member of Congress. Never again is now. And we must act. That is our responsibility. And I would remind everyone, when you co-sponsor a bill that accomplishes the same thing, nothing has changed. And yet now, we need to backtrack, all because of politics. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman's remarks are slanderous. First of all, the bill that I co-sponsored 2 years ago was a different bill. It did not exclude, let me read from this bill, the use of alternative definitions of anti-Semitism impairs enforcement efforts by adding multiple standards and may fail to identify many of the modern manifestations of anti-Semitism, unquote. That is nonsense. And it was not in the bill whenever that was, I think it was about 7 or 8 years ago. So the two bills are different. Second, I oppose this bill because it infringes on freedom of speech. And there are Jewish groups, such as Reconstructionist Judaism and J Street and Trua, that oppose this bill for the same reason, and they are not anti-Semitic. There are Jewish groups that support the bill. There are Jewish groups that oppose the bill. I have been a supporter of Israel and of Zionism and an opponent of anti-Semitism all my life. I've been active in Zionist organizations ever since I was in high school. And to say that anyone who votes against this bill is supporting anti-Semitism is a disgrace. There are differences of opinion that occur on this floor from time to time, honest differences. Someone who opposes this bill may think that it infringes on freedom of speech. Not. Someone who opposes this bill may note that the author of the IRA definition that this bill would enshrine in law said, don't codify it. The author, Kenneth Stern, said this is a good working definition that may indicate anti-Semitism. So are the other two. But it should not be codified into law because that could make, depending on the circumstances, free speech illegal. The author of the IRA definition said that. So there may be legitimate differences of opinion between those who support this bill and those who oppose this bill. But to say that anyone who opposes this bill supports anti-Semitism is a disgraceful slander. I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Costa.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman. I do rise today in support of the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. We all know that since Hamas's brutal and barbaric attack on Israel on October the 7th, 2023, we've seen an absolute explosion of anti-Semitic attacks and violence, now, especially on our college and university campuses. There's no doubt that the free exchange of ideas is a crucial pillar of our freedom. But there's also no doubt that the conversations must be grounded in truth and respect for one another. Leadership at institutions of higher learning across our nation have allowed these anti-Israel protests and anti-Semitic protests to descend into absolute chaos. And ultimately, they have failed to support Jewish students. Such hatred has no place in our society. Mr. Speaker, by clearly defining anti-Semitism, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act will help the Department of Education better enforce federal anti-discrimination laws. This bill will, for the first time, codify protection for Jewish students who are and have been subject to anti-Semitic harassment, intimidation, and violence. It's imperative that all students feel safe on their campuses. And as such, I urge this body to pass this critical legislation and do what university leaders will not do, and that's condemn these acts of hatred and support Jewish students across the country. I'm proud to support my colleague, Mr. Lawler, in supporting this legislation, and I look forward to voting for it today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bipartisan bill, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, to ensure that we're standing up to the Jew hatred that's spreading like wildfire on campuses across our country. I'm proud to lead this legislation with my friend and fellow Problem Solver Caucus member, Congressman Mike Lawler from New York. As we are voting today, in real time, our country's universities are experiencing a tidal wave of anti-Semitism. Protesters have targeted Jewish students, haranguing them with awful Jew-hating insults and cheering on Hamas, a barbaric foreign terrorist organization that murdered Americans on October 7th and still hold 5 living Americans hostage, including my constituent, Idan Alexander. I met with hostage families just this morning. I saw these protests up close, like many Americans did, at Columbia earlier this month. I've heard the sickening, Jew-hating, anti-Semitic comments comparing Zionists to Nazis, promising a redux of October 7th 1,000 times over, and calling for resistance, I quote, by any means necessary, and intifada revolution. Intifada is used to call for violent uprising against Israel and Jewish people. These protests embolden Hamas, America's Iranian-backed terrorist. In fact, they've put out a statement lauding protesters as, quote, the leaders of the future. That's what our enemies said about the pro-Hamas protesters at these universities. Let me clear up any confusion, since I'm a huge champion myself of free speech. This bill protects the First Amendment. It allows criticism of Israel. I ensured that. It was critical to me. It doesn't allow calls for the destruction or elimination of the Jewish state. But it certainly allows criticism of Israel. Even more, it reminds us that our universities have a Title VI obligation to stamp out harassment on the basis of race, color, or national origin. Colleagues, we cannot stand idly by as protesters call for the deaths of Jews on college campuses and across the country. This bill will require the Department of Education to use the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IHRA, definition of anti-Semitism when carrying out Title VI investigations. IHRA's anti-Semitism definition is the most widely recognized in the world, used by 36 states. It condemns, 36 countries, I should say. It condemns traditional hatred and the ugly, modern anti-Semitism that we're seeing on college campuses. There shouldn't be anything controversial about this bill. As was mentioned when it was first introduced in 2018, 50 Democrats and Republicans co-sponsored this legislation, including members who are still in this body. Right now, the Department of Education has 100 evaluate anti-Semitism and finally harass.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
The gentleman's recognized for an additional minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member. The bill will give investigators a clear framework to evaluate anti-Semitism and finally hold harassers accountable. Don't just take my word for it. 30 of our nation's leading Jewish groups back this bill. Under the last 3 administrations, the State Department has used the IHRA definition to monitor anti-Semitism worldwide. This bill takes a common sense step to formalize the IHRA definition for our education systems. Again, 3 administrations accepted this definition of anti-Semitism. When I was at Columbia University last week, I told administrators that we need deeds, not words, to protect Jewish students. Colleagues, I'm making the same ask of you. This bill is a critical step we can take to stand against hate. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will join us in supporting this legislation and standing strong up against anti-Semitism. No excuses, no claims of commas that they don't like, just standing strong today against hate and anti-Semitism. It's what our country should stand for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
And yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
The gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would never question those who oppose this legislation's beliefs, their ideology, their religious faith. I do, however, question the motive. We are in a moment of choosing, and there are not 2 legitimate sides to this issue. The erection of encampments on college campuses isn't an expression of speech. It is a direct threat to Jewish students on college campuses. Those who spew hate and ignorance and anti-Semitism in multiple horrid forms isn't simply an expression of one's constitutional right. It's an infringement on the rights of Jewish students. Those who conduct themselves in this way are wrong. They harass students, Jewish students who are innocently attempting simply to study. I know it, I've seen it firsthand as I've visited students at Cornell and Binghamton in upstate New York. And these students who think that they're simply extending their freedom of speech without understanding the hate, the ignorance, the violence that is emboldened by it. And they're wrong to feel entitled that they can simply occupy buildings and public spaces and damage public property. They are wrong. And Congress should not only establish a firm commitment to the basic definition of anti-Semitism, but it ought to speak with clarity that this is wrong. And perhaps if we had said that decades ago, we wouldn't see the escalation that we are seeing today. Perhaps if college presidents simply accepted responsibility for the safety and security of their Jewish students, we wouldn't see the violence we have today. We wouldn't need law enforcement on college campuses to protect students. My God, we don't and should never need that kind of enforcement to protect the rights of innocent students, not in tents, not occupying buildings, not threatening hate, violence, or ignorance. We shouldn't need that kind of enforcement to ensure Jewish students could simply be Jewish students. And for that reason, I not only support the bill, the resolution, I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Speak with clarity in this time of choosing.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from California reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed without amendment H.R. 1042, an act to prohibit the importation into the United States of unirradiated, low-enriched uranium that is produced in the Russian Federation and for other purposes.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, every bit of conduct that Mr. Molinaro described is loathsome, as he says. But that does not mean that we ought to pass a bill that threatens freedom of speech. This bill will do nothing to help stamp out anti-Semitism on campuses or anywhere else. But it will threaten free speech for the reasons I stated before. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my chairman, and I also found the remarks that were directed to you to be reprehensible. I know you, and I know your commitment to fair play in the First Amendment. However, I have questions about this bill, and that's why I'm here to listen to the debate. Now, I don't know if Mr. Lawler would want to respond, but there's another bill, Representative Manning and Representative Smith's bill. It's bipartisan, has, I think, 15 members of each party on it. I've been trying to get on it, but they're doing this crazy balancing act that eliminates certain people. Would you support, Mr. Lawler, H.R. 7921 and work with Mr. Smith to get that brought to the floor?
Sure. I think any legislation that we can bring forward to combat anti-Semitism is critical. And I think, Ms. Manning and Mr. Smith have done a great job working to bring a piece of legislation forward. I've introduced a number. This is but one of them. But I think the objective is to clearly define anti-Semitism and force accountability on these administrators and make sure the Department of Education has the teeth to enforce the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
Thank you, sir, and I appreciate your support for that. I think it's very important. I think it's a more inclusive bill, a broader bill, and it takes in not just the problems at the universities, but also takes in problems in the community at large. There's been anti-Semitism for over 2,000 years. The Jews have a homeland, and before they had a homeland, they didn't have that sense of security any place where they were. It's been threatened so many times in so many places over the years, and it should not be taken from them. I was concerned, and Mr. Nadler made the point, that in 2017 at Charlottesville, there were national socialist movements, Vanguard America groups, traditional workers' parties, Klan members, all kind of marched around saying Jews will not replace us. And President Trump said there are good people on both. Thank you, sir.
Recognized.
President Trump said there are good people on both sides. Well, there are good people on both sides in Colombia, but there were not good people on both sides in Charlottesville. And that anti-Semitism needs to be addressed, and it has not been addressed by my friends on the other side, although Mr. Smith has addressed it and there are others, so I don't want to paint a broad brush. But there have been so many instances in history that have come not from these Palestinian supporters, but from skinheads, neo-Nazis, and Klansmen. And that needs to be addressed, and I think Mr. Smith and Ms. Manning's bill addresses it. So I hope that comes to the fore, and we do a comprehensive attack on anti-Semitism. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
Thank my friend for yielding.
I
first want to thank
2 minutes.
Mr. Lawler for his very, very passionate and articulate defense of our Jewish brethren. It was very, very moving, and I want to thank him for that. You know, 42 years ago, my first human rights trip as a congressman was to the Soviet Union to defend Jews against pernicious anti-Semitism. I never thought, however, that the anti-Semitic hate that I saw in Moscow and Leningrad could ever happen here. But it has. It is happening, and it's escalating. The bigotry, intolerance, prejudice, and unbridled hatred for Jews and the nation of Israel exploding on American college campuses today is absolutely disgraceful. It is morally impermissible and illegal that Jewish students are the targets of anti-Semitic hate and violence. In both word and deed, Hamas is a terrorist organization that commits mass murder of Jews and seeks the evisceration of Israel. Don't believe it? Remember the horrific violence of October 7th and the ongoing ordeal of the hostages. Or just read the Hamas Charter of 1988, the blueprint for genocide against Jews, a modern-day Nazi-like final solution. As co-chair of the House Bipartisan Task Force for Combating Anti-Semitism, I do want to thank my good friends and colleagues Mike Lawler and Josh Gottheimer for authoring the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. This important legislation will codify the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism into Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the landmark anti-discrimination law. Schools that receive federal funds must comply with Title VI, and this bill will clarify that the Hamas hatred infecting our campuses must be dealt with as anti-Semitic discrimination that violates civil rights. Special thanks, Mr. Speaker, to the police, who at great risk to their own personal safety are trying to mitigate the threats to Jewish students. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, anti-Semitism is a terrible thing. Hamas is a genocidal organization which wants to kill all Jews, not just the state of Israel. There's no question about that. And there's no question we have to fight anti-Semitism. There's no question the Manning bill is a good step in that direction. There's no question we ought to give the Office of Civil Rights a 25% increase the President has requested to enforce Title VI on college campuses, where there is no question there's been vile anti-Semitism. But that does not mean we should pass this bill. This bill enshrines the IHRA definition. And I would remind you that the IHRA definition's chief author, Kenneth Stern, said, don't codify it in law, because it would be, if codified into law, it would be destructive of free speech. The author of the IHRA definition said that. The bill also specifically excludes the Jerusalem and Nexus definitions. There's no good reason for that. All three definitions give examples of things that may be seen as anti-Semitism, that may indicate anti-Semitism. None of them should be codified into law, as this bill would do for one of them, and I don't know why one and not the other two, but this bill would enshrine one of them into law against the will of its own author, who said, this is my best definition, but don't enshrine it into law, don't codify it rather into law, because if it's made law, it could infringe free expression. And that is why not only the ACLU, but J Street, TRUA, the Reconstructionist Jewish Movement, and a dozen other Jewish groups oppose this law. Not because they support anti-Semitism, they obviously don't, but because they both oppose anti-Semitism, and support freedom of speech. And those of us who oppose anti-Semitism and support freedom of speech ought to vote no on this bill. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the Chairman of the Education and Labor Committee of the House, Ms. Fox of North Carolina.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from California. America's colleges and universities are experiencing an explosion in anti-Semitism, including explicit support for terrorism. That these taxpayer-funded institutions have become forums for promoting terrorism is unacceptable. Campus life has become a daily trial of intimidation and harassment for America's Jewish students. 2 months ago, 9 brave Jewish students described for the Education Committee how their schools have become hostile environments that include death threats and physical attacks. At numerous schools, unlawful encampments now disrupt learning and endanger students. At Columbia, a campus rabbi warned Jewish students to leave campus. A Jewish Yale student was stabbed in the eye. The Anti-Semitism Awareness Act would provide a needed tool to help better determine anti-Semitic intent, which in turn would help ensure the safety of Jewish students. I commend Representative Lawler for this bipartisan, bicameral bill and urge its passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized. He reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the Chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan of Ohio.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Calls for the destruction of Israel, our dearest and closest ally, are wrong. And attacks on Jewish students on college campuses are wrong as well. So I want to thank Representative Lawler, Representative Gottheimer for this fine piece of legislation, and I want to thank the Chairman of the Immigration Subcommittee of the Judiciary Committee. The only way you stop this kind of stuff is to take action. And the Judiciary Committee started that yesterday. We sent a letter both to Secretary Blinken and Secretary Mayorkas asking 3 simple questions. Are the people engaged in this activity, this wrong activity, this radical activity on campuses against Jewish students, are they here on a visa? And if they are, is the State Department taking actions to revoke that visa? And if the State Department is taking those actions, is the Department of Homeland Security looking to remove these individuals? Pretty basic questions. Pretty important questions I think the Congress has a right to know about and the American people have a right to know about if we're ever going to stop the egregious activity going on. In order to stop it, you got to take action. We're a legislative body. We have a piece of legislation that begins that process. Let's pass this legislation. And then let's do the oversight and get the answers to those questions so the bad guys doing this stuff on college campuses can't do it on a visa. Remember, at Columbia, 55% of the student body is here on a visa. So maybe the American people have a right to know the answers to those 3 questions. We posed them yesterday to Secretary Mayorkas and Secretary Blinken. Let's hope we get an answer soon. Let's hope the Biden administration steps up and starts taking action to stop what is going on. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6090, the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. The pro-Hamas protests that we are seeing now play out on TV that are taking place on college campuses are living proof of what happens when we tolerate hate and ignorance. I recently spoke with the aunt of a 4-year-old girl who saw her parents and her siblings murdered on October the 7th by Hamas. And she was held hostage for 51 days. A 4-year-old held hostage after seeing her parents killed in front of her. That's the behavior that anti-Semitic college students are tolerating. It's disgusting. And it's criminal. And they're learning it from those at the very top. We had a hearing not too long ago where college presidents refused to state that calling for the genocide of Jews was against their code of conduct. Jewish students should feel safe on campus and deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. All students do. The Department of Education needs to use every tool at its disposal to provide Jewish students with a safe environment to learn. Our laws should clearly reflect that discrimination includes the indisputable anti-Semitic rhetoric calling for violence against Jews. There are far too many inexcusable examples from this year alone, and this must stop. It cannot go on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. The events unfolding on our country's colleges and universities is devastating. For years, we have taught Americans and committed ourselves to never again. Yet, we are watching the rot of anti-Semitism stain our American colleges and universities. We must reject the spoil of anti-Semitism and adopt a clear definition of what anti-Semitism is to better position college administrators and officials to respond to the terror these so-called protesters are bringing to Jewish students. Many of these are not pro-Palestinian protests. They are ill-informed mobs who believe that Hamas, a terrorist organization, is somehow good for the people of Gaza. It couldn't be farther from the truth. Hamas continues to use innocent lives as human shields and intentionally positions civilians in the middle of combat zones while using their tunnels to protect their own military leaders and fighters. Is this what our nation's students want to support? And to my colleagues across the aisle who have chosen to praise these anti-Semitic protests, is this what you stand for? School administrators cannot straddle both sides of the fence here. We would not tolerate this sort of behavior toward any other group of students, and we must not start when the target is again on America's Jewish students. All students deserve a safe learning environment, and by adopting this definition of anti-Semitism, our college campuses are more empowered to uphold and protect safe environments for Jewish students. Congress must be clear. America stands with Israel, and we stand with Jewish students across every college campus in America. I urge all of my colleagues to stand with Jewish students and vote in favor of this legislation. Thank you, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York reserves.
Mr. Speaker,
gentleman from California is recognized.
I'm ready to close when the gentleman from New York is ready.
Gentleman reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly support meaningful action to combat anti-Semitism. Unfortunately, that is not the legislation before us. We risk threatening freedom of speech while providing no new tools that the Department of Education does not already have to investigate claims of anti-Semitism. The White House has developed a strong blueprint for countering anti-Semitism, and there is already legislation to implement these policies. We should be working together to pass that legislation and to provide our civil rights enforcement agencies with the resources they need to address anti-Semitism wherever it occurs. This legislation is a distraction from the important work ahead of us to protect our students and all those who face discrimination. And not only is it a distraction, it threatens freedom of speech. I urge members to oppose it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you cannot fight anti-Semitism if you cannot define it. And the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance offers us a clear and widely accepted definition rooted in this tragedy of the ages. After that horrific crime against humanity, the civilized nations of the world took a sacred oath: never again. To support that oath, these United Nations restored the Jewish state to its historic homelands. That state is now under attack at home and abroad. And with this act, America stands with our Jewish brethren at home and abroad. I yield back.
Yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the previous question is ordered on the bill. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 6090 is postponed. Okay. Does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, I call up H.R. 2925 and ask for immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 342, H.R. 2925, a bill to amend the Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1993 to provide for security of tenure for use of mining claims for ancillary activities and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommendation by the Committee on Natural Resources printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from New Mexico, Ms. Stanberry, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 2925.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 2925, the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act of 2024. In May of 2022, the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit affirmed a lower court decision revoking an approved mine plan for the Rosemont Copper Mine project in Arizona. Commonly called the Rosemont decision, this determination upended decades of regulatory precedent and specific U.S. Forest Service regulations that allow approvals of operations on or off a mining claim so long as these operations meet environmental and regulatory standards. If allowed to stand, the Rosemont decision would require the discovery and determination of a valid mineral deposit, meaning that operators must prove the existence of a commercially developable deposit on a claim before a plan of operations can be approved. However, operators' plans of operations must include the intended uses of the surface of the mining claim, including those for waste rock placements, mills, offices, and roads. The mining plan of operations is key in determining the economic feasibility of a mining site, which in turn factors into the basis of determining which mineral deposits are commercially developable and therefore valid. In short, the court's ruling puts the cart before the horse and fails to reflect the actual process of how one develops a mine. This bill would restore status quo as it existed before the misguided Rosemont decision and clarify that mine operators can continue to operate on federal lands as they have for decades. According to the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, quote, "It is the policy of the United States that the public lands be managed in a manner which recognizes the nation's need for domestic sources of minerals," end quote. The Rosemont decision blatantly disregards this statement. With mineral demand expected to grow exponentially in the coming decades, Congress must safeguard and defend the country's ability to access our own resources. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 2925, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong but respectful opposition to H.R. 2925, the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act, as it has been named here. The fifth bill this week brought to you by our friends across the aisle, the GOP, who unfortunately this week seem to stand for guns, oil, and pollution. My home state of New Mexico has a wealth of minerals, many of which are critical to the clean energy transition, and we have also a very long history of mining. Mining, of course, has created thousands of jobs, supported economies across the Southwest and the country, and of course is an important part of our economies and communities. But it has also left a toxic legacy of pollution in its wake. As we move to the clean energy future, we cannot repeat the short-sightedness and injustices of the past. The mining law of 1872, let me say that again, 1872, that's right. This is a 150-year-old law that was signed into law by President Ulysses S. Grant. after the Civil War is still the law that governs mining on public lands to this day. It gives mining companies rights over our public lands that all other industries could only dream of. It makes mining the top priority use of our public lands and gives companies the right to develop any valid mining claim, no matter if that land is a sacred site, a beloved local recreation spot, the headwaters of a critical watershed, or a priority area for other kinds of development. Not even if it would pollute a nearby community's water supply. The mining law, and again, let's repeat that, from 1872, not the bill before us, the one that's currently in effect, contains no environmental or community protections and does not require tribal consultation and does not charge companies a cent, not one, in royalties for the minerals that they extract on our public lands. Oil, gas, and coal don't even have that good of a deal. You heard that right. These mining companies, many of them are foreign owned at this point, don't pay a cent back to the American people for the royalties of those publicly owned minerals. Not even Big Oil has a deal that good. We cannot build a sustainable mining future for the United States on such a flawed foundation. This is a law from when the government was helping out prospectors, when it was chasing manifest destiny, and we didn't care if we destroyed everything in our wake. But wake up, folks. It's the year 2024. We don't have to manage our public lands using laws from the 1870s. And many of us agree that the mining law is badly in need of reform. Republicans, Democrats, tribal leaders, local leaders, environmental advocates, even members of the mining industry themselves think that it's insufficient. So what is astounding about the bill that's on the floor today, the so-called Mining Regulatory Clarity Act, is that it doesn't clarify the situation at all. In fact, it chooses to take us in the opposite direction before the 1870s. This bill removes the one frail safeguard that we have in that mining law of 1872. Because under the current law, a mining claim is valid only if it contains valuable minerals. Miners get the rights to the land only if there's something they can show to be mined there. But under this bill, any American, or frankly, any American subsidiary of a foreign company, including those that are located in adversarial countries, can put 4 stakes in the ground and on open public lands pay less than $10 an acre per year to have exclusive rights to that land forever. Forever. This bill would create a free-for-all on our public lands. It would enable our public lands to be given away not just to the highest bidder, but to the first person who got there. Mining companies, or really anyone with any motive, could lock up any public lands to conduct whatever, quote, mining-relating activities, end quote, they want, from destroying sacred sites to building a power plant to encroaching on recreational areas. What if the public wanted to use the land for recreation? What if it was an important site for cultural reasons? What if we wanted to put renewable energy on that land? Too bad, because under this bill, the mining industry can use it for whatever it wants, including to dump toxic waste. Now, some of my colleagues say that this is just codifying the existing practice. But let me tell you guys, that is not true. As bad as the mining law is already, we're talking about the one from the 1870s, it at least allows for the invalidating of claims when the claimant can't show or prove that the lands actually contain a valuable mineral. But this bill doesn't do that. We've seen that in Ranking Member Grijalva's backyard, where the proposed Rosemont mine wanted to dump toxic waste on public land, it wasn't allowed because the mine's land claim was invalid. But here's the thing. When the company lost its case in court, it immediately, and when I say immediately, I mean the same day, That company announced that it found an alternative waste site on private lands. Wow. So clearly there was not an imminent need. The company simply would have preferred to have put its dump site on land that was basically for free from the American people. So let's be honest about what this bill is. It is essentially stripping away the only safeguards we have in a deeply flawed, very old mining law to give away more giveaways to corporate polluters. And on behalf of Ranking Member Grijalva, whom our prayers and our thoughts are with today, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Pima County Board of Supervisors in support of responsible mining and in opposition to this bill. But it's not just the mining industry that gets to have free reign on these lands from other uses. One of the things that's important to understand about the language in this bill is that any actor with a few dollars to spare could lock up these public lands and just sit on them until somebody buys them out. That means anyone who wants to use the land, that could be for recreation, renewable energy, transmission, or even for another mining claim, would be blocked out so long as somebody was sitting on that claim. Because again, this bill takes away the only requirement to show an interest in actually mining the land and just rewards the first person to make a claim. This bill is not only a giveaway to the mining industry, it is literally a giveaway of our public lands. But it's completely mystifying because this isn't even what the American people want. Our friends across the aisle continue to push for an agenda that the American people haven't even asked for. They voted for us. They voted to cut veterans' benefits, to raise healthcare costs, to enrich and provide these corporate giveaways, just like in this bill. But where is this coming from? I ask my friends, where is this coming from? And I urge my colleagues to vote against this toxic polluter giveaway, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all due respect to my friend from New Mexico, and I greatly appreciate her passion to protect this administration, to protect an administration that's having an attack on American mining, on American energy, that's causing prices to increase, for inflation to go up, and it's causing us to be more dependent on our adversaries like China for minerals and elements, like Russia, OPEC, Venezuela, all of the above, Iran for our energy. I understand she's passionate about that, and I respect her passion. And when we talk about an old, archaic mining law that Ulysses S. Grant signed into law in 1872, I'm reminded of something our founders did long before that. In 1787, they passed or established our Constitution that says that there's separation of powers, that the legislative branch legislates, that the executive branch enforces, and now almost 250 years later, we've got a legislative branch or an administrative branch, and thanks to the Administrative Act, or the Administrative State and the Administrative Powers Act, we've got bureaucrats that think their job is to legislate. We're not changing the law, the mining law. We're pushing back on rules that are being pushed out by an administration that thinks it's their job to legislate. And I'll remind my friends across the aisle that 2 years ago, they controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House. They had an opportunity to change the mining law, and they didn't do it. We're not changing the mining law. We're pushing back on overreaching regulations from the administration. And with that, I'd like to yield 5 minutes or 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Chair of the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources. 4 minutes to Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support H.R. 2925, the bipartisan, bicameral Mining Regulatory Clarity Act, offered by my good friend from Nevada, Representative Amodei. I want to begin by thanking Representative Amodei for introducing this legislation. Nevada and Minnesota are both mineral-rich states, and they're both states that the Biden administration has targeted as part of their anti-mining agenda. The bill before us is simple. It codifies what is known as the Rosemont Fix. It restores longstanding interpretation of the mining law of 1872, along with agency regulations governing hard rock mining policy on our federal lands. In May of 2022, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit upended decades of settled law when it affirmed a lower court's decision revoking an approved mine plan for the Rosemont Copper Mine project. The decision limited the ability of the Forest Service to approve necessary mining support facilities and activity, which is necessary for mining operations. This decision from the Ninth Circuit put virtually every new domestic mining project in jeopardy. During our legislative hearing earlier this year, an official from the Biden administration argued that it won't be necessary to codify the Rosemont Fix into law simply because of an existing solicitor's opinion from last year that he argued addressed the issue at hand. However, this same witness also admitted the obvious. This solicitor's opinion can be rescinded or changed with the stroke of a pen. The solicitor's opinion is an administrative action that can be undone or changed at the whim of this or any future administration. We all know the durability of administrative actions. These actions are law of the land for 4, maybe 8 years in some cases. Mr. Speaker, considering domestic mining projects are multi-decade investments, why would a mining company ever decide to invest billions of dollars in a project when they're only guaranteed 4 or perhaps 8 years of regulatory clarity? That's why the bicameral, bipartisan Mining Regulatory Clarity Act is necessary. The only way to fix the Rosemont decision is to codify the fix in law. This legislation, contrary to what some of my colleagues will argue, won't radically change or create new domestic mining policy. It simply builds regulatory certainty and reinstates the long-standing interpretation of the mining law of 1872 and long-standing agency regulations that were law of the land before 2022. We are all well aware of the Biden administration's ambitious goals to transition to renewable energy and other technologies that rely on critical and rare earth minerals. Mr. Speaker, if we can't mine these minerals domestically, thanks in part to the Rosemont decision blocking new domestic mines, where does the administration expect these minerals to come from? The only answer I can think of is adversarial nations like China. Continued lack of clarity on the Rosemont decision is not a benefit to the American people, but a benefit to the Chinese Communist Party. The answer is pretty clear. You can either support domestic mining with the strictest environmental and labor standards here in the United States and across the world, or you can support Chinese Communist Party-controlled mineral supplies that have zero environmental standards, zero labor standards, and they use child forced slave labor, and that is a fact. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I deeply appreciate my friends across the aisle for their clarification of their intent. But unfortunately, we can't go based on intent. We actually have to go based on the bill that they introduced and are asking us to vote on. So I'm going to do a little reading from your bill to help clarify for the American people what this bill actually says. So first of all, it addresses security of tenure. For folks that aren't familiar with this kind of jargon, that means ownership, who gets to hold the rights to this land. And then it defines the kinds of operations that would be tied to this tenure. So let me read them to you. This is what it says in the bill. Prospecting, exploration, discovery, assessment, development, extraction, processing. It also goes on to clarify that you can do any activity that is found to be reasonably incident to an activity described in another clause of this bill. It goes on to say right here in the bill, it says words on the page, this is what we were asked to vote on, that the right to use occupation and operations, which we've already laid out as basically anything you want to do on the land, a claimant shall have the right to use and occupy, to conduct operations on public land with or without the discovery of a valuable mineral deposit. Yo, this is a giveaway of our public lands. You can say whatever you want on the floor, but the bill that we're voting on literally says whatever you want to do on that land, as long as you pay the fee, $10, you show up and you make the claim, it's yours, folks. This is a giveaway of public lands. It guts the only safeguard from our 1872 mining law. So I want to just make that clarification, and in a moment we'll get more into Rosemont, but I do want to take the opportunity to yield to my dear friend, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield 6 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentlelady from New Mexico, and I thank her also for actually reading the bill. Sometimes the truth matters in these debates, and we have to take many things with a grain of salt. We've been lectured about national security from folks who just last week voted to deny aid to Ukraine. The pro-Putin caucus is actually lecturing us about national security. So you have to take it all with a grain of salt, or maybe with a glass of vodka in this particular case. To this bill, the mining industry says they need this bill to provide regulatory clarity. Well, if it's clarity our colleagues across the aisle are seeking, this bill certainly delivers it, because in the name of regulatory clarity, they would let any mining company do essentially whatever they want in any open area of public lands. We've got our long outdated mining law of 1872 that already gives more rights to miners than any other public land users by far. Under current law, as long as they have 4 stakes in the ground and keep up with their nominal annual fees, any open public lands are theirs for the taking. But of course, for our colleagues across the aisle, that's not enough. For the mining industry, it's never enough. And so under this bill, now the land that they're after wouldn't even need to have valuable minerals for miners to hold a valid mining claim. Under this bill, they actually don't even need to have a mining claim at all. This bill would allow any activity, even slightly related to prospecting, exploration, discovery, and assessment, development, extraction, or processing of minerals, regardless of whether that activity is carried out on a mining claim. And it also waives any payment of fair market value for the use of public lands and resources for mining-related activities. So my colleagues say they're interested in clarity. Let's be very clear what all of this means. If a mining corporation decided to build a large-scale power plant directly outside a national park to support their claim, they could do it under this bill. That same mining corporation could build a polluting processing plant right next to the power plant and suck the aquifers dry to support their mine under this bill. They could build a network of pipelines and roads or anything else the mining company decides is, quote, necessary infrastructure across grazing areas or priority areas for renewable energy development, anything else they want. They could also permanently bury sacred sites near their mining claim. They could bury it in toxic waste under this bill. None of these tangential activities would have to go through the usual evaluation of public lands use, because they'd be given the same priority rights the mining industry already enjoys on public lands. And if all of that wasn't bad enough, under this bill, the mining industry, or frankly, any bad actor with a handful of dollars, could effectively block any other use of our public lands, like recreation, like natural carbon storage, access to traditional and cultural resources, renewable energy projects, or any number of other important uses. This bill says that anyone, and I do mean anyone, could do any so-called mining-related activities on or off a mining claim for a mere $10 per acre per year. This entire bill is one of the most egregious giveaways of our public lands and resources most of us have ever seen, and that's saying something because we've seen a lot of proposed giveaways from our friends across the aisle. Our public lands would become the mining industry's playground or dumping grounds as they see fit. But there are other important uses for our public lands. Our public lands and waters should also be considered for solar, for wind, for geothermal resources. This bill threatens to hand absolute control to mining companies, would jeopardize the crucial role public lands can play in responsible renewable energy production, among other important uses. Our public lands serve as substantial carbon sinks, aiding both communities and ecosystems in adapting to the challenges brought on by the climate crisis that our friends ignore and deny. These lands should not belong to the mining industry and other exploitive actors. They should belong to all Americans. Our public lands deserve our protection. We need real reform of this antiquated mining law from 1872 to put other uses of our public lands on equal footing with the mining industry. We need to prioritize tribal sovereignty, community input, and environmental protection to give Americans a fair return for their public minerals. The good news is that bill already exists, and I'm a proud co-sponsor of Ranking Member Grijalva's Clean Energy Minerals Reform Act. It would do all of those important things. That's the bill we should be considering today, but instead we have the bill before us that would double down on the mining law of 1872's worst ideas. This is the wrong move for a modern, sustainable mining industry. It's the wrong move for America, and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. We reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as I talked earlier about the Constitution and how it's the legislature that makes the laws, it's not through administrative rule, and it's also not by court decision, not the third branch of government that gets to make the laws. It's Congress that gets to make the laws. And when the court has stepped in and made a ruling that creates uncertainty, it's causing mines not to be developed in the United States. Mining companies don't know if they can get a permit. If they cannot get a permit, they have to prove that there's material there before they get a chance to develop the permit. So we need this legislative fix that only Congress can provide to provide clarity and certainty so that we can develop these mineral resources here in the United States, which simply isn't happening today. And I'll remind my friends across the aisle that under the law that this bill would codify, operators must still, as they have for decades, submit a mine plan of operations to the BLM or Forest Service for approval before building a new mine under the authorities that we would be giving them in this legislation. The Bureau of Land Management and the Forest Service both have strict time-bound requirements on what a claimant must do to maintain a claim and what they can do with a claim on federal land to conduct mining. If a claim holder does not meet these requirements, BLM and the Forest Service have the power to enforce compliance or immediately suspend the claimant from the area. Now, while my friends across the aisle are doubling down on this administration's attack on American mining and energy development, while they're cheering on the Ninth Circuit, Republicans are taking action, and mining is not happening in the United States because of the impediments that my friends across the aisle are causing. Where is mining taking place? It's happening in China. And if you go back just to 1995 and take one mineral that is critical to the lower carbon energy sector that my friends talk about so much, you can't do that without copper. In 1995, the United States produced over 3 times more copper than China. 3 times more copper. You look at 2020, China's producing about 10 times more copper than we are. This is one metal. We could repeat this chart for critical elements, for other metals. If you look at it for steel, when we produce more steel than China in 1995, they produced 12 times more steel than we do today. So when these renewable energy projects take place, when mandates are put out there to build electric vehicles. Where are these materials coming from? We don't have the processing capacity anymore either. We've got 2 copper smelters. China's got over 50. China controls 60% of global production, an estimated 90% of processing, and over 75% of manufacturing of critical minerals. In terms of individual minerals, China refines 72% of global refined cobalt, 98% of global gallium, and 85% of global refined rare earth elements. China also currently dominates the world's electric battery market, producing about 90% of the raw materials and 77% of global EV battery manufacturing capacity. But disallowing domestic mining will only drive both our allies and ourselves into further reliance on China. Disallowing mining at the same time while putting mandates out there for people to drive electric vehicles. By breaking even the first link in the Chinese global supply chain, we'll be able to send strong market signals to American companies looking to invest in domestic mining and processing ventures. That's what H.R. 2925 would do. The Republican ideas are pro-America. They're pro-American supply chains. They're using the resources that God has blessed us with. If we don't pass this bill, we're just going to be more reliant on China, and we're going to see less development in the U.S., and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just take on some of these arguments to make sure that folks understand the broader context in which American mining and manufacturing occurs. Now, first of all, we just heard some claims that these mining companies can't figure out how to get their mines permitted. Well, I hate to inform my colleagues across the aisle, but most of our mining companies these days are multi-billion-dollar, multinational companies that spend literally millions of dollars a year to lobby federal, state, and local entities and to employ folks to navigate these processes. So these are not entities that are struggling to figure out processes. Secondly, the United States has not disallowed mining. There are many mines in operations. If my friends across the aisle would like to visit New Mexico, I can take you to one of the largest copper mines in North America. There's lots of mining happening in the United States, and it is true that up until the 1990s, we were a net exporter of critical minerals here in the United States. But what caused American production to tank was not laws and regulations, it was global commodity prices, just like oil and gas. And what happens when there's international competition is that local entities cannot compete because of competitiveness on the global commodities market. So we're all for American competition. We are all for Made in America. That is why our president, of course, has led and the Democratic Congress passed 3 major bills for a renaissance for American manufacturing and our economy. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the American Chips and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act, which are making the largest single investment in reshoring American jobs in modern history. So that's the reality of what's happening on the ground. But I want to take the opportunity to yield to my dear friend and my sister from New Mexico. And Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. America was blessed by our Creator with natural beauty and an abundance of natural resources, from grazing to farmlands to minerals, fossil fuels, solar, and wind, so we could feed our families and fuel our progress. But we owe the American people, and most importantly, our children and grandchildren, a duty to protect those resources so they are available for future generations and Americans are not left with public lands that have been degraded, mines that have been depleted, and profits sent off to foreign corporations. Yes, profits sent to China because they own some of those mines. H.R. 2925 would make it harder to protect the lands that make this country beautiful. Worst of all, it favors the biggest mining corporations and even allows foreign corporations to take American resources for free. There is a long history of bad actors exploiting, misusing, and abusing their mining claims, especially those corporations with ties to foreign adversarial nations. H.R. 2925 would give away our federal lands to these bad actors. Why? Why would Republicans work on a bipartisan basis to ban China from mining American data with TikTok, but then be okay with China mining American natural resources for free? Why? Under the Republicans' proposal, Chinese corporations with the money could put 4 sticks in the ground, pay a fee, and then claim that land for mining without even proving the existence of these important minerals. I would also point out, in response to my esteemed colleague, that there is mining going on. As noted earlier, we have the Chino mine in New Mexico. It produces copper. It has been producing copper for generations, in fact, for hundreds of years. Guess what? It's an American company. The Freeport-McMoRan is an American company. It is international, but it is American. So we want to do that. We want to make sure that American companies are the ones mining American resources. These are public resources. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would bar companies from adversarial nations, including China, from conducting mining activities on our public lands. They shouldn't be allowed to exploit American resources and pollute our public lands, and to take those resources back to China for free. Let's make sure the profits stay here, the resources stay here, the innovation stays here. Why wouldn't my Republican colleagues support that kind of amendment? I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in pushing back against China owning our resources, in voting for this, in making sure American companies are the ones owning our resources. I hope they will vote for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
We reserve.
Without objection, the gentlewoman's request is granted. Gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find this very rich that my friends across the aisle are bringing China into the equation now. And the simple fact is that under this administration, under this court ruling, nobody's going to be mining in the United States. They know China is not going to mine anything here under their policies, but also no American companies are going to be able to develop mines under their policies. And at the same time, they're pushing this electrification of everything and electric vehicles. They approved billions and billions of dollars in the so-called, it's hard to say the Inflation Reduction Act because we all know it drove inflation higher. But in that bill, the IRA, they approved billions of dollars to invest in things that require metals and critical minerals. And the question was asked in the opening statement, who wants this? Who wants mining in the United States? I think the answer is everybody wants what comes from mining, except my friends across the aisle, they don't want it in their backyard. They want their cake and they want to be able to eat it too. They want to have all these metals and critical elements that can be used to manufacture the things that they think are going to save the planet, but they just don't want it to happen here in the U.S. where we have the strictest mining laws, the strictest labor laws, the strictest safety laws, and we do things right here. We recover mines correctly. What they want to do is have all their electric cars, have their solar farms, windmills, their transmission lines, and magically get this material for somewhere else. And there are mines, there's still mines all across this country, but the fact is they're not even coming close to meeting the demands that we have, even though we have everything we need in the U.S., it's just in the ground. Reaching net zero emissions by 2050 would require more copper than has been produced over the entire course of human history. That's the challenge we face under Democrat policy, a demand for more copper than we've mined in human history between now and 2050 if we were going to get to net zero emissions. How are we going to do that if we don't use the elements and minerals that God has blessed us with here in our country? The simple answer is we're going to have to rely on somebody else to supply that. And guess who the number one supplier of nearly every one of those metals and elements are in the world today? China. That's the simple facts. So we can make a decision to either support H.R. 2925, support American minerals and resources, or we can leave the status quo under the Rosemont Court ruling and rely more on China and others, even Russia. We've talked about nuclear power, which could be a great contributor to zero-emission energy. Well, most of our uranium now comes from Russia. So who do we want to rely on? Where do we want that wealth to go when Americans spend their money on energy and minerals? I would rather it stay here in America, supporting American mining, supporting American jobs, and supporting American processing and manufacturing. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to reiterate that we do have mining in our backyards, as the gentlelady from New Mexico and I both noted. We have multiple mines in New Mexico. But what we don't want is mines poisoning our watersheds and destroying sacred sites irreparably. And what we fear and what we know, based on the language that's in the bill that will be voted on and that we're debating today, is that that would be the outcome of what is trying to be passed. But I also want to clarify for the record that we actually had Secretary Deb Haaland this morning in front of our committee, and she stated this morning that the Biden administration has approved 40 new mines or mining modification permits just since President Biden took office, including 5 critical minerals mines. So the assertion that we heard this afternoon that there has been no new mining is just false. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there's another side to this story as well, and you can try to frame it that we're okay with it in our backyard because we've got some of it here, but for the future, we don't want any more of it in our backyard. I'm from Arkansas. We've got about 10% of our land mass is federal lands. But when you go out west, federal lands can account as much as 86% of the land area in certain states and account for 75% of our nation's metals production. Now, when you look at that, more than half of federally owned public lands are already either restricted or banned to mining operations due to withdrawals under the Federal Land Management and Policy Act, Antiquities Act, and specific congressional actions. If land has been withdrawn from operation under the mining law, like the land outside the Grand Canyon, no new mining claims can be staked. So I'm asking, how much is enough? How much of our land do we have to lock up and say you can't have access, you can't manage it, you can't produce energy off of it, you can't mine on it? And it seems like as time goes on, the answer is all of it. We want to lock all of it up. We want to be reliant on somebody else that's doing a lot more damage to the environment somewhere on the planet than we do here in the U.S. when we mine very environmentally friendly and sustainable with the highest levels of standards. So you can try to frame this any way you want to, but when we're having to import so much of our metals and critical minerals when they're right here in the ground in the United States, that is a not in my backyard policy. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do feel compelled to address the specific example that was just brought forward about a mining exclusion in the Grand Canyon, because I believe that the exclusion that we're talking about was to mine uranium in the Grand Canyon. Now, I ask the American people, is that what you would like to see? In New Mexico, we know the legacy of uranium mining. Our communities are dying from it. Miners, communities whose water has been poisoned for generations, and those who have been impacted by the materials that were built from that uranium. And that is why Congresswoman Ledger Fernandez has been leading an effort that is bipartisan and bicameral with our colleagues from New Mexico to get a RECA amendment passed in this chamber so that we can help address those communities. And that is why we should not be mining uranium in the Grand Canyon. And with that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assert my firm belief that we should not be mining uranium in the Grand Canyon, and nobody was ever proposing to mine uranium in the Grand Canyon. But that's a favorite talking point of my colleagues across the aisle to say these evil mining companies are going to be mining uranium in the Grand Canyon. It's like there's going to be this big excavator reaching over the side, digging out, making the Grand Canyon even more grand. The uranium deposits are well outside the boundaries of Grand Canyon National Park. They're in land north of the Grand Canyon between the boundary of the Grand Canyon National Park and the state of Utah. But it's an easy talking point to say, we're going to ban mining in the Grand Canyon. Well, guess what? I don't know anybody that wants to mine in the Grand Canyon. But I do want to reiterate and push back on the assertion that the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act is unnecessary and that mining companies should have to prove the existence of a valid claim before beginning any operations. A 2020 Department of the Interior solicitor's opinion stated, as a practical matter, requiring the discovery of a valuable mineral deposit before allowing any reasonable incident mining uses, including the removal of any material or minerals, puts the cart before the horse, since such uses and removal are necessary to make a discovery. If entering upon lands to explore for and develop minerals is considered unauthorized unless or until miners have proven a discovery of a valuable mineral deposit, they could not, as a practical matter, ever discover a valuable mineral deposit, and all mining would effectively be prohibited. Such an outcome was clearly not the intent of Congress, in no small part because such an interpretation would also leave many, if not most, miners legally in trespass. That all came from that solicitor's opinion. And it's clear that H.R. 2925 is a legislative fix that only Congress can provide, that is needed to provide clarity and certainty in the United States' ability to responsibly mine materials essential to our national security and to make us economically competitive. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady's right.
I continue to reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Proponents of H.R. 2925 would like to argue that this bill is a surgical fix to a problem created by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals decision on the Rosemont copper mine. But if this is surgery, like the mining law of 1872, it's surgery with an axe, not a scalpel. And if that invokes an image for you of our post-Civil War surgical maneuvers, that's what this bill does, because it takes away guardrails to protect our communities. So let's clarify. In 2022, a panel of the Ninth Circuit Court ruled that the proposed Rosemont mine in southern Arizona could not use invalid mining claims to permanently bury thousands of acres of the Colorado National Forest in mining waste, including sites that were sacred to multiple tribes. So the court ruled that it was not a valid mining claim to do this. The requirement that mining claims must contain valuable minerals for the claim to be valid is a core tenet of the mining law, and the one, as we've said, fragile guardrail that we have in this antiquated law. So for over 150 years, the mining law of 1872 has given mining precedence over all other uses and values of our public lands. This imbalance of power has left a toxic trail of pollution, destruction, desecration of sacred sites, and continues to impact our communities today. We urgently need to reform the mining law, but instead, the bill that is being put forward here today would make things worse and take us back. It is such a breathtaking giveaway of our public lands that former Department of Interior Solicitor John Leshy said it should be called the Mining Charity Act because of the giveaways for these mining companies rather than the Clarity Act. This bill allows anyone to put a stake in the ground in any open public lands and pay less than $10 a year to make a claim to those rights forever. Our public land managers have long said that once there is a mining claim in place, they cannot do anything mining related on that land. If this bill becomes law, the mining industry would be free to pick and choose which of our public lands to lock away and then permanently bury, to destroy watersheds, to pollute our communities, and to do whatever it wants on those lands that it's tied up. The unintended consequences of this bill go far beyond mining and could hurt our communities irrevocably. I want to reiterate, this bill empowers anyone with a few dollars, including foreign companies, including in adversarial nations, to blanket our public lands in untouchable mining claims and block other uses of this land. This bill will create chaos, not clarity, on our public lands, and I urge opposition to this bill. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2925. And contrary to the misconceptions that I've heard regarding the bill, this legislation does not grant mining companies free license to do whatever they want on federal lands. It does not exempt mining activity from NEPA or any other environmental review. It does not allow companies to subvert governmental authority or oversight. It simply restates over a century of mining law and decades of regulatory practice. In passing this bill, we will reaffirm American miners' rights to operate under the law, just as they have done for decades to provide the essential materials we depend on every day. I thank Congressman Amodei for his work to bring H.R. 2925 to the floor, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
Of 1993 to provide for security of tenure for use of mining claims for ancillary activities and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico moves to recommit the bill H.R. 2925 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion, in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
So for what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1173, I call up H.R. 6285 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 384, H.R. 6285. A bill to ratify and approve all authorizations, permits, verifications, extensions, biological opinions, incidental take statements, and any other approvals or orders issued pursuant to federal law necessary for the establishment and administration of the Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 118-477, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. After 1 hour of debate, it shall be in order to consider the further amendment printed in Part B of House Report 118-477, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be considered read, shall be separately debated for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for a division of the question. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Hoffman, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 6285.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6285, Alaska's Right to Produce Act. H.R. 6285, introduced by Congressman Stauber, would block the Biden administration's attacks on Alaska, its North Slope communities, and their elected indigenous leaders. Last September, the Biden administration announced 2 decisions that would disenfranchise Alaskan and North Slope communities. First, the administration announced it was rescinding energy leases in the 1002 area of the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, or ANWR. When it passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, Congress approved and mandated the Department of the Interior for commercial leasing, exploration, development, and production in the 1002 area. Production in the 1002 area would be limited to roughly 2,000 acres out of the 19 million acre refuge. This is just a tiny postage stamp when you look at the big picture. Specifically, the law required the department to conduct 2 lease sales in ANWR, the first by December 2021 and the second by December 2024. The Trump administration held the first lease sale, but the Biden administration immediately halted it and canceled the leases without warning last September. Again, this was a law passed by Congress. Congress mandated lease sales in the 1002 area with the goal of improving energy security and generating revenue for our country, the state of Alaska, and local communities on the North Slope. The funds these energy projects generate are necessary to support public projects and basic amenities like roads and modern water and sewer systems, which have only recently arrived on the North Slope within the last 40 years. These amenities are ubiquitous to the lower 48, but the infrastructure is still being developed up in the North Slope. In a hearing on these issues in September, Nugruk Harcharik, president of Voice of the Arctic and NUAPAT, testified on the importance of energy production to quality of life for Alaskans living on the North Slope. To quote from his testimony, "We can quantify the powerful impact of these projects by observing the increase of life expectancy on the North Slope. In 1969, before our people had any land rights and no economic prospects, as a result, life expectancy was just 34 years. By 1980, our average life expectancy was 65 years, roughly equivalent with Libya and lower than North Korea. Today, our people can expect to live to an average of 77 years. This increase, the most dramatic in the United States, can be directly connected to the proliferation of a basic economy, modern infrastructure, and services supported by resource development projects," end quote. While the administration canceled the ANWR leases, it also issued a proposed rulemaking for the management of the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, or NPR-A. This rulemaking, the final version of which was announced 2 weeks ago, would lock up 13 million acres out of the 23 million acres that comprise the platform of the Petroleum Reserve and make it more challenging to conduct exploration and production activities in the rest of the Petroleum Reserve. To make matters worse, meaningful engagement with local governments, Alaska Native corporations, federally recognized tribes, and tribal nonprofits across the North Slope of Alaska was severely lacking throughout the rulemaking process. It was utterly non-existent before the rule was proposed. Additionally, an affront to the communities of the North Slope, the rule was proposed during the whaling season and overlapped with the ANWR comment period. When pressed to provide more time to comment during a virtual meeting, department officials explained that they couldn't extend the comment period further because of the Congressional Review Act. These actions and the utter lack of meaningful engagement and input were panned by the entire Alaska delegation, along with every elected official, local governments, Alaska Native corporations, federally recognized tribes, and tribal nonprofits across the North Slope of Alaska. Again, I thank Congressman Stauber for his work on this bill to repeal these disastrous actions by the Biden administration and for listening to the voices of Alaskans. I urge all my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 6285, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, instead of dealing with the real problems facing Americans every day, we are back on the House floor talking about the GOP agenda, guns, oil, and polluters. It is a relentless mission to wreak havoc on our planet and communities. But before we go into the merits of this bill, here's a dose of reality. Last year, as our Republican friends turned a blind eye, the global climate surpassed 2 degrees Celsius, a threshold that ought to be taken quite seriously. For the first time in recorded history, we passed this threshold, and that made it the hottest year on record. Experts have determined that a 2-degree rise in global temperatures will inarguably cause dangerous and cascading effects on humans and our planet. That hasn't stopped my colleagues across the aisle. It's as if they are playing a dangerous game of chicken with our environment, betting against Mother Nature. In the disaster department, 2023 was a showcase of calamity. We tallied up a staggering $63 billion in weather-related catastrophes. This includes 19 severe storms, 2 tropical cyclones, 4 floods, a winter weather event, a drought, a wildfire event. And it's as if Republicans were sitting on the front row with the popcorn in their hands, leaning over to ask their oil and gas buddies what they needed, in addition to all the other giveaways they've received from the Republican majority. So there's actually even more. In a display of unparalleled negligence, 2023 also came with 10 oil tanker spills, because apparently the GOP agenda is also spill, baby, spill, and let the taxpayer foot the bill. We're not even talking yet about pipeline leaks. Every day in America, some aspect of this spider web of fossil fuel infrastructure is exploding, bursting, leaking, and spilling. Last fall, there were almost 1.1 million gallons of crude oil released into the Gulf of Mexico, and yet my friends across the aisle don't ever legislate about that. They don't do oversight about that. They don't talk about it. They don't acknowledge it. One has to wonder if they even care about it. And here we are again with an effort to expand our nation's carbon footprint and expose our coastal communities to future disasters and oil spills. Not only does this bill grant access to one of our most ecologically sensitive and, yes, difficult regions to productively drill, but it reverses significant strides by the Biden administration to protect lands that tribal nations have occupied and held sacred since time immemorial. The Arctic Refuge is one of the last truly wild places left in America, and the urgency to preserve the Arctic Refuge transcends environmental concerns. It's a rallying cry against irreversible devastation, and destruction. Things that would fundamentally change and ruin this unique, fragile, and wild place. The coastal plain, which is the heart of the porcupine caribou herd's calving grounds, hosts nearly 200 migratory bird species annually. Equally vital, the 9,000-strong Gwich'in Nation, whose subsistence and culture depend on the caribou herd, resides along the migratory route, and this means that development in this area would disrupt not only biodiversity, but it would be an assault on their indigenous livelihoods and traditions. We've already seen how that plays out. In Nuiqsut, the Alaska Native village nearest to the Willow Oil and Gas Project, 70% of households rely on subsistence resources for more than half of their diet. And with the new Willow development, hunters are being forced to travel further and further to find resources and avoid hunting grounds that are now dominated by the fossil fuel industry. Rolling back NPRA protections would make matters even worse. In the Bering Sea, which is home to many unique marine ecosystems and rich indigenous cultures, sea ice is melting earlier and freezing later. This threatens access to subsistence hunting and fishing grounds. Any increased vessel traffic related to oil and gas development would further stress and create risk for an already vulnerable ecosystem. Exploiting these sensitive areas is equivalent to sacrificing those on the front lines of the climate crisis as martyrs in order to temporarily quench the insatiable thirst of big oil for money. Now let's get one more thing clear. The drilling in this bill that would be green-lighted for this bill would not make us energy independent. The United States is already the #1 producer of oil and gas in the world. We're exporting record amounts of fossil fuel. But consumers still get hit with price shocks. Anytime OPEC decides to raise prices or Russia starts a war in Europe, because oil and gas are global commodities. Fossil fuel dependence is not true energy independence because you're always on the roller coaster. You're always subject to the whims of some cartel, somebody gaming the global commodity market, some explosion, some international event. If we want energy independence, we need a transition to clean energy, which is cheaper, safer. It's generated entirely here at home, instead of being at the mercy of global price shocks like oil and gas. The Republican agenda is predictable, repetitive, and dangerous. They need to stop putting polluters over people. Enough is enough. We can no longer exploit our frontline communities and delicate ecosystems to pad the pockets of the fossil fuel industries and its GOP cronies. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota and the lead sponsor of this bill, Mr. Stauber.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 6285, the Alaska's Right to Produce Act. From Minnesota to Alaska, President Biden has repeatedly prevented the responsible production of America's abundant natural resources. In Minnesota's 8th District, which I am proud to represent, the Biden administration banned mining, locking up the world's largest untapped copper nickel find in the world. And now he has turned his focus to the great state of Alaska, where he has made multiple moves to block energy development on Alaska's North Slope. Last fall, the Biden administration first announced their plans to cancel the remaining oil and gas lease sales in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge and limit energy development within the National Petroleum Reserve Alaska. And I'll repeat that, National Petroleum Reserve Alaska. And within the last 2 weeks, the Biden administration finalized this devastating blow to the Alaska communities. To quote from the testimony of Charles Lampe, the president of Kaktovik Inupiat Corporation, in response to these actions, we are a small community that suffers as the federal winds blow and feel the Biden administration is working to effectively erase from the land that we have inhabited for over 100 years. These actions have only further reinforced my view that Biden's energy and mining policy can be summed up as anywhere but America, any worker but American. Put that other slide up. In fact, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration has levied more sanctions against the great state of Alaska than they have Iran. The Biden administration has put 63 sanctions against energy production in Alaska. More than Iran. In fact, they're taking off sanctions from Iran. This administration has taken off sanctions of Iran from Iran. They're punishing the great state of Alaska. Uncalled for. Not only does this decision run counter to the wishes of Alaska's tribes and other hardworking Alaskans who stood to benefit from the jobs, opportunities, and revenue that the responsible production of these resources would create, but it will further cement our reliance on Iran, Russia, China, and Venezuela for the energy and natural resources on which we all rely. Mr. Speaker, how does that make any sense? As our adversaries become more and more hostile, shouldn't the President be doing everything in his power to make America energy independent once again? Energy security is national security. And at a time when American families are struggling under the weight of record high inflation and energy prices due to the Biden policies, shouldn't the President be doing everything he can to support domestic energy projects that will create jobs and lower costs? As the chairman of the Energy and Minerals Resources Subcommittee, I am proud to introduce the Alaska's Right to Produce Act to allow Alaskans to develop their God-given natural resources. I introduced this common sense legislation with Alaska's Representative Mary Peltola, a Democrat, and Alaska's 2 senators, and I thank them for their leadership on this critical issue. The Alaskans on the North Slope support this legislation, Mr. Speaker. They support it because the oil and gas revenues allow them to build schools and hospitals, pay for their police, pay for their fire service, have libraries, have the fundamental parts of our communities that we all have and all deserve. The only way they can sustain that, Mr. Speaker, is allowing things like this to go forward. Natural resources of Alaska should be, they should be proud to ethically and responsibly resource this. Again, 63 sanctions against a great state. You have to be kidding me. As my co-chair of the tennis caucus would agree, John McEnroe, you have to be kidding me. It's unbelievable. Alaskans deserve better than what this administration is forcing upon them, the great people of Alaska. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate my colleague's love of tennis, our mutual love of tennis, and his sense of humor. I have less appreciation when he draws tortured analogies to international sanctions and national securities issues. It's just hard to take that kind of sanctimony seriously from somebody who just last week voted along with the majority of the House Republican Conference to hand Ukraine over to Vladimir Putin. As I often say in these debates, you have to take a lot of this political theater with a grain of salt, in this case with a glass of vodka. And with that, I will yield 6 minutes to the gentlelady from Alaska.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, the Honorable Mr. Stauber, for his work on this measure. I rise today to speak about the Alaska Right to Produce Act and how I'll be voting. This bill unintentionally pits 2 of Alaska's most important industries, energy and fisheries, against one another. Alaska faces an energy crisis, which is more than slightly ironic since our state has vast energy resources and because Alaska pays some of the highest prices in the country for petroleum. The petroleum we need to heat our homes through winter and fuel that we need to transport ourselves and our goods. Everyone knows Alaska is rich in oil and gas, but we also have great wind energy potential in the Cook Inlet, geothermal exploration in the Aleutians, and expanding hydropower in the southeast. However, many Alaskans live in extremely rural areas that rely on diesel and biomass to heat our homes through harsh winters. Those fuels are more expensive and contribute to air pollution in regions like Fairbanks, which has some of the worst air quality in the nation. While some would love to jump straight from diesel to wind, that's unrealistic in Alaska. What we can do is use natural gas as a bridge fuel to move more people to cleaner burning energy and reduced air pollution. That's why I believe Alaskans should be able to develop and transport the natural gas we have available on our North Slope for our use throughout the state. I genuinely support an all-of-the-above approach on energy. Alaskans can't afford to be picky about where our energy comes from. My personal energy bills are over $1,000 a month, a reality that many lower 48 colleagues do not fully understand. I was the only Democrat to vote to support this legislation at markup, and I still support the bill's intent. Alaska needs to develop energy for our use and economic well-being. However, this bill would nullify the Northern Bering Sea Climate Resilience Area. This resilience area was created at the request of Alaska Native tribes in the region. It empowers the people who have lived there for thousands of years to exercise their self-determination and be equal voices on policy decisions facing the Northern Bering Sea. Let me be clear. This bill never intended to target the Northern Bering Sea Climate Resilience Area. That's why I proposed an amendment that would have removed this resilience area from the final bill text. That's also why today I introduced a clean version of the Alaska Right to Produce Act that doesn't impact the Northern Bering Sea Climate Resilience Area. Alaska's Right to Produce aims to ensure my state can continue to develop its onshore oil and gas resources in areas like the National Petroleum Reserve Alaska. And like the member before me, a couple before me said, this stands for National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. It's a reserve, not a refuge. It was set aside for oil and gas development, not permanent preservation. Even as recently as the Obama administration, companies were encouraged to develop in the National Petroleum Reserve as opposed to other parts of Alaska. On the other hand, the Northern Bering Sea Climate Resilience Area is necessary to help manage the impacts of climate change on our Arctic environments, including increased vessel traffic, moving fish stocks, marine debris, and increased military activity. We saw recently why the Northern Bering Sea Climate Resilience Area needs to remain in place. NOAA developed the Northern Bering Sea Effects of Trawling Survey, an experiment to see the impacts of commercial bottom trawling in an area of the Bering Sea where it is currently banned. In their opposition to this project, the Northern Bering Sea Climate Resilience Intertribal Advisory Council said that NOAA's plan perfectly illustrated the two reasons why the area was established in the first place: the history of the Bering Sea tribes not being involved in policy discussions and decisions, and the threat of bottom trawling moving into the northern Bering Sea ecosystem. By nullifying this area, we are breaking our promise to tribes and directly harming fishing communities. Alaskans face many challenges and threats to our unique ways of life. We're on the brink of being forced to import natural gas from a foreign country, and our fishermen are in the midst of an economic freefall coupled with depleted fish stocks. Unfortunately, the way this bill was written puts energy development against fisheries, and for that reason, I will be voting present today. I yield back.
I reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the chairman and my good friend, Mr. Stauber, for this bill. You know, I think let's just call it what it is. It's not a big secret that the Biden administration hates American energy. And really, from day one, they've waged a complete and all-out war on domestic production. If you take yourself back to 2019, then candidate Biden said he would kill fossil fuels. I think they've made good on that promise, and this is another example of that. In September of 23, the administration canceled existing oil and gas leases in the coastal plain of Alaska, violating statutorily mandated lease sales and suspending operations crucial to Alaska's economy. And these actions were taken despite bipartisan opposition in Alaska, as we just heard from our colleague across the aisle. H.R. 6285, a House Energy Action Team initiative, would reverse Biden's harmful anti-Alaska policies by reinstating mandated ANWR oil and gas leases and prohibiting a leasing moratorium in the coastal plain and nullifying executive orders by the president. Just last week, the administration denied permission for the development of the Ambler Road, once again superseding ongoing conversations at the state level. Alaskans should be able to decide what they want to develop, not the administration, but Alaskans who know Alaska. I'd like to thank the RSC HEAT staff for their work on this legislation. And again, Representative Stauber, and let me just respond to something that we've heard about Ukraine, about Russia, about the administration. Let me remind all Americans, Mr. Speaker, that it was this president in 2021 who refused to continue and to enhance the sanctions on the Nord Stream pipeline that would have helped all of Europe, would have helped the Ukrainians more than anything. So if you want to talk about being strong and standing up to Russia, let's take ourselves back to that point where this administration failed to do that and instead handed Putin a huge gift and decided to declare an all-out war on American energy. And this is just yet another example of that. And with that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman for his leadership on the HEAT team, and I also want to point out to the American people that the Biden administration is the gift that keeps on giving to Putin. Not only would they not put sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, now they've put sanctions on U.S. pipelines. They've put a pause on LNG gas export. Our friends in Europe would love to have our LNG. Our friends in Germany and Poland, they would love to have U.S. LNG, but guess what? We've got a lot of it, but we can't send it there because this president not only won't restrict Russia, he restricts American producers and allows Putin to continue to fund his war machine by selling gas to Europe. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is certainly a masterclass in deflection. I think perhaps the fact that a majority of the Republican conference voted to hand Ukraine to Russia last week has touched a nerve as people have begun to consider the reality of that. So, you know, going back and trying to deflect to a pipeline from many years ago that no longer even functions because it was blown up, certainly doesn't change the fact that last week, when we had a chance to vote for critical lifeline military support for Ukraine as it fights for its survival against Russia, significant majority of my colleagues across the aisle voted no. They voted with Vladimir Putin. And so congratulations on the deflection. Moscow Marge couldn't have done it any better. It might even make the highlight reel on RT tonight. I don't watch that network, but you know, I just have to wonder if maybe there wouldn't be coverage if some of these things we're hearing from across the aisle. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I love the way my colleague across the aisle operates. He talks about deflecting when what he's doing is deflecting. He's trying to deflect from the issue in Alaska, where once again the Biden administration has failed miserably, by talking about Ukraine. And I don't know if the gentleman's checked the voting record, but I voted to support Ukraine. And it's regrettable that we have to send more foreign aid, more military equipment to support countries that are fighting against evil regimes like Putin, like Iran, because of bad foreign policy. And a lot of it has to do with energy policy. So I would prefer not to have to vote to send more military aid to our allies and our friends who are fighting for freedom and democracy. But this president and his administration has put us in a weakened place on the world stage. And unfortunately, we have to take votes like that. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Alaska Right to Produce Act, and I want to thank my colleagues Pete Stauber and August Pfluger for their work with RSC's House Energy Action Team to put the legislation forward. Mr. Speaker, it's been noted here that we talk certain ways but vote others, and I think nothing's more evident than what we just saw just a few minutes ago, where the gentlelady from Alaska supported the bill but was going to vote present. You're either with Alaska or you're not. The Republicans are with Alaska. And I just want to make that for the record that we're going to vote to support Alaska. This legislation is only necessary because of the disastrous policymaking coming out of the Biden administration. It's hard to believe today that the national average for a gallon of gas in 2020 was just over $2. Under President Trump, the United States was well on our way, not only being energy independent, but energy dominant. Where do we and our allies get our oil from when we're not producing it ourselves? Russia, Venezuela, and other bad actors around the globe. Let's be clear. Halting domestic production of oil and gas does absolutely nothing to lower our dependence on oil and gas, as the climate lobby wants you to believe. It just increases our dependence on people like Vladimir Putin. I don't want the United States to rely on anything from Vladimir Putin. The solution is so simple. Use the resources under our own feet. The Alaska Right to Produce Act reverses the damaging policies from Joe Biden to unleash our domestic energy potential. Alaska has been blessed with tremendous oil and natural gas deposits, and the people of Alaska are incredibly supportive of utilizing those resources. This bill empowers the native Alaskans, to communities and residents of the state to profit from the resources under their own soil. In a future where America is energy dominant, the only loser is Vladimir Putin and others like him. It helps that our allies, when we can provide them with oil and gas so that they're not relying on Putin either. It helps our own people by lowering costs and providing cleaner, more affordable energy sources. And it helps Alaska reap the benefits of the resources in their land. It's just common sense, and I urge my colleagues.
An extra 15 seconds.
This is just common sense. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this essential legislation, and I yield back.
I also appreciate Mr. Hearn's leadership on the RSC and the establishment of the HEAT team and the efforts that they've been putting on making sure we're energy independent here in America. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is getting almost comical. I have now heard yet another speech pretending to oppose Vladimir Putin and Russia less than a week after the gentleman who just spoke voted to hand Ukraine over to Putin, voted no on essential military aid to our Ukrainian allies who are fighting for their very existence against this terrible war of aggression by Vladimir Putin, made possible and financed, of course, by the fossil fuel industry in Russia, which American oil and gas companies truly helped to develop. So you just have to wonder if there's not a lot of damage control underway right now across the aisle. Maybe folks realize just how reckless and dangerous that vote against Ukraine was last week, that vote that a solid majority of my Republican friends took, right along with Moscow Marge and the rest of the pro-Putin caucus. So I'm going to keep bringing this up each time I hear one of these anti-Ukraine voters pretend to care about Ukraine or pretend to oppose Vladimir Putin and Russia, because last week they had a chance to actually show their colors, and we saw their colors. There's another way in which they are really doing a great favor to Vladimir Putin and Russia, and it is by opposing the clean energy transition at every turn and in every possible way. Vladimir Putin's worst nightmare is to break the fossil fuel paradigm that made him rich and powerful, that enabled him to have all of this influence and leverage over Europe, because a clean energy economy would make him irrelevant. It would make him a lot less powerful. So go ahead and keep helping Vladimir Putin with your votes, with your energy policy, but we're going to stand for a clean energy transition, and we're going to support Ukraine. I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, the chair of the Western Caucus, Mr. Newhouse.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank the chairman of the Natural Resources Committee for allowing me to join in this conversation, Mr. Speaker, in support of the Alaska's Right to Produce Act. Alaska truly is blessed with abundant natural resources that could empower American energy and mineral dominance. Alaskan oil and gas production cannot be taken lightly. It is home to our nation's 4th largest oil reserve and 3rd largest gas reserve. It's so unfortunate that the president has made the political choice to lock up millions of acres where these resources could be utilized. The list of attacks on Alaskan energy production from this administration is long. And just 2 weeks ago, he added perhaps the most egregious example yet, when the Department of the Interior announced new restrictions on oil and gas development in the National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska. These actions are not only detrimental to American energy production, but also limit the future opportunities for prosperity in rural communities in Alaska that depend on energy projects. When you look at what Alaska wants, the result is clear. The majority of tribal communities and Alaskan residents support resource development. Why? Because these projects bring in unprecedented income and development to communities that desperately want and need it. As chairman of the Western Caucus, I've been advocating for energy production across the United States of America. High domestic production keeps global prices down and ensures America is competitive with our global adversaries. That's why I'm a staunch supporter of this bill to overturn the administration's restrictions on oil and gas development in the last frontier. I encourage all my colleagues to support this legislation to ensure robust, reliable production in Alaska, and I'm proud to join my friend from Minnesota in support of the legislation to unleash the full potential of Alaskan energy. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Washington for his refreshingly rare vote for Ukraine military aid, and also the chairman, Mr. Westerman, for joining Democrats in that very important vote in the interests of our national security. I think as we continue with this debate, it's worth talking about just what a fiscal and financial boondoggle drilling in the Arctic Refuge is. It is, first of all, a proposition that is so deeply unpopular that the only way it became law was to sneak it into the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the Trump tax scam. 2 lease sales were included in the legislation to partly offset tax cuts for the wealthy, and initially Republicans in Congress and the Trump administration claimed that these lease sales would bring in $1.8 billion in revenues for the federal government and the state of Alaska through bonus bids, and they proceeded to give a whole bunch of tax cuts away to billionaires and corporations on the basis of this illusory offset. Later, the Congressional Budget Office lowered the estimate to $900 million, specifically $725 million for the first lease sale. So, fast forward to the first lease sale that finally took place in 2021, in the final days of the Trump administration. Guess what happened? Well, it generated less than 15 million, not billion, 15 million in bonus bids, around 2% of what even CBO's reduced estimate had projected. Now, in 2022, two of those lessees actually asked BLM to cancel and refund their leases. They wanted out. Separately, in 2021, 2 development companies, Chevron and Hilcorp, paid $10 million to get out, just to walk away from their legacy leases in the Arctic Refuge. At least 5 major U.S. banks and 18 other international banks have said they won't finance drilling in the refuge. So if my Republican colleagues are interested in federal revenues, if they're interested in fiscal conservatism, I'm sorry to say that the pristine Alaska wilderness is not their piggy bank, and in any event, it turns out that it is empty. With that, I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just have to take issue with this issue about lackluster sales or lackluster lease sales, and I want to note that the first ANWR lease sale was held in early 2021 during the throes of the COVID pandemic when oil prices were historically low. And the argument is that the administration projected, the Trump administration projected $1.8 billion from ANWR lease sales over 10 years, and my friends are arguing that they only made less than 1% of those initial projections, but they're not telling, as Paul Harvey would say, the rest of the story. This one sale was held after the election of President Biden, who said on the campaign trail that he would end oil and gas production on federal lands. And I have to point out to my friends that revenue comes from oil and gas royalties based on production, not leasing. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Chairman of the Natural Resources Committee for leading on this legislation. Mr. Chairman, I often wonder where in the world we are sometimes. We're under an administration that has set energy policies that are causing energy prices to go up, to increase for Americans. My friend from California's home state, I believe the average gasoline price in LA County right now is $5.40 a gallon. $5.40 a gallon. In my home state of Louisiana, when President Biden took office, lowest gasoline prices were $1.74, $1.74 a gallon. I struggle to understand why my friend from California would want to force their ideas and policies on the rest of the country. This is a state that's the most dependent state upon the Amazon rainforest oil to power their state's economy. This is a state that has the least reliable energy grid in America, the state that has had the 8th worst emissions growth in the country. And according to the American Lung Association, just last week, the state that has the dirtiest air over and over and over again in all of these cities, including where my friend represents. Please, Mr. Speaker, I ask my friend, please keep your ideas to yourself. Ruin California. Don't ruin the rest of the country. Don't ruin the other 49 states. This is absolutely remarkable. We've watched as this administration comes in and does a ban on exporting American energy, on new exports of American energy. Does a ban. That very tool would have been one of the most powerful tools available to actually reduce global emissions. But what my friends' policies are advocating and what they're supporting is it's supporting more Iranian energy because Iran is increasing their exports and filling the void. The Biden administration's own figures show that there's going to be a 50% growth in global energy demand, 57% increase in natural gas. And we have the cleanest sources of gas in the world. I don't understand why my friend thinks that it's better to cede this, to give this to Iran. This is the Biden administration's figures. I don't understand why my friend thinks we should cede this to Russia. Why should we cede this to Venezuela? President Biden facilitated, he lifted sanctions that allowed for the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to be built, the pipeline that took Russian energy and sent it into the European Union, but then in the same breath blocked pipelines in the United States. So let's review. We support Russian energy and Russia pipelines. We support Iranian energy, including the $65 billion they profited that have gone directly to funding groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, and other terrorist groups that have killed American soldiers and invaded our ally Israel. We've watched as these very strategies have resulted in emissions actually going up. As the United States has led the world in reducing emissions, for every ton we reduce, China's multiple times more increases. How many times do we have to learn from these flawed energy strategies that harm America, enrich Venezuela, enrich Russia, enrich Iran, and harm the United States? There is evidence all over the place. We can sit here and have these emotional arguments all day long. Math and science prove these policies are flawed. This bill helps to address it, and the fact that we're even here, when a law already says you're supposed to open up leases, including in areas called the National Petroleum Reserve, The National Petroleum Reserve. That's right, it's reserved for wildlife. What? This is outrageous. The fact that we even have to be here doing this bill that the gentlelady who represents the entire state of Alaska voted for in committee, that the gentlelady that represents the entire state of Alaska has clearly said she will not oppose this bill. Yet, my friends from California are coming in and saying, don't worry, we've got the solution. We're going to impose our harmful strategies, our harmful energy policies on you as well. That way, maybe people will stop leaving California. Mr. Speaker, I can't even begin to emphasize how important it is that we move forward in this legislation, that we treat American energy fairly. I urge adoption of this legislation and yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
California is recognized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sometimes feel like serving in this Congress, I need a good chiropractor, because you just get political whiplash one day to another, 1 week to another. Just now, my friend from Louisiana, in service of the fossil fuel agenda, made a sanctimonious speech opposing Russia and Vladimir Putin, as if the whole country, the whole world didn't watch his vote last week with the rest of the majority of his Republican conference to hand Ukraine over to Russia, to vote no on critical military aid to Ukraine. So it's like that. It is remarkable whiplash. My friend has the ability to actually criticize the air quality in California caused by catastrophic wildfires driven by the climate crisis caused by our fossil fuel addiction, and suggests that that's because of California's climate agenda, which is absurd, while ignoring the fact that the one place of persistent air pollution and respiratory illness and other problems with air quality in California is in the oil patch, Bakersfield, former Speaker McCarthy's district, where it's frankly a lot like Louisiana and Texas. So it is pretty rich, and yet we also have a record, if anybody is interested in cutting through the political theater and seeing where people really stand, including last week's vote against Ukraine. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend, Mr. Huffman, for yielding the time. I rise in opposition to H.R. 6285. Mr. Speaker, while Democrats are working hard to lower the cost of living for Americans and protect our communities, House Republicans seek to make their lives much more expensive, and they seek to pillage the places that make America special, the special places that we value. In doing so, here's the dirty secret. They're simply carrying the water for powerful special interests and polluters that have way too much power and influence here on Capitol Hill. Fortunately, H.R. 6285 has no chance of becoming law, but it does provide a glimpse of the GOP's alliance with polluters over the best interests of the American people. Whether we're talking about the Arctic Refuge or my beautiful part of the country along the Gulf of Mexico, Republicans simply are aiming to sell out America's public lands and waters to their friends in big oil and the NRA. One of these 6 bills that were considered today would roll back the Biden administration's rules supporting conservation on public lands. Another would prohibit the government from regulating the use of toxic lead in ammunition. That's the single largest source of unregulated lead discharged into our environment. And the so-called Trust in Science Act would make it easier to hunt and kill the endangered gray wolf. The bill currently before us would threaten millions of acres of wild lands by mandating unfettered oil and gas development in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, regardless of the impacts on wildlife, nearby communities, or what it will do to increase the costs of the overheating planet. So you have to ask yourself, is this really what what the American people are asking the Congress to do right now? Does the average American really want to see Congress make it easier to pollute and needlessly develop our special places, our wildlife refuges? I don't think so. And, you know, there's this incredible contrast right now in our country between when it comes to who's on the side of the people, who's standing up to the polluters. Just look at, we just celebrated the 54th Earth Day. Look at the actions of President Biden compared to the Republican pro-polluter messaging bills. First, last week, the Department of Interior finalized a new rule that would protect more than 13 million acres of irreplaceable wildlife habitat in the Western Arctic. Then President Biden announced the creation of the American Climate Corps, kind of modeled after the Conservation Corps of decades ago. It's a groundbreaking initiative that will put more than 20,000 young Americans to work protecting our communities, building environmental infrastructure, helping us to lower cost and be more resilient to the rising costs of the overheating climate. Last but not least, EPA rolled out awards under a new Solar for All initiative, a $7 billion grant to help deliver cleaner, cheaper energy across this great country, especially to working class communities that really need help on their electric bills. This is going to be a godsend in my state, the so-called Sunshine State. We're going to help families put rooftop solar on their roofs, lower their electric bills. And I couldn't help but would the gentleman yield another minute?
I will yield the gentlelady another minute.
Because I couldn't help our good friend from Louisiana when he was talking about how unfettered oil and gas will really help lower bills. On the front page of my hometown paper today, the Tampa Bay Times, was a story about why are your electric bills so high? You know why they're so high? Because in the so-called Sunshine State, we're 75% electricity generation because of gas. And our utilities are keeping us hooked on gas. So that's why Solar for All, helping to unleash the abundant, free energy from the sun to help lower electric bills, is vital. It's time for the House to get serious about cleaner, cheaper energy. Enough with these messaging bills. Let's move to bipartisan legislation that will help us achieve a prosperous, sustainable future. Banning offshore oil drilling off the beautiful Florida coast is where we should start. So I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of this amendment into the record, and I yield back to my good friend.
I thank the gentlelady, and I would also point out that if our friends across the aisle are so concerned about American energy bills, you would think they would at some point say no to the LNG export extravaganza that all serious economic analysis shows is driving up U.S. energy prices, and yet they continue to come to this floor and to introduce legislation and to advocate against the common sense pause that the Biden administration has taken so that we can look at the impacts of more LNG export infrastructure on U.S. energy prices as well as our climate crisis. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of things to contest here and issues to cover, but I want to start with this idea of environmental treasures and this idea that AMWR is this environmental treasure that was never intended for any kind of development. Let's look at a little history. When AMWR was created in 1980, the law included a section 1002, setting aside 1.5 million acres of the coastal plain to be assessed for its development potential. After years of careful study, in 1987, the Department of the Interior recommended that this Section 1002 area be open to responsible development projects. The Alaska Native village of Katakvik, which has public interest in the lands in AMWR and multiple entities as members of VOICE, is the sole community located in Section 1002 area of AMWR and the only community located in all of the over 19 million acres of AMWR. To quote the testimony of President of Kaktovik Inupiat Corporation, we are a small community that suffers as the federal winds blow and feel the Biden administration is working to effectively erase us from the land that we have inhabited for hundreds of years. Since 1980, we have fought to open the 1002 area, also known as the Coastal Plain, to oil drilling and pursue economic freedom. Now, on to another issue that my friend from California mentioned about the poor air quality there due to forest fires. You know, if you would work with us on that, we could fix that issue as well. What California has is very, very, very poor forest management. They have a hands-off approach to forest management, and as a result of that, we're even losing giant sequoias. As much as 20% of the ones on the planet we lost in 2 years due to catastrophic wildfire, not because of climate change, but because fire had been suppressed in those groves for over 100 years, and they finally had to pay the piper. You had white fir trees that grew up into the lower canopy of the giant sequoias. So I hope my colleague from California, he knows I'm a forester and would love to help fix some of those problems out there with forest in California. Now to this issue about energy cost and reliability. And as my friends across the aisle are pushing for more and more solar and wind, which I'm an all of the above energy kind of guy. I would love to have more solar and more wind, but we have to have baseload power. We have to have either coal or natural gas or a lot more hydro or a lot more nuclear power. And going back to an earlier discussion, that nuclear power is generated from uranium that we're dependent on Russia now. We have to buy our uranium, most of it from Russia or Kazakhstan, to generate our nuclear power. And when we talk about low-cost solar energy, I have a real problem with that. Maybe it's low cost in the United States because we pay solar farm developers 30% of their cost with our tax dollars. If you build a solar farm, you get a 30% tax credit back. So spend $1 million, you get $300,000 back from your fellow taxpayers. If you build a windmill, you get 2.7 cents per kilowatt hour. Now maybe that's a way that it's lower cost, but if it's truly lower cost, why doesn't the number one manufacturer of solar farms in the world, why are they building 50 gigawatts of coal-powered plants every year? That's China. China, who we rely on to buy not only the elements and minerals that we need to do electrification, but China, who builds most of the solar panels with Uyghur slave labor. They're building a big coal plant every 5 days. Now, natural gas in the United States has caused us to be able to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions more than any other country in the world. We're only around 13% of the global greenhouse gas emissions now, and China is over twice of that. But when we become more dependent on China, when we become more dependent on Russia, who are big polluters, then we're becoming more responsible for global greenhouse gas emissions than if we would use our own energy and our own minerals to build things here, to build them more efficient and more effectively than any place in the world. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear the gentleman from Arkansas talk about energy subsidies and to criticize the subsidies that he believes should be questioned for clean energy. I hope he has the same concern about the much greater amount of subsidy, especially if you consider all the environmental externalities that taxpayers just pick up the tab have for the past 100 years when it comes to the fossil fuel industry. So there's a lot of work we could do together to take inappropriate subsidies out of U.S. energy policy, and I hope the gentleman would be interested in that. I want to assure him when it comes to the forestry and trees and air quality part of our conversation that the wildfires and the air quality problems in California because of them are not something you can log your way out of. I know the gentleman is interested in forest management, and there's a lot that we could work on there together as well for healthy forests, but some of the worst wildfires in California that produced the worst air quality were through heavily cut over land where there had been all the clear cutting anybody could ever want. And the same can be said for some of the terrible Canadian wildfires last year that gave us awful air quality right here in Washington, D.C. Much of that ripped right through heavily cut over, clear-cut land. So logging, is not the simple solution to these problems. A better solution is to step back and realize the climate crisis that is driving it and to begin working together to actually reduce the worst impacts of that crisis. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
Gentleman is prepared to close.
And Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close as well.
Gentleman from California is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I oppose this bill. We have massive wildfires, prolonged droughts, stronger hurricanes, coastal flooding. All across this country, our communities are feeling the increased severity and frequency of tragic events from the climate crisis, sending us dire warnings. This crisis is real, it is here, and we need to act now for the sake of this planet and future generations. In the Arctic, temperatures are rising 4 times faster than the global average. And in the indigenous communities in northern Alaska, who are so disproportionately facing the devastating impacts of the climate crisis, we must also pay attention to the impacts on them. The melting permafrost is creating our country's first but not last climate refugees. Changing species migration patterns are threatening food security and cultural continuity. Oil and gas development only exacerbates all of these impacts. Of course, not all Alaskans, including indigenous Alaskans, share the same perspective on oil and gas development. The Native American tribes are not a monolith, but you can bet that whenever my friends across the aisle can find some indigenous individual or advocacy group or other entity that supports oil and gas development, they're going to wrap themselves around tribal consultation and pretend to be great champions for Indian country. In many other votes, when Indian country opposes pipelines and dams and mining projects and other things that are against their interests, I'm afraid that tribes are thrown under the bus by my Republican friends pretty much every time. Revenue from extraction often supports local governments and indigenous regional and village corporations. That's part of the consideration in Alaska. But in so many cases, the trade-offs create unacceptable impacts as well. And that's why it is not a monolith when you talk to indigenous communities in Alaska. This bill is an instrument of blunt force that allows for extraction across Alaska in places that are too special and too fragile to drill. It would reinstate oil and gas leases in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, an area known to the Gwich'in people as the sacred place where life begins. Leases the Biden administration canceled because they were based on shoddy Trump-era analyses would be put back in place. And the bill would withdraw the administration's rule to protect over 13 million acres of public land in the NPRA, a region that is already feeling the impacts of oil and gas development. It would undo protection of 125 million acres of the Arctic Ocean from offshore drilling. And it would undo the reinstatement of the Bering Sea Climate Resilience Area. In the Bering Sea, an oil spill would be beyond detrimental. It would be catastrophic. Rolling back these protections is the wrong approach. We can't simply give these lands and waters away to the highest bidder. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill and yield back.
Gentleman is from Arkansas is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, to close, I'm going to quote from the testimony of Charles Lampe, the president of the Coctovic and Upiat Corporation, who testified on the Biden administration's action in November. He said, quote, "We do not approve of these efforts to turn our homeland into one giant national park, which literally guarantees us a fate with no economy, no jobs, reduced subsistence, and no hope for the future of our people," end quote. I urge all my colleagues to show their support for Alaska and Alaska Native communities on the North Slope by voting for this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate on the bill has expired. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in Part B of the House Report 118477. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-477, offered by Mr. Stauber of Minnesota.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1173, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer my amendment that strengthens the underlying legislation to prevent the Biden administration from taking further steps to block oil and gas production in the great state of Alaska. In the Bureau of Land Management's press release announcing the final NPRA rule, they teased future action by the administration to create new, quote, special areas or expand/adjust existing special areas, end quote, within the boundaries of the National Petroleum Reserve Alaska. These special areas are a means to lock up acreage from oil and gas production. There's no disputing that. My amendment prohibits the Department of the Interior from creating or expanding special areas without congressional authorization. When the administration announced its moratorium and canceled leases in ANWR and withdrew millions of acreage from development within the NPRA, the local Alaska Native communities on the North Slope weren't given a proper heads up. Just like members of the Navajo Nation heard about the Chaco Canyon withdrawal, Alaska Native community leaders learned of these policy changes in the media. This administration did not even properly consult with the very communities this oil and gas development would benefit. And it's clear why, because they weren't in lockstep with the administration's policies. And Mr. Speaker, just this morning we had a hearing. I asked the Secretary of Interior 5 times if she consulted with the North Slope Native American communities, and she would not answer it. I finally had to go get some emails where they requested a meeting with her, and she denied meeting with them. So let's make it very clear. The Alaskans on the North Slope requested a meeting with the Secretary of Interior prior to this rule, and she blew them off. She didn't have the courtesy to meet with them after she was up there in Alaska already. The administration also held an incredibly short public comment period on these actions. And when the Bureau of Land Management was pressed on this timeline, which was right in the middle of whaling season for the subsistence fishing communities that support oil and gas development, a BLM official responded that the administration wanted a short comment period to rush a rule through in order to prevent it from falling into the Congressional Review Act window. Mr. Speaker, not only did this administration fail to properly consult with local Native Alaskan communities on the North Slope, but they have taken explicit steps to subvert Congress's constitutional responsibility to serve as a check on the executive branch. This administration cannot be trusted to do right by the American people. Policies coming out of this administration, especially energy and natural resources policies, undermine the American people and the hardworking men and women who stand ready to responsibly develop our vast natural resources. That's why Congress must take every step to prevent the administration from pushing forward these policies. We must close every loophole that might be out there to shut down domestic energy production. This includes preventing the administration from creating new or expanding existing special areas within the NPRA. They can't be trusted to do the right thing by the American people and the Alaska Native communities on the North Slope. So Congress, we must step in. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting for this amendment, as well as joining me in voting for the underlying legislation. The Alaskan communities deserve this. They have been producing energy under their feet in their natural resource space for years. The energy production, we want to be energy independent. And again, the oil and gas royalties will help the North Slope communities, Mr. Chair. I said 10 minutes ago, they've come to an EMR hearing stating that these royalties help us live, help us buy our food, help us build our infrastructure. Without those revenues, they can't do it. They simply can't do it. In fact, at the EMR hearing, there was a resident that actually was in tears, Mr. Speaker, because of this rule. It's going to be devastating for her and her family to be able to live on the North Slope comfortably. And actually, Mr. Speaker, my good friend from Louisiana, I actually liked his expression. And I think my colleague on the other side of the aisle may be offended by this, but, you know, my good friend from Louisiana actually said, can I have some more time?
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a process problem. Last week, the Rules Committee issued a notice for amendment submission for this bill. 16 amendments were submitted, 12 from Democrats, 4 from Republicans. We really should be having an open, robust, and lively debate, but no. The amendments debate this afternoon will be really quick because all 6 natural resources bills up this week, with all 6 of those bills, this is the only bill that was open to any amendments, and Republicans made only one, this fossil fuel industry wish. That was the only one made in order. Republicans have made a mockery of what they promised and they boasted about back in the early days of this Congress. They guaranteed it would be a robust and open process. Half the time the Rules Committee isn't even open. But when it is, it's cooking the books like we see this week with this one single amendment for us to debate. You know, with other bills that have been up this afternoon, the so-called Mining Regulatory Clarity Act, my colleague Representative Leger-Fernandez filed several amendments that Ranking Member Grijalva previously offered at the bill's markup. They would prevent foreign bad actors, for example, including adversaries like China, from mining our federal lands, something that is all too common today through their thinly veiled American subsidiaries. But no, that was not ruled in order, so we don't get to talk about it. Yesterday at the Rules Committee hearing, Chair Westerman told us he didn't accept the amendment because it wasn't worded properly. Well, this language was already in the Republicans' prized H.R. 1, where it was included as a Republican amendment, so it's hard to take that argument seriously. Maybe they realized H.R. 1 would never become law, and that's why more than a year later, Republicans still haven't sent that bill even to the Senate. Or maybe they realized foreign bad actors also happen to be padding their pockets. If that's not the case, I'm eager to continue working across the aisle to get these bad actors off our federal lands, and we will be following up. But back to Alaska. The amendment that we're here to debate would do nothing but make the bill more extreme. It would prevent the administration from designating any further special areas without an act of Congress, preventing further protections for an area that is so fragile, special, and ecologically important. They block debate on every other amendment, including my amendment to require a study on the impacts to subsistence resources, another to prohibit the Secretary from issuing the lease sale until revenue raised at least to the level that CBO estimates, and one to prohibit oil and gas leasing in the Arctic Ocean. Representative Peltola, the sole House representative for Alaska, filed an amendment to protect the critically important Bering Sea climate resilience area, but Republicans refused to let that proceed. This is not good faith debate. And I will end with a word about my friend's statement that he asked Secretary Haaland repeatedly about tribal consultation. My friend would have been well served to listen to Secretary Haaland and learn a thing or two about tribal consultation. She is the highest ranking Indigenous person in American history. She knows a thing or two about this subject, including the fact that a nonprofit advocacy group, which is the consultation that my friend was referring to, is not a group she has to meet with or consult as part of tribal consultation. Tribal consultation is government to government. That's how it worked. And if there was a little more listening and a little less screaming and table pounding, there might be a better understanding of tribal consultation across the aisle. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman has the only time remaining. The gentleman from California has the only time remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I urge no and yield the balance of my time.
Very good. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended and on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber. The question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to ratify and approve all authorizations, permits, verifications, extensions, biological opinions, incidental take statements, and other approvals or orders issued pursuant to federal law necessary for the establishment and administration of the Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
285 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 6090 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6090, a bill to provide for the consideration of a definition of anti-Semitism set forth by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance for the enforcement of federal anti-discrimination laws concerning education programs or activities and for other purposes.
The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
For the consideration of the definition of anti-Semitism set forth by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance for the enforcement of federal anti-discrimination laws concerning education programs or activities and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota rise?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on passage of H.R. 6090 will be followed by 5-minute votes on the motion to recommit on H.R. 6285, passage of H.R. 6285, if ordered, the motion to recommit on H.R. 2925, passage of H.R. 2925, if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 1112. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 320, the nays are 91. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 6285 offered by the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 6285 offered by Ms. Castor of Florida.
The motion is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 201, nays are 211. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Sorry. Request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I request a recorded vote, Madam Speaker.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. 30 seconds. On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 199, with 2 voting present. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20 of the unfinished business of the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 2925 offered by the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, on which the yeas and nays were ordered, the clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 2925, offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
1 minute.
On this vote, the yeas are 210 and the nays are 204. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 1112, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1112, resolution denouncing the Biden administration's immigration policies.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. members voted. Does any member wish to change a vote? This vote, the yeas are 223 and the nays are 191. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
From Nebraska, seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow, and further, when the House adjourns on that day, it adjourns to meet at noon on Monday, May 6, 2024 for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection. The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and accept my remarks.
The House will be in order. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, give up groups is the new term coined by our brave Border Patrol for an assembly of about 10 to 30 migrants who cross north across America's southern border where there is no wall or barrier and who don't even attempt to evade Border Patrol. Rather, the give up groups know that if they falsely claim asylum, President Biden will facilitate their parole into our country. Not only that, the Biden administration will give them a pair of Crocs, a sandwich, a sweatsuit, and a plane ride to a city like New York. I learned about give up groups this past weekend on my 4th trip to the southern border, and this new tactic is another way the migrants are taking advantage of President Biden's terrible border policy. Madam Speaker, to secure the border and to stop these give up groups, President Biden should reinstate the 64 successful Trump-era border policies. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mere hours after this House finally passed critical security aid for our Democratic allies, I found myself on a train in the countryside of war-torn Ukraine. Along with a bipartisan group of colleagues, we were the first 4 members of Congress to celebrate our bicameral accomplishment with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. He shared with us that the world watched that vote, and he shared his gratitude, the gratitude of a president, of an army, and of a nation. We were grounded by this victory and clear-eyed about victories yet to come. Ukraine must defeat Putin's illegal, barbaric assault on democracy. Our aid package will bolster their fight, provide training, equipment, and weapons to Ukraine, as well as replenishing our own U.S. weapon stock. While abroad, we met with Ukrainian military and our own 82nd Airborne Division. They told us they feel the weight of the struggle. They feel a sense of purpose, a sense of history, and their role in it. By passing aid to Ukraine, Madam Speaker, we fulfill our American obligation to lead and meet our obligations. And I thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Address the crowd for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to point out that New York State has never seen a tax that it does not like. Sadly, in New York, we're once again looking at a $15 cash grab to enter Manhattan City Center, affecting constituents of mine in Staten Island, Brooklyn, shifting traffic to the outer boroughs of New York City, and of course, hurting our economy when we are trying to get back on our feet post-COVID. It's unconscionable that the Biden administration rubber-stamped the congestion pricing cash grab of the MTA at the request of Governor Kathy Hochul without even requiring an environmental impact statement as required by federal law. The NEPA process is clear, and this is a clear violation, which is why myself and others, including some in this chamber, have sued to try to stop this cash grab. We call on the Biden administration to reverse course. Do not allow this toll to go through. You're hurting the people of New York State. You're hurting New York City's center, which is an economic engine for the entire country. And I hope my colleagues will join my legislation to stop it. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to call for real action on the Social Security Fairness Act and have it be brought to the floor. There are over 300 of us who have signed on to this bill, and once you hit 290, it should come to the floor. Now, the bill itself will be a game changer for public employees who are retired and aren't getting all of their Social Security, even though they paid into Social Security throughout their career. The bill aims to ensure that retired public servants receive their full Social Security benefits. This is obviously so critically important as people are working to pay their bills, visit family, buy groceries, etc. Americans pay into Social Security, they have for decades, so that they can receive their hard-earned dollars when they retire. By fixing the program, millions of families will know their full Social Security benefits will be there for them when they retire. I just say that people come up to me all the time and say, if this passes, we're talking $1,800, $2,000.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Please bring it to the floor. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the heroic actions of 2 Claxton High School students. Dedicated soccer players Alexandria Carboni and Marisa Ramirez were at their local Dairy Queen for an after-practice treat when they witnessed a medical emergency. Both Alexandria and Marisa jumped in to perform CPR on the man as they waited for first responders. Their situational awareness and preparedness saved a life that day. While many people may know the basics of CPR, it can be very challenging to put knowledge into action in high-pressure situations. Both of these young women demonstrated selflessness and bravery by stepping up and stepping in. They want this to serve as a reminder to be aware of your surroundings and to always be compassionate toward those in need. They were recently honored by their city council, and it is my pleasure to honor these outstanding individuals here today. Thank you, Alexandria and Marissa, for your actions and example. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I pay tribute today to an outstanding public servant, Justin Maturo, who is ending his nearly 6-year tenure as my legislative director. He joined my team in 2018, and I quickly came to trust Justin's analytic mind to sort through the myriad of bills going to the floor each day, as well as his political judgment and prudence. He has helped me secure important legislative wins, as that was part of his job, but his service was always connected to the success of our nation, not just to the success of his boss. And while my heart is heavy upon the loss of a highly valued lieutenant, our country is the richer as Justin assumes a role as Special Assistant to the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Legislative Affairs. I wish him well in his new position and say thank you, Justin, for the service you have rendered to me, my constituents, and our nation. And in turn, all I ask you to do is to continue to do great things for us all. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the spread of tent encampments and all of the associated illegal and anti-Semitic activity at our universities is deeply disturbing, disruptive, and dangerous. We are seeing scenes that absolutely defy belief that I never would have expected to see in this country. At UCLA, Jewish students being physically blocked from entering campus or going into the library. And our university administrators have allowed this to happen. It never should have gotten to this point. Enough is enough. I am calling on university leaders to work with law enforcement to immediately clear the encampments, arrest lawmakers, and put a stop to this chaos. Canceling classes, as some universities have done, punishes all students and is not the answer. The Education and the Workforce Committee is expanding its investigation to California, and the Chancellor of UC Berkeley will be testifying in a few weeks. We are closely watching events at our universities and will hold university leadership accountable for inaction. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this Friday at Kilo Pier, Pearl Harbor, Admiral John C. Aquilino, call sign Lung, relinquishes command of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command and closes 4 decades of service to our nation. Throughout, Admiral Aquilino has exemplified loyalty to his oath. At Indo-PACOM, he has been fiercely realistic about the challenge we face and fiercely focused on the path we must take. His rock has always been his wife, Laura, and their daughters, Jess and Lisa. We owe them a true debt of gratitude. When he assumed command 3 years ago, Admiral Aquilino quoted Admiral Nimitz doing the same in December 1941 at Pearl Harbor, quote, "It is a great responsibility, but I shall do my utmost to meet it." Admiral Aquilino, you have more than met your responsibility, and we are truly grateful. Mahalo and Godspeed. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of the first naturalized Asian American to become a flag officer in the United States Navy, Rear Admiral Ming-Er Chang. He was born in Shanghai, China in 1932. Just over a decade later, in 1946, his family immigrated to the United States to escape the Chinese Communist Party. His dream was to attend the U.S. Naval Academy. However, because he was not a citizen, he was not allowed to do so. But he was not deterred. Instead, he attended the College of William and Mary. After graduating, he joined the Navy in 1958, becoming one of the first officers to earn the rank of admiral after completing officer candidate school rather than the Naval Academy. Rear Admiral Chang served our nation honorably for 34 years before retiring in 1992. He dedicated the rest of his life to mentoring and promoting young Asian Americans so that they could achieve the American dream as he had done. Rear Admiral Chang passed away in October 2017. He embodied what it meant to be an American, to serve our great nation, and to carve a path forward for future generations of Asian Americans. It's a privilege to honor his legacy here today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the relationship between Poland and the United States and the contributions of Poles and Polish Americans to liberty during and since our American Revolution in 1776 are legendary. As Polish Constitution Day approaches this Friday, May 3rd, our bipartisan House Polish Caucus will introduce a resolution recognizing the 105th anniversary of diplomatic relations between Poland and the United States. Those began on May 2nd, 1919, following the devastation of World War I. Our nation's enduring friendship dates back even further to Polish generals Tadeusz Kościuszko and Casimir Pulaski, who nobly served during America's Revolutionary War, fighting for America's independence. And during World War I, famed pianist Ignacy Jan Paderewski and Henryk Sienkiewicz traveled to the United States to promote the idea of an independent Poland. Following World War I, President Woodrow Wilson delivered a compelling speech to Congress on January 22, 1917, advocating for Polish independence. Let us pay tribute to the many contributions of Polish Americans and Poles to liberty on this earth. As Poland's first president, Lech Wałęsa, observes, every Pole is born with the freedom gene. I ask my colleagues to co-sponsor this bipartisan resolution and yield back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. With California's peak wildfire season approaching, many of my constituents are weary of the increased threat of wildfires. First responders' ability to detect wildfires and share information rapidly and securely during a wildfire is a matter of life and death. That's why I'm thrilled that the House this week passed the Fire Weather Development Act, which I helped introduce with Representatives Garcia and Caraveo. This bipartisan bill includes 2 bills I worked on that boost fire weather forecasting technologies and public safety communication standards, which I introduced after hearing from local, state, and federal first responders. I'm proud to co-lead this common sense bill, and I will continue to fight to get this across the finish line so we can improve wildfire readiness and protect our communities. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The United States Public Health Service Commissioned Corps is one of the nation's uniformed service branches on the front lines of public health access across our country and our world. Since wildfires destroyed Lahaina last August, 86 officers have been deployed to Maui to support behavioral health, disaster recovery, and environmental health responses. They provided clinical care, created safe spaces for people to face their trauma, and made sure that first responders got the mental health support they needed too. They even helped initiate a biosurveillance program to monitor toxic exposure on first responders and the Hawaii National Guard. Understanding the importance of meeting people where they are at, they provided services at schools, at congregate and non-congregate shelters, and at community events. Working with trusted local entities, they developed a mandatory cultural briefing for all responders, greatly enhancing their ability to care for a community in crisis. The next time you thank our uniformed service branches for their service to our country, remember the men and the women of the Public Health Corps. When the health and well-being of our communities are on the line, when you need them, they'll be there. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor Terry Anderson, who recently passed at his home in Greenwood Lake, New York. Terry served our country with honor and distinction, first as a Marine and later as a journalist. In 1985, while reporting on the Lebanese Civil War as the AP's chief Middle Eastern correspondent, Terry was abducted by terrorists from Hezbollah. Held hostage for 7 years, Terry never lost his sense of humor or his fiery spirit. After his return to freedom, his extraordinary humanitarian efforts uplifted lives in our community and across the globe. Terry co-founded the Vietnam Children's Fund, building over 50 schools for communities in need, and it was my privilege to fight alongside him to end veteran homelessness through the Rumschock Veterans Foundation, on whose board he served. My thoughts and our whole community's thoughts are with Terry's family and the countless friends and colleagues that come from a life well lived and grounded in service. I want to share in closing words from Terry himself. If you keep the hatred, you can't have the joy. I think we can all learn something from Mr. Terry Anderson, a true American patriot. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the news that the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration will soon reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. Reclassifying marijuana from a Schedule I drug to a Schedule III drug while not legalizing marijuana is an important step in normalizing cannabis use in the United States and recognizing that marijuana is not cocaine and it is not heroin. The order will broaden access to the drug for medicinal purposes and move us further away from a time of prosecution and incarceration for simple possession, something that has had damaging effects to Black and brown communities across this country. I commend President Biden for his important work on this issue. From pardoning thousands of Americans convicted of simple possession of marijuana to reviewing all federal marijuana law, the Biden administration is taking the necessary steps to improve marijuana policy in the United States. Promises made, promises delivered. Thank you, President Biden.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Just ask for 1 minute, Madam Speaker, and to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the face of tragedy, we often find ourselves angry and disillusioned. But, Madam Speaker, I rise today because I'm thankful. I'm thankful for the strength of the Charlotte community. I'm thankful for the law enforcement personnel that put their lives on the line each and every day to protect us. And I am thankful for the 4 officers that made the ultimate sacrifice in Charlotte this past Monday. U.S. Deputy Marshal Tommy Weeks, a 13-year veteran of the U.S. Marshals, a husband, dedicated father of 4 children. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department Officer Joshua Iyer, 6-year veteran of the department, who was recently named Employee of the Month. Joshua leaves behind his wife, Ashley, and their beautiful 3-year-old son. Department of Adult Correction Officers Sam Pelosi and Alden Elliott, both 14-year veterans of the department. Officer Pelosi was known for being active in his community, a loving husband, a devoted father to his 2 sons who are set to graduate from high school and college in just a few weeks. Officer Elliott also leaves behind a loving wife and 1 child. And so as we mourn these 4 men and pray for the speedy recovery of the 4 other officers who were injured, let us never forget to be thankful for the heroes that walk among us. To the families and colleagues these men leave behind, your community is with you. We are here for you, and we are lifting you up in prayer. The days and weeks ahead will be difficult, but together we will persevere because we are Charlotte strong. May the memories of these officers be the light that guides us forward and provides comfort to those who are mourning. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I wish there were many, many minutes. But let me take this 1 minute to say to the American people, we are better than this. And to offer to all of those who are in pain, those who feel that they are not respected, who have come from the Mideast and believe that people do not respect them. Yes, you are. This is America. We believe in free speech, free expression. And for those who are Palestinians, we respect your view. We respect the view of those who are from Israel. And we must show that as we go home to honor our communities. We must show that. We must also stop anti-Semitism and show who we are. For if we show them who we are, that is who we are. We must show that freedom of religion counts in America. Freedom of religion, freedom of speech. And yes, we must honor those law enforcement officers who have fallen in the line of duty. This week, they have died. We want them to know that they will not be forgotten. And so I stand here today as I started. Madam Speaker, we are better than this. We are Americans. We will always fight for freedom. We'll always fight for your freedom. We'll always fight for your ability to say that. And I will leave this floor right now to say that speech and words are important, Madam Speaker.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you for giving me the time, and I yield back. Thank you.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, this is to advise that I am exercising my authority to designate an acting Inspector General of the Department of Commerce. I have directed that Jill Basinger, who is currently serving as Chief of Staff in the Office of Inspector General at the Department of the Interior, shall serve concurrently as Acting Inspector General of the Department of Commerce, effective 30 days from today. In January, the Inspector General of the Department of Commerce resigned, and the Deputy Inspector General began performing the functions and duties of the Inspector General in an acting capacity. I have determined that during this period of transition, the Office of Inspector General, OIG, at the Department of Commerce would benefit from leadership brought in from outside of the office. In a letter to the President dated March 18, 2024, the chairman of the ranking member of the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology Committee stated that they had reached the same conclusion after a 10-month investigation. The attached letter from the Council to the President, Ed Siskel, which I have incorporated here by reference, provides additional details regarding the committee's investigation. Jill Basinger is well positioned to provide independent and strong leadership to the OIG at the Department of Commerce. She has an exemplary track record in the Office of Inspector General at the Department of the Interior and previously at the Office of Inspector General at the Department of State. Her leadership experience, deep understanding of the mission of Inspectors General, and expertise in oversight and investigations will help the OIG perform its vital role for the Department of Commerce. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, May 1st, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Oversight and Accountability and ordered printed. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an important week in the House of Representatives as we discuss several issues important to the Americans across the country, from standing up for Jewish students in the midst of dangerous anti-Semitic rhetoric and demonstrations being tolerated at universities across the country, to denouncing the Biden administration for their mishandling of the crisis at our southern border. It was also Lands Week this week, and the House Republicans proudly championed and passed legislation that will unleash American energy, promote outdoor access, and support local communities. In my home state of Utah, we are deeply concerned about the Biden administration's federal land overreach that is stifling economic growth, national security, and recreation opportunities. I want to thank my colleague for joining me this evening on a flyout day, no less, and I will gladly yield to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, so much time as he may consume.
I want to
thank the gentleman from Utah, my friend, for having this special order tonight to once again highlight the failures of the Biden administration on our southern border. Since President Biden's first day in office, he has failed our nation by refusing to secure the southern border. During his first year, President Biden reversed several of President Trump's policies that were effective in addressing illegal immigration. President Biden stopped construction of the border wall, even though it was already funded. Instead, he paid contractors $6 million a day while he studied the border. President Biden ended President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy before the Supreme Court forced him to reinforce it. President Biden came into office hyper-fixated on implementing radical policies to appease progressive activists, and in turn, he has left our southern border wide open. Since he was sworn in, there have been more than 9.2 million illegal immigrant encounters across the country, nearly 3 times the population of my home state of Kansas. More than 1.8 million of those illegal immigrants have evaded the U.S. Border Patrol and slipped into the country. There have been at least 350 encounters with individuals on the terrorist watch list and more than 24,000 encounters with Chinese nationals. Make no mistake, the Mexican cartels have been empowered by President Biden's failed policies, and they are cashing in by helping people all across the globe illegally enter our great country. As a result, we've had more drugs on our streets and crimes in our neighborhoods. Fentanyl has poured into the country while human trafficking and uncontrollable crime run rampant. Under President Biden's policies, every state is a border state. Border security is national security, and enough is enough. House Republicans voted again this week to make our nation safe and restore order to our nation's immigration system. It's time for President Biden to work with House Republicans to secure the southern border for good. Thank you again for having this special order hour, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Kansas. And we appreciate the chair for the time today on the special order, and I will yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, is recognized for 60 seconds as the designee, 16 minutes, sorry, as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 3 years ago, during my first year in Congress, I froze my eggs, which means I went through the first initial stages of IVF, except that after egg retrieval, my eggs were frozen and stored. For weeks, I took hormone pills, gave myself injections, and went to the doctor for checkups. Then I had a procedure under twilight sedation to harvest my eggs. Many people use IVF if they're single or LGBTQ+, if they're older or experiencing fertility issues or have suffered multiple miscarriages. But no matter the reason for IVF, it should be a valid and viable choice for anyone. But unfortunately, IVF, like many other reproductive health care options, is under attack in the courts and here in the halls of Congress. 184 of my Republican colleagues have co-sponsored legislation that supports fetal personhood. giving embryos the same full legal rights as a person. This fringe ideology is dangerous and could be used to prosecute people for miscarriages or for having an abortion, and could potentially affect access to birth control too. And it could threaten access to IVF. During IVF, doctors often create more fertilized embryos than they plan on using, because some may be genetically unviable or result in miscarriages. I have 17 mature eggs frozen. Patients like me pay for the storage of our eggs or embryos, and eventually some embryos are usually donated for medical research or destroyed. But fetal person legislation and even court rulings like the one in Alabama could force patients to pay for storage of their embryos forever, or leave clinics liable to criminal charges if embryos are damaged. That's why at least one IVF clinic in Alabama is ending the service. And this is just the beginning. Last week, Supreme Court Justice Alito acknowledged fetal personhood in his line of questioning in Moyle versus United States, a case that could decide the future of emergency abortion care. So I say this to my Republican colleagues. You can't support fetal personhood and support IVF access. You can't falsely claim to be pro-life and then rip away people's dreams of having children, and you can't hide and try to bury your true end goal. So I call on all 184 House Republicans, including Speaker Johnson, who have co-sponsored legislation that would treat embryos as children and threaten access to IVF and other reproductive health services. Come to the House floor. Publicly remove your name from this bill. Prove that you support IVF access. Prove that you support families, and prove that you're not a hypocrite. I will now yield as much time as he may consume to my colleague from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Representative Jacobs, and thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, let me just thank Representative Jacobs for her determined leadership on this particular issue, among many others. I stand here today in solidarity with Representative Jacobs, Representative Wild, the leaders of the pro-choice caucus in the United States Congress, to help shine a light, as my colleague from California has done so well, on House Republican hypocrisy. In February, as we now know, the Alabama Supreme Court issued a dangerous ruling that upended fertility care and opened the door for extremists to push through their destructive agenda. In the months that followed, as Representative Jacobs referenced, many House Republicans have rushed to this House floor, to any TV camera that they may be able to find, to profess their support for IVF, the reproductive technology in question. To them, I say the same admonition that Representative Jacobs offered. Your actions have clearly shown otherwise. They have already shown who you are and what you believe. Make no mistake, Madam Speaker, if given the chance. Unfortunately, extreme members of the Republican caucus will find every opportunity to deprive Americans of their fundamental freedoms, criminalizing abortion nationwide, prosecuting the doctors and nurses willing to perform life-saving care, and pursuing this dangerous legislation that Representative Jacobs so eloquently described. And we, of course, are already seeing the consequences of that extremism across the country, in Ohio, in Alabama, and in Florida, where just today, a ban on abortion past 6 weeks of pregnancy has taken effect. Madam Speaker, the American people will not stand for this. House Democrats will not stand for this. We will keep pushing back against these plans to drag Americans back to the laws of the last century, and we will keep working to protect the right of every woman to make her own health care decisions. I want to again salute Representative Jacobs, and in particular, I want to salute Representative Wild, who introduced legislation that this body must pass in the days and weeks ahead. I salute her for her leadership and her determination on behalf of every American in our land. And with that, I yield back to the chair, to Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, and Madam Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild, is recognized for the remainder of the hour as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that as of today, Florida's cruel and inhumane 6-week abortion ban has taken effect. Attacks on women's basic reproductive freedom have not and will not stop. And while days like today are difficult, they also remind us of the stakes that we are facing in this fight. I, for one, am proud to stand here and declare my unwavering support for reproductive freedom. When the Supreme Court took the cruel but unsurprising step to overturn Roe v. Wade, my heart broke for all the women whose basic reproductive freedom would now be in jeopardy. As a mother, a lawyer who used to represent healthcare providers, and as a sitting member of Congress, I have always believed that private medical decisions should be kept squarely between a woman and her healthcare provider. And after my immediate horror at the Dobbs decision faded, I started thinking about what other opportunities this would open up for far-right extremists to further control women's bodies and their healthcare decisions. It's why I worked hard with my staff in the year after Dobbs to draft and introduce the Access to Family Building Act, which would codify a right to in vitro fertilization and other assisted reproductive technologies at the federal level. Because I knew that extreme politicians intent on controlling women's bodies wouldn't stop at abortion rights. They were coming after all forms of reproductive health care. 1 month after I introduced this bill on the House floor, the Alabama State Supreme Court made the heartbreaking and cruel decision to classify frozen embryos as children, throwing IVF patients and providers into a state of confusion and panic. And we heard it almost immediately. Clinics that stopped doing the procedures at all, women who were in the middle of an IVF treatment cycle, who literally had to just stop. On the heels of the Alabama decision, more than 150 of my colleagues signed on as co-sponsors of the bill. Numerous healthcare and advocacy organizations endorsed it, including the Military Families Association. And constituents across my community and throughout the country shared their own difficult fertility journeys. As someone who struggled with infertility myself, I know how heartbreaking and expensive this process can be. And I know for sure that politicians and courts should not have a say in how anyone chooses to start or grow their families. And don't let anyone tell you that it's just rich career women seeking to defer their childbearing years who rely on IVF. Over the past several months, I've been in close contact with both veterans and cancer patients, men and women, by the way, who have spoken about their own IVF needs and that their fears that this safe and reliable procedure may now be in jeopardy. The reality is, these are the stakes that we are dealing with. And the reason we're gathered here tonight is to shed light on additional pieces of legislation that some of our colleagues have introduced or supported, which, if enacted, could have the same repercussions as the Alabama decision. It's important to note that not everyone on the other side of the aisle is aligned on this issue, and I applaud the handful of my Republican colleagues that have signed on to the Access to Building Families Act to protect IVF and other forms of reproductive assistance. But there is a real and present threat that exists right here in Congress of extremists that have signaled their explicit intention to attack IVF and other forms of reproductive health care at the federal level. Make no mistake, any of these national bans that have been talked about or proposed that would classify frozen embryos as children would supersede state-level protections, thereby throwing IVF access into complete jeopardy nationwide. That includes in a state like mine, Pennsylvania, which currently has no such restrictions. A federal ban would absolutely affect every woman and couple in Pennsylvania and throughout the country trying to start a family that was experiencing infertility issues, requiring them to avail themselves of these type of reproductive technologies. So that's why I'm not going to stop fighting to protect it, and it's why I am proud to have received such overwhelming support for the Access to Family Building Act, and I hope that we will soon be able to bring this to a vote on the House floor. And with that, I reserve. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. I would note that today we've seen around the country an extraordinary display of anti-Semitic activity on college campuses throughout the country. Columbia University, USC, even in Austin, Texas, at the University of Texas, near where I live and a city that I represent in part. We saw today protesters replacing the American flag with the Palestinian flag in Chapel Hill in North Carolina. We're seeing all sorts of derogatory actions and statements being directed to our Jewish brothers and sisters in this country. And it should not be tolerated. It should be called out. It is unacceptable. It is not speech. It is not speech when you're engaging in the kind of conduct that we're talking about, where a young Jewish man was being denied entry into a building, being asked whether he was Zionist. This is not speech. This is action. These encampments where you take over a university, state-owned or private, in particular the University of Texas, a state university, and you take it over. At USC, you deny the ability of parents and students who have worked to graduate. You're blocking access. This is not speech. Let me be perfectly clear. University of Texas President Jay Hartzell and the leadership of that university are doing the exact right thing by clearing out the people in the encampments, taking over the university. President Ben Sasse, the University of Florida, is doing the exact right thing by saying that the University of Florida is not a daycare, that these are adults and they know full well what they're doing, and that they will get the consequences of their actions. That is leadership. That is leadership. The University of Texas has allowed free speech multiple times with respect to people who are protesting the conflict, protesting Israel, supporters of the Palestinians. I think there's been 13 or 14 events at the University of Texas that have been officially sanctioned, other free speech. But here's the thing. Yet again today on the floor of the House of Representatives, we had another show vote to make people feel good about themselves by passing a bill that says anti-Semitism in the title. That's what happened. And it was put on the floor by Republican leadership. And it was put on the floor by Republican leadership despite knowing that it was pulled from going through committee. We didn't have a chance to amend it. We didn't have a chance to discuss it, to debate it. We didn't have a hearing on it. It was jammed through to take advantage of this political moment while all of these horrific things are going around the country. Republican leadership wanted to score political points, so they moved through legislation without the kind of deliberation, debate that is supposed to be carried out by the people in this chamber. As a result, today, a significant number of my Republican colleagues, including myself, voted no. As a result, we will be accused of, I don't know, being for anti-Semitic behavior, being accused by our friends and allies of not wanting to support Israel, supporting our Jewish American colleagues and friends, constituents, fellow Americans. Nothing could be further from the truth, but that's what will happen. And it'll happen because we dared to stand up and say, we don't believe in thought police. We don't believe that a bill should be brought to the floor of the United States House of Representatives, having not gone through committee, that has a reference in it to international organizations' definitions, literally in the statute, and then taking that international organization's definition, and then literally in the statute, representing and referencing the examples of anti-Semitic behavior. Now, I find the vast majority of the things that were listed in that to be horrific activity, most likely, if not certainly, anti-Semitic, at least in most contexts. Some of them are problematic. In totality, they certainly raise First Amendment concerns. They certainly raise concerns about something that I've opposed to the best of my knowledge and ability, reading through pieces of legislation at every turn and every vote, to oppose the whole notion of hate speech, hate crimes, thought police, thought crimes, putting the government into your head and your motivations when you're engaged in criminal behavior. Criminal behavior is criminal behavior. Violating people's civil rights is violating people's civil rights. But when we want to insert the government into what you're thinking and what motivates you, you are empowering that which should never be empowered. The ability of the government to police thought, to police speech, to police your views. Not the views that carry out then the actions. The actions are the problem. Police the actions. But yet that's what we did. And I am damned proud of my colleagues, particularly on this side of the aisle, who stood up and said no. Because it was a hard vote. Because you know what I got to spend my time tonight and tomorrow and this week doing? Explaining to my Jewish constituents and supporters and friends that I stand with them unequivocally. And they'll say, what do you mean unequivocally? You voted against a bill that's entitled anti-Semitism. And I'll say, because the slippery slope of tyranny that have led to the death, that have led to the harassment, that have led to the abject discrimination and oppression of people around this world, those roads lead through the empowerment of government bureaucrats and the expense of liberty. And liberty stops at the door of harming somebody, taking their stuff, blocking roads, doing the kinds of things that actually directly impact and harm people, not what you think. But that's what we do. We do things for political motivations. And the Republican leadership knew it. And they put it on the floor anyway. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of my Republican colleagues who want to go out and campaign for power, to maintain power, to then come in here and do the very things we said we oppose. There's a bill in the House Judiciary Committee right now. That bill will say that the Department of Justice can go into a state and prosecute a cop killer if the local jurisdiction effectively refuses to do that. Now, that sounds good, doesn't it? If you're pro-cop, if you're pro-police, and you've got a George Soros prosecutor sitting in Austin, Texas, New York City, that is refusing to do their job, their duty, follow their conscience, to go prosecute a dangerous individual who killed a cop. So you say, well, Chip, of course, we should bring in the Department of Justice and take care of that horrific result. Here's the problem. There's no end. The bill is based upon commerce. If a gun transports in commerce, if the defendant has traveled in commerce. Now, you say, Chip, why does that matter? Because let me ask you a question. The bill that I have before the Judiciary Committee, which is saying that if something is involved in commerce, the federal government, the Department of Justice, whether it's led by a Republican or led by Merrick Garland, that Department of Justice can come in based on whatever rationale they want and say, we're going to prosecute this crime committed against a cop. Why not against a nurse? Why not against a doctor? Why not a firefighter? Why not a teacher? Why not a member of the clergy? It won't end. Our founders didn't set up a federal police. Our Constitution does not contemplate a federal police. Our government, our federal government, is not supposed to police us in our homes and our communities. It is egregious that there are cops who have been murdered and there are DAs that refuse to do their duty to prosecute their killers. But I'll be damned if I'm going to empower a government to extend beyond its constitutional limits using the same bastardized use of the Commerce Clause that we have decried for decades because it has expanded a government that is now tyrannically using its power to go after the American people, go after former politicians, including the former president, that is spending money we don't have, that is using that power to regulate us to death on virtually every bill that virtually every Republican on this side of the aisle that claims to be a limited government conservative votes for. Why? Because they don't want the Fraternal Order of Police or other law enforcement organizations to come after them. Well, last night, I didn't even have an amendment circulated yet. I simply begged the question, why are we putting forward a bill that expands the power of the Department of Justice under the Commerce Clause, no matter how meritorious our goal is of assuring cop killers go to jail? Why are we doing that? Aren't we limited government conservatives who don't believe in the expansive use of the Commerce Clause to expand the power of the federal government? Because it's used for thousands of other things that we don't like. I hadn't even gotten the ink dry on the concept of an amendment when someone in this body had already notified police organizations and said, go after him. Well, you know what? Go ahead. I work for 750,000 Texans. I respond to them, to God, and the Constitution of the United States. I do not work for anybody in this chamber. I do not work for any organization. I don't work for any donor. I work for the people. And I work for a people who are sick and damn tired of this institution run by a bunch of people who campaign saying one thing and they get here and do another. $34.5 trillion of debt, $1 trillion every 3 months. We already spend more on interest than our defense. We're about to crack $1 trillion of interest. They say we will hit $2 to $3 trillion of interest by 2030. Our borders are wide open. We have kids dying. We had Austin, Texas. 4 more people the other night died from fentanyl poisoning. A bunch of others had to be resuscitated with Narcan. The people of Texas are continuing to deal with thousands of people pouring across the border. It's not in the headlines right now because universities are in the headlines. But everybody in Texas who are reeling from inflation, who can't afford a car, who can't afford their home, who can't afford the interest on their mortgage, who can't afford to buy groceries, who are dealing with crime on their streets, who are dealing with open borders, they all want some sort of sanity coming out of this institution. And what do? What do Republicans do in all of their infinite wisdom? We fund more of it. We fund the Department of Homeland Security again. We give the FBI a brand new $200 million headquarters. You can't even make this stuff up. We give more power to the intelligence community to spy on Americans. Don't even protect Americans with warrants. You can't even make it up. Over the last 16 months, there has been a battle which represents the larger war brewing within the Republican Party, because unfortunately my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are so far gone down the rabbit hole of radical progressive policies that absolutely destroy our country every single day, littering our country with regulations, littering our country with all sorts of crime, littering our country with open borders, engaging in endless wars, all of the stuff that is happening because our Democratic colleagues are frankly undermining the American dream and undermining Western civilization and undermining everything we hold dear. There's been a battle going on for the soul of the party and the country within the Republican Party. And I want to tell you, I'm not in the majority. I'm not. You say, Chip, you're in the majority in the House. You have a razor-thin majority. No, I'm not. I'm not in the majority. I'm in the minority. A minority of Republicans who try to wake up here and change this place rather than just campaign on it. That's the truth. Right now, President Biden is considering bringing in refugees from Gaza into the United States. Now, I don't know what the background checks will be. I don't know what we'll do to ensure that these are individuals that are not affiliated with terrorist organizations, since something like 3/4 of the people of Gaza support what Hamas is doing and attacking Israel. Large numbers of civilians were involved with the attacks on Israel. The bill we just voted on last week, the foreign aid package, $95 billion. Is it paid for? No. Does it fund Ukraine with no clear mission? Yes. Did everybody here who voted for it say, don't worry, that'll be the last. We just need that money and and President Trump will get elected, it'll be over. The ink wasn't even dry and they're already talking about a new Ukraine package for the fall. More money for Ukraine. Do you think that'll be paid for? No. Was the money that's going to Israel, $17 billion, is that paid for? No. Was there another $9 billion that were going to be used for the non-government organizations, the NGOs, and filter that money to Hamas? Yes. Was there $5 billion in there that'll go to refugee assistance? Yes. Will that refugee assistance fund moving some of these folks from Gaza to America to be your neighbor? Yes. That's what we voted on. That's what we voted for. Now, thankfully, a majority of Republicans voted against it. But our illustrious Republican leadership brought it to the floor anyway. Why, we are told? We had no choice. There's no choice. That's always the excuse. Always the excuse. Meanwhile, here, in addition to the refugees that may be dumping in here from Gaza, in 2023, last year in an 8-month stretch, about 200,000 migrants flew into the United States via the president's parole program. 200,000. 80% of those folks went to Florida. Thousands went to Texas. Thousands flown around our country. The American people have no idea how bad the border situation really is. Our Democratic colleagues are practically giddy at what they're getting out of the Republicans in the House of Representatives, which is nada in terms of opposition. Nothing. Zero opposition to what our Democratic colleagues are trying to perpetrate on the American people by way of a president ignoring the law, racking up, I am told by independent outside organizations making a determination of the cost, about $800 billion to $1.4 trillion in student loan forgiveness. Guys, you can't even make this up. And what do? We pay for it. We keep paying for it. We're paying for the administration of it. We didn't put any blocks in place through the omnibus appropriations bill. We didn't get a single change to open borders. We didn't get a single change to the student loan repayments or forgiveness. We didn't get a single change to the continuation of endless wars. We got negligible change on the FISA spying program. But right now, we have a backlog of several million people waiting for court proceedings as late as 2035 or 2037. And then I was talking to some friends of mine the other night who are a little bit more on the other side of the aisle. And they were saying, oh, you guys and, Republicans and, have issues with immigrants. I said, well, let me ask you a question. How many people do you think are in the United States who are foreign born? I told them the answer, about 51.5 million. How many are legally coming every year? It depends on the year, but somewhere between 800,000, a million, 1.1 million, depends on the year. Almost a million. No other country is even close, by the way. But we're anti-immigrant because we think maybe we ought to pause for a second, maybe take stock of the state of our country. We can't pay for Medicare. We can't pay for Social Security without printing money. Hell, we can't pay for anything pretty much without printing money. And here's the thing I would say to all my Republican colleagues. Enjoy it when I come down here to the floor and I file a bill to raise taxes on whoever I decide needs to have their taxes raised on, and have you explain how you are voting for more spending for endless wars and endless conflict and $95 billion for Ukraine and overseas conflict, and you're not paying for it. Tell you what, I'll give you the ability to pay for it. Do you want to go out and sell tax increases to all of your donor friends? Go ahead. Go ahead to my Republican colleagues, because you've been taking a free ride on the idea of trickle down now for 25 years. Now, I believe in low broad tax rates, creating the maximum economic growth and opportunity and driving up revenues to the Treasury without constraining the productivity of the American people. I believe that. But I don't believe in listening to people complain to me that we're somehow obstructing the great Ronald Reagan's view of what we need to do through peace, through strength, to go help other people around the world like Ukraine. We're now $175 billion in. They already know they want another 60 billion, 100 billion. Hell, I saw a news account of 500 billion. Who's going to pay for that? And I've had some of these people around town have had the temerity to tell me, Chip, that's not that much money. Why are you gagging on an ad? It's just $60 billion, just $175 billion. The real problem is Medicare. Let me ask anybody who wants to jump in here. Oh, that's right, there's no more colleagues here. Do you think that if you can't vote against a gay senior center in Massachusetts as an earmark, that you're somehow going to go out and sell Medicare reform? No, you're not. You're selling a lie. You're selling a fiction that, oh, trust me, one day when we get the full power in the House, the Senate, never mind they won't have 60 votes in the Senate. We'll give that excuse next year. We'll then, trust me, Chip, we'll do something like set a percentage of GDP that we can tolerate as our overall spend level, and we'll constrain, and we'll fix this, and we'll fix the donut hole, and we'll fix all these things nobody in America knows about. And we'll pass some bills, we'll pat ourselves on the back, and we'll pass another 10-year budget that has all of its cuts in the 10th year. And then, when it comes to the tax cut time, we're going to be for those tax cuts. Now, again, I want to be very clear. I am for low taxes on the American people. Let me even go further. If we're going to keep printing money, why do we have taxes at all? I've asked that question in the Budget Committee. Nobody can answer it. Like, if we're literally not going to actually adhere to a budget, balance the budget, constrain spending, and do the responsible thing, which we never do, why on earth would we not just get rid of taxes? Right? If you're going to spend almost twice as much as you take in, which we're getting dangerously close to, if you take in $4 trillion and you're spending $3 trillion more than that, I don't know what the numbers are, but why not just print the $7 trillion? I mean, it's a genuine question. Oh, Chip, that would be irresponsible. Why? I mean, we all know why, because we're living a fiction. We're living like this is something that isn't going to blow up on us. It is. And for all my colleagues who said, oh, Chip, 1980s, and Ronald Reagan, he stood up and he said, tear down this wall, peace through strength, built the military. Do you know what our GDP, our debt to GDP ratio was then? About 35%. Do you know what it is today? About like 120%, depending on which numbers you look at. It's insane. Right? I mean, it's like, oh, well, we'll send this because Ukraine will stop Putin. Well, let's put aside whether that's even true or not. When are you going to pay for it? You're not. And then today, it's like, we're going to go put down a bill so we can feel good about ourselves, so we can go out to our Jewish friends and say, look, we passed an anti-Semitism bill. Pat me on the back. I'm anti-Semitism. Meanwhile, you completely destroy any notion of a principle that we should be against thought police. Last year, we set out to change this place. I think we successfully did it for a while. We got 7 appropriations bills passed out of the House chamber. We had votes on about 1,100 amendments. We passed the strongest National Defense Authorization Act we've ever passed. We passed the strongest border security package in H.R. 2 we've ever passed. We finally put to bed notions that to do that you had to advance amnesty. We were able to, over the course of the last year and a half, move all of the spending debate to the point where non-defense spending was held flat. The defense spending that went up was paid for by taking money out of the IRS expansion and COVID funds. We were having serious conversations across the ideological spectrum, getting votes on bills, having regular order, going to committee, voting on amendments, and this place was briefly working again. And right now, I've never seen it worse. Bills being cooked up in back rooms, being jammed through without going to committee, without amendment, many of which have miserable policies in them. We spent $1.7 trillion in omnibus spending with all sorts of earmarks, all sorts of funding for FBI headquarters, continuation of broken and open borders, continuation of endless wars. We busted the caps. Less than a year after passing the caps, we busted the caps. We then fund $95 billion of additional foreign aid after passing a reauthorization of FISA. Now, I will note, conservatives jumped in there, and I think we forced it down to a 2-year reauthorization of FISA, so we'll get another bite at that apple in 2 years. You're welcome. Crumbs of freedom and liberty. But I'm telling you, if you want to save this country, you need to make sure that we have a Republican conference that is going to do what they said they were going to do. You need to make sure that the minority of us who are coming to the floor to fight for you are no longer in the minority. We have a little bit of time. I said goodbye this last weekend to my 89-year-old grandmother. She passed away Sunday morning. I know she's up there with Jesus. No doubt getting a laugh of some of my antics down here. Wonderful woman. Went to church every Sunday. She lived right. She, her generation, all who came before her, they didn't fight as she did. She served for 35 years in the Air Force as a civilian at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. Neither she, nor any of the other people who wore the uniform, nor any of the 400,000 tombstones at Arlington National Cemetery, nor any of the tombstones that are sitting over in Normandy when we go over there and we celebrate D-Day on June 6th on the 80th anniversary, none of those people gave the last full measure of devotion or were willing to risk the last full measure of devotion to mortgage this country away vote by vote, dollar by dollar, year by year. We have a duty right now to take our country back because the radical, progressive Democrats and leftists who want to destroy it and who are going around city by city and university by university, they're not the majority. They don't represent a fraction of the people in this country who want to go about their job, honor God, take care of their family, work hard, earn a living, take care of their kids, start a business, achieve the American dream. And I'm here to tell you I'm not going anywhere. We're going to take this country back because they don't get to have it. But we have to stand up as a party and do what we said we would do, or we will be in the ash bin of history. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
I move to adjourn. I hope. Yeah.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.